الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونستهديه ونتوب إليه ونتوكل عليه ونعوذ بالله تعالى من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له، وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له، وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. Whenever we study the seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, we always come across the beginning of the da'wah. And obviously, the people who study the seerah, they study it because they want to know the haqq. They want to know the story of the best man walked the earth, in order to learn how to carry the da'wah, in order to take him the uswa hasana as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ordered us to do. This is why I believe studying the life of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam is very important. In fact, that really important to the level that we cannot understand the practical implementation of Islam without to understand how the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam received the wahy. Tonight, inshallah, I'm going to start with you step by step, but in analysis, you see, style. Maybe that is really will help those who are visit this room from time to time, and those da'i as well, when they carry the da'wah, to have depth in understanding the seerah. Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha, she is the best to tell us about the life of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, due to the main fact that he is the one who told her his life. So she is the best reference to him. She spoke about how the revelation came down to Rasulullah sallallahu at the first time he received the wahy. And she said, in the beginning, the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu started to receive the revelation, the wahy, as a good scene, ru'ya, in his own dream. And whenever he see a dream or religious scene, always next day in the morning comes so clear. So whatever he see in his dream used to be fulfilled. That make him to enjoy sleeping and seeing the beautiful messages and the beautiful directions. Then after that he start to incline toward being alone. That is khalwa, in seclusion atmosphere, in Ghar Hira. He used to go there for the sake to contemplate and worship. He spent nights there, and he always, whenever he spent a few nights there alone, he returned back to Khadija. And he always tell her how he felt in that beautiful atmosphere. Until one day, why he was one of those nights, he was in the Ghar Hira, the Haqq has sent to him Jibreel alayhi salam. So the angels come to him and he give him the first order from Allah. Iqra, read. Obviously we need to get lesson from that. Though Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows that is the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, at that time he was illiterate. He does not read. He does not write. He said, Ma ana biqari. Then he said, he took me and he hugged me strongly. Then he left me and he said, read. So after the strong hug, obviously release him, and he said to him, read again, Iqra. I said, Ma ana biqari. I am not a person able to read. I cannot read. Then he hugged me again, until I felt, you see, that he reached level very harder than before. Then he released me, and he said to me, Iqra. فَقُلْتُ مَا أَنَا بِقَارِئ. I said, then he took me the third time and he released me and he said, اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم. So those 3 verses came to Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam first. Only 3 verses from the chapter of Al-Alaq, reported by Aisha radiyallahu ta'ala anha, that Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam told her what happened to him in the cave of Gharu Hira, because he was alone. So nobody can report what happened in the cave except the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam and those who heard it from him, those very few close companions. So he returned back. After that, his heart was shivering, and he entered to his wife Khadija bint Khuwaylid, and he said, Zammiluni, Zammiluni. Obviously, they did respond to him. And Zammiluni in English, like if somebody so terrified and shivering cold, and he said to you, cover me up, or you see, what called the one which is, he needs something to cover himself from what he feels is shaking. So they did cover him until he cooled down. Comfort me, okay? But usually they use really some type of a blanket, and they put it in the shoulder of the person, and they make him feel warm, okay? Feel cool, like comfort me. So until he stopped shivering, he said to Khadija, Khadija asked him radiyallahu ta'ala anha, what happened with you? So he told her. Then he said, لَقَدْ خَشِيتُ عَلَى نَفْسِي, I was worried for myself, for my safety. She said, Khadija, she said, كَلَّا وَاللَّهِ مَا يُخْزِيكَ اللَّهُ أَبَدًا. Verily, Allah will never let you down. إِنَّكَ لَتَصِلُ الرَّحِمِ, you are good in a blood relationship, and you help the needy people, and you work hard for your living, and you respect and look after the guests, and to help people in a crisis. So Khadija radiallahu ta'ala anha, she said to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, let us go to Waraq ibn Nawfal, son of Asad ibn Abdul Azza. He is the cousin of Khadija, and he was a man, you see, in the time of Jahiliyyah he became Christians, and he used to write Hebrew, you see, the Torah, okay, and plus he started to write some from the Bible in Hebrew. So he's good in Hebrew language. So he writes something from the Torah and something from the Bible. And he was old man and blind. Khadija said to him, oh my cousin, listen from Ibn Akhik. Listen to the son of your brother. Ibn Akhik here mean treat him like your own son, because he is old man. Waraqa said to him, ماذا ترى? Tell me what you saw. The Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he told Waraqa ibn Nawfal what he see every night, and what he hear, and all his dreams, and what happened to him on that night. Waraqa said, this is the same Namus which is come to Musa alayhi salam. And Namus, it is really a name of the message which has come from heaven, and usually referring to Jibreel alayhi salam carrying revelation from Allah. He said that's the same Namus which Allah has sent upon Musa. He said, I wish if I was live, I wish if I will be live, even if I am so old, when your own people come to driven you out. Rasulullah ﷺ said, أَوَ مُخْرِجِيَّهُمْ, are they going to drive me out of my home? قال نعم. Yes, there is no man came with what you are coming with except he will have enemy. And if I will be living at that day, I will support you. Verily I will stand with you and support you. Then after that, after you see short time, Waraq ibn Nawfal passed away, and the revelation cooled down, And obviously that reported in Bukhari. So Waraq ibn Nawfal said, I wish if I was so strong at that time so I could support you. What we need to learn from this hadith. It is really very important to learn from this hadith that to seek knowledge, it is important before to act upon any matter. So if you want to act upon a particular issues, you must seek knowledge about it. فَالْعِلْمُ قَبْلَ الْعَمَلِ. This is why starting, اقرأ بِاسْمِ رَبِّكَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ. Read, be aware, contemplate, think, study. So it's very important. All this is the tools to make you what? To make you get knowledge. So al-ilmu qabla al-amal. Knowledge before action. And obviously here I'm talking about we should be equipped with al-ilmu al-shar'i. Because if we are talking about getting lesson, we're going to get lesson not about the knowledge of issue to do with the dunya, more the knowledge to do with the deen. To be the weapon of the da'iyah, the one who wants to call for the deen of Allah with full awareness, and to be able to counter any corruptions could be risen by the people of falsehood. Especially nowadays we have a lot of corrupted ideas spread everywhere, which become the word of haqq to reach the people, become really mixed with many other kufr concept or maybe false ideas and thought. So people become now, for them to discover the truth, so they have to face huge amount of ideas and concepts and views between them. Those thought of ideas between them, there is one particular thought, is the Islamic thought, is the thought of haqq. So therefore, a da'i must equip himself with al-ilm al-shar'i, with the sharia knowledge. A lot of people underestimate that. Do not give it attention. Do not really spend effort to seek knowledge, especially on what they want to act upon and what they want to do. Some people, they do not bother even to refer to Ahlul Ilm, because they think they are on the right path and all the other are deviant. But that's not good. The real da'i, he must have convictions on what he calling for. He must understand his deen to be able to convey it to the other. He must understand it and practice it sincerely for the sake of Allah, and carry it to the other, and be patient to whatever the consequences. Unless you convince, you cannot convince others. Unless you convince and practice what you believe, you cannot even spread it to the other. This is why the word iqra in the beginning of the chapter of Al-Alaq indicated clearly to real fact, so comprehensive, bigger than any of our imaginations, because we should not really confine the word read just to have this superficial type of readings, or those who thinks is enough for us to memorize the Quranic verses in very dry ways. Things. No. The reading which is you need to yourself to benefit from is the deep reading which link to the realities you want to change. You read the Quran and the Sunnah, you read from it and understand in order to apply it to the reality you want to change. So to comprehend and have understanding and the fiqh of the realities is very important. If you comprehend the fiqh which is derived from the divine text, from the detailed evidence related to that realities. To understand reality is something, but to understand the hukum and the divine rules related to that reality, those are matters you are needed for it, and those both molding together the hukum and its realities. That's why we said فقه الواقع وفقه النص أمران متلازمان the fiqh of the reality, and the fiqh of the rulings related to that realities, both are molding together. Two faces for the same coin. Two faces for the same coin. In order for you to be successful in your mission to carry da'wah, in order for you as a talib al-ilm to have basira, you have to read and understand the relation from what you read to the realities where you want to change. You want to apply that readings, meaning recitation of the Quran, which is the book of Allah which has revealed to the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You go to read from the books which is no falsehood at all. There's nothing false or distortions. That is the tanzeel from Almighty Allah. Has the news about all what happened before, and the news what's going to happen after us, and the news of what we are really needed for as a manhaj and the way of life we're supposed to live based on that deep understandings for the divine text. That is Al-Quran, the source of all ahkam we must ourselves abide with. It is the source of all the rules which teach us whom to love and whom to hate, whom to support and whom to decline and have to supporting, whom make wala with and whom we have bara and keep distance from them. It is a source to teach me how to believe on la ilaha illallah, how to reject the tawaghit and believe in Allah and His books and His angels and His messengers, and on the hereafter and the fate and destiny. That is the deep understandings and deep recitations. The recitations which is give us a light to see around us, to see the hidden secret, to see behind all those creations which Allah has created them for our servants, for our interest, for our happiness, and we should invest it all for the sake of the goodness. Therefore, in order ourselves to be able to benefit from the word Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq, nowadays the Islam is completed, we must ourselves read in the name of the one who created man, life and universe, in order for you to know how He organized everything and to know why He created you. He created all of us to submit to Him, to worship Him, to obey Him, and to follow the system of life He subhanahu wa ta'ala has a choosing for us, and that is ad-deen al-Islami. This is the deen of Islam. Inna ad-deena inda Allah al-Islam. The deen what you believe in and lives by and die on. And we should remember how to memorize the command of Allah and the ahkam and abide with them, and organize according to that all our relationship with everything. Allah says وَأَقِيمُوا الْوَزْنَ بِالْقِسْطِ وَلَا تُخْسِرُوا الْمِيزَانِ, and established, you see, all the relationship with a particular justice, and don't outweigh on the scale, as Allah says in chapter Ar-Rahman verse number 9. So from the beginning of the revelation start, from the beginning of the message of Islam started, we can see and notice that the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, whenever revealed to the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, was so heavy on him, so heavy in terms of what? In terms of it is the word of Allah, carry the message for the whole mankind. It is really a great responsibility. Even the heaven and the mountains and the lands and the earth wasn't able to carry that responsibility. But Allah says in chapter Al-Muzammil verse number 5, إِنَّا سَنُلْقِي عَلَيْكَ قَوْلًا ثَقِيلًا, we're going to send to you, we're going to reveal to you heavy sayings. So this is It's not something easy for you to take it without to spend effort to understand it. This weighty words, weighty obligations and law and order for the people who want to engage in the da'wah to know that the deen of al-Islam is very weighty deen, composing all the commands to do and the commands not to do, composing all the responsibility and the burden in our neck to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with full awareness. We should always remember those few seconds, and remember those few seconds of the first revelations has revealed to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and how Jibreel alayhi salam was hugging him strongly. That indication that this matter so serious must be taken seriously with all the will and the strength. You should not be weak, you should not be coward, you should not be a compromiser. Take it so serious, it's no joke. That is, you see, for one verse, let alone the entire message of Islam, which is, Allah told us how the heaven and the earth and the mountain, they said that's so heavy on us, this burden, because it has too much really responsibilities, a lot of commands and duties. But Allah, He knows that man, He is capable to carry it. That's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made that responsibility to submit to Almighty Allah and obey Him in every saying and every actions. It is the responsibility of the mankind, and they are suitable to carry it. Not only that, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala looked to the whole world, and He chose from them the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and He passed the message to him, and that the message related to the best ummah Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prepared for the whole mankind. But that message is al-Islam. Therefore, if we receive it seriously, and we act upon it, and we call for it, and we fight for it, we convey it to the people, and we work to establish it sincerely for the sake of Allah, following the footstep of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, then Allah will be sufficient for us. Allah says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم الذين يبلغون رسالات الله ويخشونه ولا يخشون أحدا إلا الله وكفى بالله حسيبا. Those who convey the messages of Allah, and they fear Him and do not fear anybody else. They fear nobody but Allah, and Allah is sufficient for them. And if the matter is like this, become a duty upon every Muslim, upon every mu'min, to prepare himself properly, physically, mentally, emotionally, culturally, conceptually, to be able to carry the responsibility as a da'i and mujahid for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because the command of Allah requires from you, in order to execute it, in order to fulfill it, to be strong mu'min. To be strong mu'min, serious one, does not understand compromising, does not understand something called compromising in the deen, does not really accept to be Muslim by name, does not be accept to be Muslim who is less, whereas Muslim always is the highest, because Islam is the supreme and nothing can supersede it. But unfortunately nowadays we see people do not understand Islam, do not know what is the kalima mean, do not know what is the tawheed mean. They don't know even from the Quran except few words written, and from Islam some names here and there. And the majority of we so-called today Muslims, we see them are followings in all form of desire, all form of corruption, following thought and ideas not based on Islam, rather contradict to Islam, and they follow their own passion and desires, and they live for the sake of their own interest, taking Islam as a cover, taking Islam as just a piece of paper. They carry it, call themselves Muslims, Muslims by name, not less and not more. and they want to use Islam as a bridge in order to reach their own worldly gain, their own silly objectives in this life, which got to be vanished, in order their own interest and benefit to please Mr. Kafir in a state, to carry it seriously, to become a bridge, that Islam to come over their own bags, we must walk to be the bridge for Islam, to pass over our shoulders, to free all the mankind from being slave to other men, and to break all form of chains, and destroy all fence of shirk and kufr, in order sovereignty and supremacy will be for none but Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So on the first introductions to the life of the greatest da'i, as Allah described him, إِنَّا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ شَاهِدًا وَمُبَشِّرًا وَنَذِيرًا وَدَاعِيًا إِلَى اللَّهِ بِإِذْنِهِ وَسِرَاجًا مُنِيرًا. Allah described the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, دَاعِيًا إِلَى اللَّهِ. We study the life of this greatest da'i walk the earth to learn from him, as a people engaging on carrying da'wah, and get lesson from his example, and to take him the role model for us. So we learn how the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam take that weighted responsibility over his shoulder. But we learn as well something else from what we study from that particular hadith about the role of the wife of the da'i. Here we can see how the wife of the da'i is so important in his struggle, so important in his da'wah. If he have good wife, understand the mission, understand the responsibility, understand the duty, how she can support him in his struggle. That is very important. In the case of Khadija radiyallahu ta'ala anha, the wife of the greatest da'i in this earth, she understands from the beginning of the struggle, from the beginning of the missions, on the time, on the stages was the most difficult stages, the stages of the hardship, the stages of the suffering, the stages of whereas Quraysh has declared war against him. From the beginning she understood her role as a wife of the greatest da'i, the wife of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because the real wife of the da'i, the truthful one, she is the one who supports him internally in his da'wah. In his da'wah internally, when he's at his home, she's a full support to him. And when he go outside, as well, his Sahaba will be supporting for him. But her role represented how she can make her husband firm, how she encourage him, how she participate with him physically, not only verbally. Because that's exactly what happened with her. That's exactly the way she said, no, Allah will never let you down. You are the man who do the good deed. You are the one who do the blood relationship and help the needy. And you are the one who work hard, you see, for the sake of truth. You see, she described him in a way, she encouraged him. Don't worry, let me take you. More than that, I will take you to my cousin. He's old man. He knows about the Torah and the Bible very well. He knows about those whom they received messages from God in the time of Musa and Isa alayhi salam. So she was very helpful for him. It's a lot of difference between a wife. She's really give her husband support in his da'wah and struggle, and the one whom she is always obstacle to him, attacking him, belittling him, put him down, try to stop him from doing the da'wah or engaging in jihad. It's a lot of difference between those two examples in realities. She stood beside him. And the way should every woman with her father or her son or her brothers or her husband, if they are da'is or if they are mujahid. This is why our mother Khadija radiallahu ta'ala anha, her stand with the Imam of all du'at, with the Sayyid al-Mursaleen alayhi salatu wassalam, she considered to be the good example and the highest model for what every Muslim woman must do toward her deen, toward her husband who is da'i or mujahid. She used to be, from the first hour of the beginning of the message, she believed on him and she encouraged him and she asked him to go forward and accepting the message, not to reject it. She did not really dispraise him, no, she praised him and she asked him, you see, you should go till the end. Despite the fact she knows if he's going to receive a message, he's going to have a lot of enemies, as Waraq ibn Nawfal said to him, and he's going to have a lot of enemies, going to be attacked and going to be driven out of his own home. She heard about all this, she kept supporting him. And she's going to lose some of her really rights as a wife. The wife likes to stay alone with her husband. Wife usually, she considers this, I don't want anybody to share with me my husband. His mind, his conscience, his presence to be for me. And like any other woman, she loves to enjoy life, away from any difficulties, away from any suffering, away from any sacrifices. She wants to enjoy happy life with her husband. She knows that. But she did not stand that negative stance. No. She did not really discourage him. No. She knows she's going to lose some of her right, some of maybe what every woman like to be with her husband, to live alone. Rather, she's, hurried to support him, offer to him a lot of what? A lot of good advices. The best advice, she said, this well expert person in religious, affairs, let us go to him in order to make sure what has come to you is the truth. And not only that, and to be satisfied that honor, that great honor, the honor to receive the mission of Al-Islam and the prophethood to go to her husband. That's why she was believing on him when he told her. And she said to him, you are the best man for the truth. And you have the best attributes which make you eligible to carry the responsibility of the da'wah and the jihad. As a good wife, helping her husband, sacrificing some of her interests, in order what? In order to help him in the struggle and motivate him, and not to be obstacle in his way. Because the road to Jannah, it is really very difficult road. It's full of hardship, full of suffering, full of sacrifices, full of trial and tests. That's why the road down to Jannah is the da'wah and the jihad. That's the right path. That's the path of Ahlul Tawheed, Ahlul Iman, Ahlul Tawheed wal Jihad. They are the first people whom they stand against Tawaghit and have bara'ah from the mushrikeen, even if they are very close members of their own families. She was a good wife whom helping him. And you, as a Muslim sisters, whoever she got husband as a da'i, or father or brother or son who is engaged in da'wah, she must support him. Whenever he go out in his mission of da'wah and jihad, she always remind him about his obligations. She always keen to be her own husband or her own father or brother or son on the first line of the da'wah, on the first line of the fightings. She always even help him, funding him, supporting him, give him money and wealth. The way Khadija radiallahu ta'ala anha, she was supporting Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, not only physically, not only emotionally, no. It was really even materially. She really was funding him, give him everything and exhausting everything she can in order what? All the sacrifice in order to support the deen. Because she know for sure with certainty, whatever they spend today, they will get it tomorrow, inshallah. You see, on the day of judgment, as a reward in Jannah. And we saw from the good characters of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his good reputations, whom she reminded him in the time he was shivering, you are so and so and so and so. In honesty, what she said to him, she said, you keep the blood relationship with deed, you help the needy people, you stand in the crisis with those whom they suffer, and you always, you see, give the people the good advice, the trustworthy, the honest. That all good characters and good reputations, which is really was widespread in the time, in the beginning of the da'wah and the societies, and was, you see, all this in one side, and was sufficient enough, the testimony of Allah. Allah has testified and give tazkiyah to Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam from above 7 heavens, as revealed in chapter of Al-Qalam, verse number 4, وَإِنَّكَ لَعَلَى خُلُقٍ عَظِيمٍ. You are on a great characters and deen. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has prepared him. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was preparing him for that mission of the prophethood, because especially that mission is the seal of all prophethood, is the final really prophet. And that mission, no one can be able to carry it, no one capable to carry it, no one suitable, except if he was on the same characters of the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Blood relationship, looking and help the people and give them the welfare, bring the people the food, the clothes, the shelter. And the one who has nothing poor, he used to give him. The one look after the guests and help people in any crisis. All this so beautiful attribute for anybody who is really need to be put in responsibility, to be responsible for the whole mankind. For this reason, I believe those who engage, they must always have the best characters. They must always have the best attributes. They must always have really that personalities which will make them accepted as a human living in the societies. They see them as devoted, sincere, honest, good characters, helping always the needy people, stand with the people in the time of crisis. Beside, as individuals, they never swear, they never attack, except the kufr and the shirk, and they always humble with their own Muslim brothers, fulfilling the fara'id, doing the recommended, keep away from whatever haram and whatever dislike. That is what we really think that how the da'i should be. Especially nowadays, everybody putting the du'at and the da'i on the spotlights, and the enemy of Islam counting on them every single mistake or error, or even if they breathing, they want to look to anything can defame them. They take the small things and exaggerate it, and to send it all over the TV, all over the news, to the whole world. They try to find any shortcoming in the da'i characters. Any shortcoming, it did not found on him. They will try to go to his families, to his mother, to his father, to his son, to his daughter, to his brothers, to his uncle, to his community, to his group, to anything they can go through, to break through that, to attack his deen. We should not leave. We should not leave any of those holes, loopholes from enemies, and for those who are so defeated, to use it as a weapon to attack us. Let our own weapon all the time be aware about the responsibility, following the good character and attribute of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, which really will help us a lot to enhance our da'wah, enhance our jihad, and that exactly what will give tazkiyah to our manhaj, and will make us be respected and accepted even amongst the people who are consider us enemy to them, but they cannot really deny the fact that we are in a good characters. The way it happened was Rasulullah sallallahu in the beginning of the da'wah. Moreover, we should learn from what we read today from the Bukhari, the consequences of the message, because it's not enough for Rasulullah sallallahu that he take confirmation from Waraq ibn Nawfal that he is, what come to him is the same thing come to Musa and Isa. But it was something else as well, he told him. He told him what expectation. You see, for those who go down in that road, the road to da'wah, the road to Jannah is the da'wah and the jihad. If you want to go down in that road, you're going to know that is everybody going to be enemy to you. All the mushrikeen and the kafirin and the munafiqeen and the fasiqeen and the hypocrites, they go to stand together against you. You should be prepared. So the da'wah is like long journey. And that long journey is going to face a lot of difficulties, a lot of hardship, a lot of attack. And it could be people come after you from all directions. In that long journey, you must be prepared. Mentally, physically, financially, spiritually. All this is very important. And very important to know that, especially now Islam is completed. And we know exactly what happened to Rasulullah ﷺ when he started the da'wah. So we can learn from the seerah the consequences of carry da'wah and proclaim it publicly. As we studied before, when Allah says, فَاصْدَعْ بِمَا تُؤْمَرْ وَأَعْرِضْ عَنِ الْمُشْرِكِينَ. Proclaim publicly what I order you. The attack against him and his companions start left, right, center, torturing, killing, murdering, deporting people, driving people out of Mecca. All this has happened. Therefore the da'i must be prepared. The way he prepared him, the food for his long journey, and when he wants to travel, he must prepare even the thought and the ideas, and be abides with full tawakkul and iman. He should understand the message properly and the responsibility, and more than that, he should be aware that the more he stood firm, victory will be granted to him. If we stood firm on what we believe for the sake of Allah and support His deen, Allah will support us. Allah will grant us victory. And this is necessity for anybody who wants to carry the da'wah. But look what he said to him. No one came similar to what you came with, except he will have enemy. ما جاء أحد بمثل ما جئت به إلا عودي. No one came with something similar to what you came with, what you carried, except will have enemy, and people will declare university toward him. That means any one of us want to engage in the da'wah and carry what the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam carried, we're going to face the same consequences of being under the attack. They start to attack him. They call him lunatic. They call him fanatic. They call him deviant. They call him magician. They call him liar. They call him majnoon. They call him poet, sha'ir. They give him many names. Sabi, sha'ir, kadhib, majnoon. A lot of names. So this is the consequences. Al-Islam is a deen called for Tawheed. Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah wal-Rububiyyah. To be all the power of legislations and ruling and commanding for none but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the creator, the provider, the commander. And that deen is one to take back those attributes from the one who falsely claimed it to him and attribute it back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. How dare somebody could legislate and play the role of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or taking some of Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala really rights. And how dare those people who claim to believe in La ilaha illallah obey the man-made law. We should ourselves consider them to be rapists, claiming something not belong to them, playing the role and the attribute of nobody who's worthy for that but Allah. And we should take it back from them by force, intellectually or even militarily, and give it back, attribute it back to the true owner of the power of legislations, which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who created everything. He is the one who's worthy to be worshipped, to be obeyed, to be followed exclusively. And that is the responsibility of those people whom they want to carry the message. And definitely when you start to do so, you're going to find everybody against you. When you want to call people to worship none but Allah, and to obey none but Allah, and to submit to none but Allah, and rejecting any kufr, any man-made laws, you find a lot of people going to start to attack you. And they're going to declare war against the da'is, and plotting against them, and make obstacle between them and the masses. Start to labeling them. They label them by many different names, in order the people to keep away from them. They will make sure to prevent you from making any change in the societies. They will make your life so difficult, and they will chase you, defaming you, in order to isolate you from the field of da'wah, the field of jihad. If they cannot really stop you by terrifying you, they will start to kill and torture and prison, in order the situation continue as it is, in order for them to continue in control for the affair of the people in the societies. Therefore, whenever you call society to La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, whenever you call, introduce Sharia to the society, wherever you are, the consequences and the reactions of the Tawaghit is so tough against any deen declares sovereignty and supremacy for Almighty Allah. Whenever they see any new message could threatening their own kingdom, or their own claiming falsely kingdom, their own authorities and their own interests, they consider it as against their own presence, and they're going to find names for you and accusations for you, and even they want to accuse you with certain things you never even know about it. They will give you accusation after one, in order to justify after that their own war and animosity against Islam, under the pretext of what? They are in war against extremists and fundamentalists and terrorists. And the battle is going to continue between these two camps. It's going to be continue and going to be very tough. And no way to this battle to finish except one of those camps has been destroyed. The believers, they will fight for the sake of Allah, and they know with certainty that Allah with them and be in and with them all the time. There's no place for them to retract, no place for them to have a fear, no place for them to have despair. They will continue the struggles, whereas the people of the falsehood, they will fight for the sake to support their own falsehood, for the sake of the man-made system. But how long they going to have this capabilities to continue the struggle and the fight, when their own material means is become weak, because their own balance, their own capital spiritually, it's so weak, whereas the balance and the capitals of the believers spiritually, it is really so strong, never finish, because they obtain it from the strength of Almighty Allah Al-Qawiy Al-Aziz. That's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says to us, الذين آمنوا يقاتلون في سبيل الله والذين كفروا يقاتلون في سبيل الطاغوت فقاتلوا أولياء الشيطان إن كيد الشيطان كان ضعيفا. The believers will fight for the sake of Allah, and the disbelievers, they will fight for the sake of Taghut. Fight the alliance of the shaitan. He's so weak, wicked and weak. So this war is a comprehensive war, and this war, it is open war. And look at it in all the face of the earth. In any place there is a good people rise to spread the deen of Haqq, how the Tawaghit deal with them, how the people who have interest in the corruption exist, they will stand together with other Tawaghit. It is open war, open animosity, open conspiracy. Never they stop against Islam and against the Muslims, against those who are engaging on their duties to command good, forbid evil in the societies, for those who want to call the Sharia the societies, for those who want to introduce a Tawheed to the people in the societies. And the kuffar are not in shortage at all. They don't have shortage on finding excuses and finding really fabricated accusations in order to justify their own real war against Islam. Their own conspiracy, their own plot will always come under different, slogans, different titles, with different means, but has only one objective, is to uproot it, is to take you away from the deen, is to uproot the deen and try to destroy it. And this is a Quranic fact, and that is what Almighty Allah has informed us, and we must believe on it and take all the necessary precaution and preparation and even the weapon to counter it. In chapter of Al-Baqarah verse 217, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ولا يزالون يقاتلونكم حتى يردوكم عن دينكم إن استطاعوا. They will continue fighting you until they retract you away from your deen, if they can reach that. So we don't need for extra evidences. We are not needy for extra evidences or more clear than this evidence to convince ourselves and convince other Muslim brothers that those enemies, they have only one objective, to take you away from the deen, and they want to destroy the deen. Therefore, it's a duty upon us not only to convince ourselves about the necessity for the preparations for the battles. No, we should even to incite other people to be prepared and be ourselves with them side by side, shoulder to shoulders, in the da'wah field and in the battlefield, in the jihads against the enemy, and to prepare ourselves for carrying the responsibility, of attributing ourselves to the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Especially if we want to claim Jannah in the day of judgment, we must pay the fee, our life and our wealth. And we should ourselves walk day and night collectively in Jama'ah to establish very wide popular bases to enable us to spread the deen in ease and hardship, especially in the time of difficulties. And we'll be prepared as well for the consequences. We should learn it from the seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, when he said to him, they are going to drive you out of your own homelands. So that should be in our calculations, because they're going to disbelieve on us, and they're going to declare universities and put us in the siege, and they put the Messenger of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his companions, on the heel of Mecca and boycott them. Then they're going to adopt another policy, torturing, prisoning, but they want to drive you out, deportations. So the enemy, from time to time, they try to deport people. The way they did that with me, they make sure that as Omar, he left, he will never return, and even withdraw his nationalities and any of his rights, strip it off completely. It's not for our public interest anymore. The same thing they were doing now with Sheikh Abu Qatada. May Allah release him from captivity. They want to deport him, alhamdulillah, without the need for any false petitions, without the need to go to the Tawaghit. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, with the dua of the Muwahhideen, protect Sheikh Abu Qatada from being deported. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect Brother Badr and Sheikh Abu Hamza as well, protect them from deportation, and grant all of them to be free at large, and all the Muwahhideen to be free at large from the prisons. So the kuffar, they're going to driven out the Muslims from the scene, especially the activists, and they will use that as a final means in order to finish their own battles with the da'i. So when they fail to silence them, when they fail to stop their own motion and movement, they will decide, okay, we deport them, finish. Yeah, we deport them. We throw them out of our homeland, that's it. In this case, they will be free at large. Either we put them in prison or deport them, in order that they can spread their own corruption and mischief and nobody account them. Subhanallah, this is Almighty Allah traditions. That is always the people who speak the truth and living in falsehood society under the man-made law. The man-made laws cannot take them. They have to deport them. And think about it. What happened with Nuh alayhi salam? They throw him out. Think about it. Ibrahim alayhi salam. They throw him out. Yusuf alayhi salam. They throw him out. Musa alayhi salam has been driven out. Isa alayhi salam has been driven out. And Muhammad, the final messenger sallallahu alayhi wasallam, has been driven out, him and his companions. And that could be Sunnah Rabbaniya, Almighty Allah traditions. And that will reach any prophets, any messengers, and anybody for the prophets and the messengers. No exceptions. And this continue until now. They are after the Da'i and the Mujahideen in every time, in every place. So it is a blessing from Almighty Allah to us, to choose us, to put us under the same trial He tested with it the Anbiya and the Mursaleen. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. All the blessing to Almighty Allah. He choosing us to be amongst those people being put behind the bars and put in prisons, or being tortured or suffer, or become under the attack, or being deported for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the Da'i must learn from that seerah. So what he faces is exactly what the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the prophets and the messenger before him faced. And he should be look at it from the other angle. The angle, I am on the right path. The path of the Anbiya and the messengers and the prophets. And that will make him all the time be prepared to what's coming next. It's completely opposite for those who have no vision, no guidance from the Quran and the Sunnah. Whenever they see any problems, immediately they will drop the da'wah, they will leave, and they will go and become what? Become an individuals. Let alone he stand with the kuffar against Muslims, or he start to have websites to attack what? To attack Ahl-Tawheed wal Jihad, claiming that he is doing good deeds. Because they come under the attack. Because they have been put in prison. Because they have been just requested to come on trial. The saints, they felt immediately. So my dear Muslim brothers and sisters, be prepared, be aware that those who carry the haqq in every time, in every place, they are going to face deportations. They are going to face isolations. They are going to face complete boycott. They are going to come under the attack by everybody. The nearest people to them, they will attack them. They're going to lose some of their own job, some of their own health, some of their own wealth, some of their own families, some of their own businesses. They're going to be driven out of their own homes. All this for nothing, except that the fact they said La ilaha illallah and they call it in the societies. Because they differ with the man-made laws. Because they're rejecting the man-made laws. On the light of that, in the light really of studying the seerah, is a duty upon those who engage in the da'wah to be as much as they can very light from the heavy weights of dunya, and not to put themselves in many complications which make them worried about lose it. A lot of people, what they do too much businesses, too much job, too much itself responsibilities. Then he finds himself have too much commitment. He cannot afford to leave all this and engage in da'wah, because his own interest now contradict with the da'wah interest. And obviously, if he's not really devoted, he put his interest first, whereas it must be him and his wealth and his life. قُلْ إِنَّ صَلَاتِي وَنُسُكِي وَمَحْيَايَ وَمَمَاتِي لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ لَا شَرِيكَ لَهُ. That's what's supposed to be his life, his death, his act and deceit and ritual act and transactions, all for the sake of Allah. He sacrificed everything. And to be prepared for the hijrah, prepared for the struggle, prepared even to miss very dear person to him, to lose very good person, dear person to him, and willing to lose everything. That's the way we should prepare our brothers and sisters in the da'wah. That the manhaj and the upbringing, manhaj, that's supposed to be our main really mission is we don't want dunya. Is enough from the dunya what will make us survive to continue the struggles. And whenever the time is due, whenever the time is come, I sacrifice all what I have under me and over me for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. After all, we come naked to this life and we got to leave back naked. Did you ever think about it? Everybody will leave this dunya naked except the mujahid. He'll be buried with his clothes. The shaheed fi sabilillah. He'll be buried with his clothes. And that is unique. He's going there ready. He got evidence within his own body about his commitment. So the duty upon all of us to be prepared always for the hijrah. Whether the hijrah from the place people disobey Allah to the place where people obey Allah. The hijrah from the man-made laws to the sharia. The hijrah from the dunya to the akhirah. And this is how our preparations are so important. Especially where people deserted today the duties. Is the hijrah to leave, to make hijrah from your home to the da'wah, to the jihad, to the stall, to the struggles. Nowadays the hijrah become upon the people is heavier than the mountain of Uhud. Heavier than the mountain really of Himalaya. The da'i should not be connected so much in the dunya. The da'i, he should be prepared to sacrifice everything for the sake the deen of Allah to prevail, for the sake the sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam to be revived. He should feel nothing in this world because he knows kullu man alayha fan. Everything on it is going to be vanished. So he's not going to be bothered about all this. Kullu man alayha fan. وَيَبْقَى وَجْهُ رَبِّكَ ذُو الْجَلَالِ وَالْإِكْرَامِ. That is the way the da'i should be thinking. And more than that, we should believe we are going to be driven out of our homeland, or we are going to be killed or to be imprisoned, because our contradictions to the people customs and the man-made system, our rejecting of their own tawaghit and their own laws. But we don't have any other choice to maintain as a muwahid except that. We should understand that really destiny and be prepared for that and take all the material and spiritual and really moral precautions, and to be prepared even to leave everything behind us. And if we do not engage in the da'wah, we should be prepared to leave and make hijrah. If we engage in the da'wah, we should be prepared to listen and to obey and of the amir and be work collectively. But the good things about it, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala designate there always will be people there wish to support you. And that is what in the seerah he said to him, I wish if I was at that time present and live and strong, I will support you. Subhanallah. He said to him, one day they got to driven you out. Waraq ibn Nawfal, he said that to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He said, I wish if at that time I could be present to be amongst your Ansar. And that is lesson from that. We learn from that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala designate always people to love Ahlul Tawheed wal Jihad and to support them. Therefore, if we think that we are really struggling for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we must be aware about this fact. And not only that, we must be aware that whenever we wake up in the morning, that there is an angel of the death is above our heads. He calling for us. And he is after us. Therefore, is a word of difference between somebody's who's preparing to meet the angel of the death while he is in da'wah and jihad. Even the du'at and the mujahideen, they chased the angel of the death and he ran away from them. Where is the kuffar and the munafiqeen? They ran away from the angel of the death. That's why there's a beautiful message said, نُطَارِدُ ظِلَّهُ فَيَفِرُّ مِنَّا. We chase his shade and he keep run away from us. That Khalid bin Walid radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. He fought all battles seeking to be martyred, seeking to become a martyr for the sake of Allah. But angel of death, he kept away from him, chasing death. And there's a world of difference between the wishes and the realities. In realities, all your wishes, unless you believe on them and act upon the command of Allah and seek from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala the victories, otherwise we will be considered that we failed in our duty and we did not fulfill the haqq of the deen. We did not fulfill what is obligatory upon us for our deen and for the ummah. We should not be like those people whom they attribute themselves to this deen, and instead to protect it and to implement it, they start to run away from the deen and support the kuffar against the muwahhideen. So don't be enough to say, I'm a Muslim. You want to protect this deen, and you want to spread it, and you want to implement it, and you want to sacrifice everything for the sake of Izharuddin. That is the secret. That is the secret behind the victories of this deen. That is the secret behind the continuity of the deen of Islam throughout different eras and centuries. Our Salaf al-Salih never only wish good for the deen. No. Our Salaf al-Salih never have these false wishes where they sit at home and waiting for some miracles to happen for this deen. No. Our Salaf al-Salih, from the Sahaba, the Tabi'een and Tabi'in and until today, the Muwahhideen, the Da'is and the Mujahideen, they sacrifice a lot and they face all obstacles, all difficulties, and they stand in the face of the Zalim and the Kafir and the Munafiq, and they walk day and night in order that deen to be spread, in order the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to be established. They never sat back and said, we make dua and that's it enough. Yes, the dua will help a lot, but what is really help more, that when the dua is combined with the actions, when our life is all for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is our lesson from the seerah, and that's what we should learn, all of us, when we study the seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, is to teach us how we could stand in our da'wah, commanding good, forbidding evil, and accepting the consequences. And remember, from time to time, we're going to face some difficulties, some coolness, if you like, some stagnations, if you like. Even Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, after Waraq ibn Nawfal, he returned him and he left him, the wahi delayed upon him for a while. And some people start to say, why? Why that delay? Okay, and why did not come to him any other wahi? If something happened, the ulama even, you see, in the past, they spoke about that, especially when Ibn Abbas radiallahu ta'ala anhu said, that is, after that, Rasulullah sallallahu returned from, Waraq ibn Nawfal, and for days, never received really any wahi. And some people said for months. And obviously, Rasulullah sallallahu he continued to go to the cave of Hira. He waiting for something to happen, never happened. And he always go back and return back to his home. And be reported that Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, as in Bukhari and Muslims, after one complete month, keep going and come back to the ghar. Suddenly, after he complete the entire month, the wahi start to come to him again. So we learn from that something, Obviously the wahi came to him on the last, 10 days of Ramadan, with the resuming coming to him. And sallallahu alayhi wasallam, during those periods, he was so sad that he's surprised why he did not receive any revelations, why did not hear any, message, why did not see any good scene. And reported in Bukhari, as mentioned by the Imam al-Bukhari, he said that is the wahi delayed for about a month, did not come to Rasulullah ﷺ until he reached sadness, and he was, for time to time, whenever he is going to the ghar, to the cave of Hira, he always returned back sad, and few times he falling down and he was crying. Then Jibreel come to him and said, Ya Muhammad, innaka haqqa. Say, oh Muhammad, you are the messenger of Allah. Suddenly he make him settle, and he returned back to him. Then he always go to the mountains and meet Jibreel alayhi salam until the wahi start to come again, and this time came stronger than before. It's been reported by Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, hadith of Jabir ibn Abdullah al-Ansari, that the Prophet told us about how the wahi resumed to come to him again. He said, once I was walking, I heard voice from the heaven. I raised my sight. I saw at that time Jibreel, the angels would come to me on the ghar of Hira, sitting over a share between heaven and earth. I was shaken from him. So I returns and I said, Zammiluni, Zammiluni. So now, there he said, Zammiluni. Here he said, Dathiruni, Dathiruni. Allah says, Ya ayyuhal muddathir, kum fa'anzir. Here the wahi started to become strong. Until Allah said to him, وَالرِّزَّ فَهْجُرْ. Not only that, you want to rise and tell the people the truth, and as well to reject, to forbid the evil. And this is the way the wahi become resuming again. We learn from that following thing. Those few ayat in chapter of Al-Muddathir, it could summarize really everything's in the deen, you know that. Because if you are really just go through those few verses at particular chapters, and you will find that is composed certain things. Let me just go through it with you one after one. Chapter of Al-Muddathir is starting by strong message said to him, rise. Or the one, what do you call this one, wrap off, the one who is covered himself. So ask him to rise and to pray, to wake up on the night time, and give him certain instructions, and those instructions are unique. Saying the following, Ya ayyuhal muddathir, qum fa'anzir. Is that the first order? وَرَبَّكَ فَكَبِّرْ. So rise and warn the people. And you, Lord, you should elevate. That is beautiful. So, tell the people of Mecca there's higher fire. فَأَنذِرْ, warning the people of Mecca, there will be the consequences higher, hellfire, if you don't believe. And وَرَبَّكَ فَكَبِّرْ is what? Elevate your lords in order all the shirk, the elevate, go down. وَسِيَابَكَ فَطَهِرْ, purify yourself from any najasa, which the clothes, it could be really rich. وَالرُّجْزَ فَهْجُرْ. And now, all the way of life of the kuffar, you desert it. You see, if you read those ayat, وَلَا تَمْنُنْ تَسْتَكْثِرْ, وَلَا تَمْنُنْ تَسْتَكْثِرْ, and do not ask for more. Whatever being given, whatever you give, don't take anything in return, nor to ask anything more. And that is specifically for Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Mean, if you give, don't talk. وَلِرَبِّكَ فَاصْبِرْ. And to your Lord you should be patient and firm on fulfilling all His commands and keep away from whatever really He forbid. Until the ayah said, فَإِذَا نُقِرَ فِي النَّاكُورِ فَذَلِكَ يَوْمَئِذٍ يَوْمٌ عَسِيرٌ. And when the blow, you see, on the surah start, you see, and that is the horns of the second blow, that you should not be aware, that is the day of judgment start. You see, those few ayat in chapter of Al-Muddathir compose the entire deen from beginning to the end. He's speaking about really stop sleep, okay? How much you need from the sleep, how much you need from the risings, what the da'wah should be involved in warning the people from the consequences of the hereafter as a punishment if they don't believe and they insisting on their own kufr, and elevate your Lord, and that is symbol of the Tawheed, you see, and declare after that to all purities in the societies from any kufr way of life. Purified your clothes, mean what? Purified whatever it is really corruption in the societies. And more than that, it is command to Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam is what? To engage on his own da'wah and not to feel proud about what he's doing and think what he did is so big and he deserved for that extra reward. I'm equipped with the sabr as a way to fulfill the fard. And the best really sharh for that, I maybe come with you about it, that call from Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it's come from above seven heaven to warn the whole humanities and to wake them up and to save them from the evils of the dunya. And not only that, to save them from hellfire and the hereafters is a duty upon us as a Muslims. Whenever we're engaging in the da'wah, to remember Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam when he said to him, وَرَبَّكَ فَكَبِّرْ. Allah alone is the highest, the greatest. He is Al-Kabir, who deserves all takbir. So no other leaders, no other person, no person deserves takbir. But Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, Allah ordered him, وَرَبَّكَ فَكَبِّرْ. Your Lord, you must have the takbir. He is the greatest. So whenever anything we hear goods, any news is good news, whenever we carry da'wah, whenever come a good forbid evil, we say Allahu Akbar. We don't say Muhammad Akbar. No. So Allah is the greatest. And that is the da'wah. And that is what we need all of us to learn and to spend everything and make all the efforts in order what? In order to be on the right path. So, if we take that lesson, which consider that da'wah, which starts from the shame, from the ghar, if you like, the cave of Hira, and from the hills of Mecca, to spread all over the world, we can see nowadays, with a few Muslims start with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, nowadays is about 2 billion Muslims around the world calling for La ilaha illallah, believing in La ilaha illallah. And there is among them some people are struggling to establish the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the earth. So don't be among those people who are sleeping. Be among those people who are struggling for the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Inshallah we will start the question answer sessions. Wa alaikum salam. He said, what is the secret stage people keep talking about in the da'wah? The secret stage on the da'wah? You mean in the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam? Because nothing called secret stage nowadays. Secret stage was a time in the seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and that has been abrogated. Because if you speak about secret stage, when the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam in the beginning, and when people embraced Islam, they kept their Islam secret. Alright, and some people they may call it the stage where the da'i start to call the nearest person to him. When Allah asked the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to tell his own family, وَأَنذِرْ عَشِيرَتَكَ الْأَقْرَبِينَ, start with your nadir to the nearest of your own relative, to your tribes, to Bani Hashims, your uncle, your cousin, etc. Because that will give him some strength and some supporters from his own tribes. He said to him, address your own tribes first, because definitely that will be helpful. Otherwise, they will be under attack directly by other tribes. So this one, the other really side, you see, we learn about it. There's something called, before the public da'wah, there is a private da'wah. Okay, it is not called secret stage, but before the public da'wah, it's going to be private da'wah. It's called closed halaqa, closed circle, where people do studies and they come out publicly on weekly gatherings, in weekly public gathering, in monthly public gathering, and on the public, da'wah to societies. So this is really what people, when they speak about the issues of the stages. But in general, nothing called secret stage anymore. If you want to think that the secret stage means nobody knows what is the admin and what the structures of that group. That group is an admin structure, is area of mubah, area of permissibilities, and is not going to cause any revival for people to know about it. So will be kept really private for them. There's no need people to know who is the mas'ul of different area and who is in charge for finance, in charge for foreign relationship, etc., etc. All this, it is an individual things. Sorry, it is administrations belong to the Jama'ah internally. So when you hear about the word secret stage of the seerah, mean in the beginning of the da'wah has ordered the messengers to start with his closer tribes to him. Then start to be given instruction more and more, then that's been abrogated. Wallahu a'lam. Okay, brothers and sisters, I will leave you now, and inshallah we will see you tomorrow. Jazakumullahu khair. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله.
في راية التوحيد رغم أمرك والتنديد، أطرفي خفاقة في شمم واصلحي في الكون بالتقليد. أطرفي راية التوحيد رغم أمرك والتنديد، أطرفي خفاقة في شمم واصلحي في الكون بالتقليد.
إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونستهديه ونتوب إليه ونتوكل عليه ونعوذ بالله تعالى من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له، وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له، وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا كثيرا. In the beginning of the da'wah, Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam was in the individual one by one, and those who embraced Islam at that time, they entered in a stage is known as the secret stage, the stage where the da'wah was secret. That stage helped a lot the da'wah to be spread and to establish very good, reasonable bases built and developed away from the eyes of the kuffar and the mushrikeen. And that order to keep everything secret was for a divine wisdom. Only Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala al-alim al-khabir, He know it. And when the time due for the da'wah to go to new stage, the stage of the public call, the stage of declaration and manifested itself publicly, and that is the stage where Allah ordered the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam to come out publicly. Whereas at that time the remain Muslims has been continue in their own private and secret stage, hiding their own iman, practicing the da'wah secretly, until Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant them permission later on. So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordered the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam in the chapter of Ash-Shu'ara, verse 214, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وأنذر عشيرتك الأقربين. Go out publicly, address your tribes, let the da'wah be openly and public. Obviously, it's so natural, and it is really part of the human inclinations that a person, when he wants to offer something good, he offers it to his close relative, to close, people, not those who are away. So the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam received the message. It is reported on the books of the Siyar and in the book of Ar-Rahiq al-Makhtoum that the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he called his tribes from Bani Hashim after this ayah has revealed. So they came all together, and they got with them some people from the tribes of Bani al-Muttalib, bin Abdul Manaf, and there was about 45 men. And Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, before he starts to speak, Abu Lahab, his uncle, stand and he said, they are your uncles, they are your cousins. Remember, speak and give up saying something which is really dreams. And you should be aware that is your people cannot handle all the Arab tribes. They don't have that strength. I am the one who is the most worthy to take you. So, enough for you. Make it easy for yourself and for your own tribes. And if you're going to continue doing what you are doing, you are not going to leave any friend for our tribes. All the tribes of Quraysh and the Arab behind them, they're going to rise against us. I never saw any person, he bring evil to his own people more than you. So definitely that message from Abu Lahab and speaking directly to Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, the Prophet, he's silent, did not speak anything at that majlis, at that place. Why? Because his uncle was articulate in put his case. You are saying some things which is really make all the Arab tribes rise against us, and now you gather us all now. What do you want to tell us? So don't bring something evil to your own people. This is why the people of Quraysh was aware that the tribes of Rasulullah ﷺ are not really in favor to stand beside the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ, except very few people. Obviously in this one here, we can really remember, in order for the da'wah to be successful, we need a lot of support, especially in the public arena, the public opinion, the environment where we live as a da'is. In your environment, you need to live in environment where people will support the da'wah in general. So it must be, certain conditions must be met for that support to happen, for the mission of the da'wah to be successful. Because if the conditions be met, or those elements which really will help the da'wah to be spread, will be very difficult to achieve any success. The right place, the right time in order to speak, in order to address, and the plan C. They know exactly what they are doing. And that's exactly what happened with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. All his tribes to come, he invited them all, yet he retreat from plan A to plan B and did not speak on that majlis. Because the uncle, Abu Lahab, he's already create public opinion against whatever he wants to say. Because he knows the message which the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ was carrying when he was inviting his own close members of the families. But now he wants to invite the whole people of Bani Hashims publicly. And that's going to reach all the other tribes. Because some people from the tribes of Bani Muttalib, bin Abdul Manaf, they came. Not only Bani Hashim. So Abu Lahab said to him, that's all your uncles here, all your cousin here, all your blood relationship are here. So stop being childish. Stop having foolish dreams. So they said to him, leave it aside. You should know that your own people cannot deal, cannot handle. They have no strength, no power to challenge the entire tribes, the entire Arabs. So take it easy with your own people. And then he said to him, what you are doing, you are making all the tribes of Quraysh evil things than you. So obviously that message is so strong. The Messenger Muhammad ﷺ silent. Did not speak. He went to plan C, to plan D. And he just went out from the meetings without to address them at all. So here, we learn from that. The da'i, he need to choose the right time, the right place. And he want to make sure that the public opinion or the environment at least is ready to receive from him that particular call here. Or at least they are ready to listen. Or nobody will disturbing the meeting. Sometimes there are certain very positive elements are really surrounding any event, and the man who is carrying the da'wah, he thinks, inshallah, he could make some success. But one negative element could be enough reason to destroy the entire project, to destroy all the other positive elements, which could really make the da'i feel depressed. And obviously, that will make the da'wah he is engaging on not able to move, and the people could be after that no longer interested. Therefore, always we need to choose the right time, the right place in order the success to happen, to do as much as we can, because the success is not something easy. In order to avoid all possibilities of being failures, which could really make the dua, the da'is and the others, people support the da'wah, make them weak. The other issues we need to remember, that we need to be patient and be a people who study the case properly, where we're going to put our project, which area we're going to hit, which topic we're going to pass, which environment we are looking for, which time itself is the da'wah is need to be addressed. What is the public opinion at that time, before and during and even when you're going to pass the message? What the top public opinion is there? What the local public opinion among the communities, or the national public opinion in the entire societies? So that I need to have that experience. Make him with the time be patient. He is really carrying the da'wah the way he believes is the best, and leave everything in the hand of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The Messenger Muhammad sallallahu after a while, he called them again, and he met them again, and he said to them, Alhamdulillah ahmaduhu wa asta'inuhu wa u'min bihi wa tawakkalu alayhi wa ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lah. He addressed them, all blessing to Almighty Allah, the one I praise, I seek help from, I believe in, I rely on, and I testify that no one worthy to be worshipped truly but Allah, exclusively, no partners with him. Then he said, Inna ra'ida la yakdi, the leader, the good man who lead the people, does not lie to his own people. Wallahi alladhi la ilaha illa huwa inni rasulullahi ilaykum khassa wa ila an-nasi 'amma. By the one who is no worthy, no ilah worthy to be worshipped, to be obeyed, to be followed but him, I am the messengers of Allah to you specifically and to the whole people generally. Wallahi latamutunna kama tanamun. By Allah, you're going to die the way you sleep. وَلَتُبْعَثُنَّ كَمَا تَسْتَيْقِظُونَ. And you're going to rise again, resurrect, counted for all you did. وَإِنَّهَا الْجَنَّةُ أَبَدًا أَوْ النَّارُ أَبَدًا. It is either Jannah forever, heaven forever, or hellfire forever. Very strong message, very sharp to the point, so comprehensive. And he took them by surprise. Abu Talib, he said, is nothing dearest to us than to cooperate with you, and nothing dearest to us than to accept your advice, and nothing it make us so strongly wish to believe on what we believe on whatever you said, and that is all your cousins and all the children of your fathers, the grandchildren of your fathers, the descendants of your fathers are gathered together, and I am one of them. But I am maybe faster than any one of them to what you love. Go, whatever have been ordered to do. By Allah, I will continue help you. I will continue defending you. But remember, my nafs does not really incline to leave the deen of Abdul Muttalib. My nafs will never accept. Abu Lahab, he said, هذه والله السوءة. He said, that is shame, that is slandering. He speak about what the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ said, at something really shame, like if you said scandal. خذوا على يديه قبل أن يأخذ غيركم. Stop him yourself before somebody else stop him. You deal with him before somebody else dealt with him. Abu Talib, he said, Wallahi لَنَمْنَعَهُ مَا بَقِينَا. By God, we're going to protect him and defending him as long as we are alive. Obviously here, another environment. You see, there Abu Lahab was taking his own on the first meetings, he taking the whole scene. But now, the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ put his case, and his uncle Abu Talib supported him. Abu Lahab said, take him before anybody else stayed and do it. Obviously, that Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, when he speak out publicly, he addressed them. He announced to them the aim of all of his aim from his own da'wah. What is his ultimate aim in front of his uncles, in front of his cousins, and all his families, and all his uncles? He said, I bear witness that no one worthy to be worshipped, to be obeyed, to be followed but Allah exclusively, no partner with him. He said, أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له. And he said again, to insisting about the oneness of Allah, he said, Wallahi الذي لا إله إلا هو. By Allah, the one who is no one worthy to be worshipped, to be followed but him. Then he focusing on the same message, that my call is universal call to the whole mankind. It is not only to you. I've been sent to you and to the whole people. Then he speak. You see the way he address Tawheed, Sharia for the whole mankind. More than that, he spoke about death, about resurrection, about accountabilities. Then either you're going to go to Jannah or you go to hellfire. This is really so comprehensive. Watch out what you do to be a messenger of Allah. He understands what it means to be a man who carry message to the mankind. Not only to the Arabs, to the whole mankind. That's why he linked every call to the death and to the resurrections and to the accountabilities. Then to the destiny in hellfire or in Jannah. And this is the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ intentionally. He focusing on those pillars, in those key points in his speech, in order to destroy any other points the kuffar of Quraysh could really prepare. Because the kuffar the pagan worshippers, they have many. They disbelieve on the resurrections. So, they disbelieve even on the issue of Jannah or hellfire. All this contradict to their aqidah, which they said we are not going to be accounted. That's why in chapter of Al-Mu'minun, verse 81 to 82, they show what they believe. They believe it's impossible to have resurrection after death. And they said, بَلْ قَالُوا مِثْلَ مَا قَالَ الْأَوَّلُونَ قَالُوا أَإِذَا مِتْنَا وَكُنَّا تُرَابًا وَعِظَامًا أَإِنَّا لَمَبْعُثُونَ. They say it the way their own fathers and mothers said before. Are we going to die, then become ashes and bones? We will become bones and ashes. Are we going to resurrect again? That is impossible. Those Al-Mu'minun from verse 81 to 82, they said that what you challenge us now with our aqidah. So his message, Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, challenge on aqidah. Not only tell them about the belief in one God. No, there's something else as well. You're going to be accountable for all you did. And you're going to die the way you sleep, and you're going to rise the way you wake up. You're going to resurrect the way you wake up from your sleep, and then you're going to be faced the accountabilities. And you're going to be Jannah or hellfire. Those all this, they never believe it. That's why they said, أَإِذَا مِتْنَا وَكُنَّا تُرَابًا وَعِظَامًا أَإِنَّا لَمَبْعُثُونَ. Are we, after we die and become ashes and bones, are we going to resurrect again? And they said that, you see in another verse, they said we don't believe on the resurrection, we don't believe on issues of accountabilities. In chapter of Al-Mu'minun, verse 37, إِنْ هِيَ إِلَّا حَيَاتُنَا الدُّنْيَا نَمُوتُ وَنَحْيَا وَمَا نَحْنُ بِمَبْعُوثِينَ. It is only this life. We die and we live the way our mother and father used to live, and we are not going to resurrect again. So they believe that they live for nothing, just wasting of time. And obviously, the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he addressed the masses with those points. And when he saw his uncle Abu Talib beside him, protecting him, and when he guaranteed that, he decided now to address the entire society. Wow, that means you need to have some strength to come out. Some covenant of securities, some protections, somebody there to defend you, to stand with you. When he found only his uncle, Abu Talib, he decided to convey the message of Allah to the whole people. And once he did call everybody's, then he stands on that day on the mountain of As-Safa, the hill of As-Safa. He stands to the head of it, to the summit of it. That is the public address. That is the public da'wah. And he started to say, oh people. He started to read and recite, oh people, Ya Sahibah, Ya Sahibah. Obviously his word was so strong. The Trafalgar Square of Quraysh in Mecca, he stood on the hill of Safa, which is really that mountain of As-Safa, was the public address, like if you are standing in any public arena. And his word was so strong, warning them, tell them something strange going to happen. And usually the Arab, when they call Ya Sahibah, Ya Sahibah, mean what? Mean warning, like itself really. It is enemy coming, is army coming to raid me. There is some raids, is going to attack you. Usually, warning, there's something dangerous is going to happen. Even the one who was not able to go at that time, he sent some of his own messengers, some of his own ambassadors to see what the news. Abu Lahab come, and Quraysh, all the tribes comes, and when they gathered together, he said to them, أرأيتكم لو أخبرتكم أن خيلا بالوادي بسفح هذا اليس قالوا نعم ما جربنا عليك كذبا ما جربنا عليك إلا صدقا. They said, yes, we will believe you. We never used to know you lie. We always used to know that you speak the truth. Then he said to them, والله إني نذير لكم بين يدي عذاب شديد. He said, by Allah, I am the warner for you, which will bring to you severe punishment if you don't take my warning. So he's the warner. إنما مثلي ومثلكم كمثل رجل رأى العدو فانطلق يربأ أهله. He said, my example and yours like a man who saw enemy and he went to save his own people. Mean looking to them, addressing them, try to help them to take precaution before the enemy attacked them. So obviously he called them to the haqq and he warned them from severe punishment. And he said the following wording, يا معشر قريش اشتروا أنفسكم من الله أنقذوا أنفسكم من النار فإني لا أملك لكم من الله ضرا ولا نفعا. O people of Quraysh, buy yourself from Allah. Mean, watch out. أنقذوا أنفسكم, save yourself from hellfire. Sell yourself to Allah and save yourself from hellfire. I do not have any power to harm you or to benefiting you. وَلَا أُغْنِي عَنْكُمْ مِنَ اللَّهِ شَيْئًا. And I'm not able to help you at all in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, I don't have permission for that. يا بني كعب يا بني كعب بن لؤي. He started to name them tribes by tribes, nationality by nationalities. يا بني كعب بن لؤي, O people of Bangladesh. يا بني مرة بن كعب, O people of Pakistan. يا معشر بني قصي, O people of Britain. يا معشر بني عبد مناف, O people of Arabia. يا بني عبد شمس, O people of USA. He addressing all the tribes who were living in Arab Peninsula, and they used to gather together and come to Mecca. Ya Bani Hashim, oh my people. So what his message to them? He repeat the same word to all of them. أنقذوا أنفسكم من النار. I cannot help you. Save yourself from the hellfire. Save yourself from the hellfire. I cannot help you. Save yourself from the hellfire. I cannot do anything for you. The same message. سلوني من مالي ما شئتم. Oh my people. يا معشر بني عبد المطلب. أنقذوا أنفسكم من النار. O people of sons of the children of Abdul Muttalib, save yourself from the hellfire. I cannot help you. I cannot do anything for you. Ask me for my money, whatever you like, but I cannot do anything for you when you meet your Lord. يا عباس بن عبد المطلب لا أغني عنك من الله شيئا. O Abbas, son of Abdul Muttalib, I cannot do anything for you. Yes, O sons of Vikings, O people of Denmark, O people of Sweden. He speak to all of them. Then he speak to his own families as well. يا صفية بنت عبد المطلب يا عمة رسول الله. O Safiya, daughter of Abdul Muttalib, O the auntie of the messenger of Allah. لا أغني عنك من الله شيئا. He addressed يا عباس بن عبد المطلب, يا صفية بنت عبد المطلب, يا فاطمة بنت محمد, O Fatima, daughter of Muhammad. سليني ما شئت من مالي. Ask me whatever you want from my wealth, from my money. Save yourself from the hellfire. I cannot do anything for you. I do not control to harm or to benefiting you. I cannot do anything. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala decides to do, He said, I cannot help you. غير أن لكم رحما سأبلها ببلاها. But you are my blood relationship. I'm going to establish it in according to the haqq. Obviously that warning to everybody is shaking the entire society. The entire society, the people who come from all, and he chose the right time where everybody was gathering on that season. And all of them, after he finished, no one was able to say anything. And there's no reactions except his uncle, Abu Lahab. He faced the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ with very abusive word. He said, تَبًّا لَكَ سَائِرَ الْيَوْمِ تَبًّا لَكَ وَلِمَا جَمَعْتَنَا إِلَيْهِ. He said, تَبًّا, the perish you and what for all the day. Perishing for you and what you gathering us for. Allah has revealed, تَبَّتْ يَدَا أَبِي لَهَبٍ وَتَبٍ. Allah will perish the hand of Abu Lahab with severe punishment. You see, obviously, this public address, anybody who wants to be honest, speaking the truth, not to be cowards when he deal with the life of the greatest man who walked the earth. Don't approach the seerah and his life with the mentality of the cowards, with the mentality who want to sit at home doing nothing. You are approaching the seerah of the greatest man, the seerah of the one who is our qudwa, our example. Listen what the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam did. Are you doing the same thing? The da'i, when he read the seerah, he read it as what? Not as a story. He read it as a milestone in his own da'wah. We learn from that a lot of lessons. First of all, every da'i, when he wants to address the societies, he should research and find the highest platform could be exist in that society, a place where people used to come and gather there, a place where everybody can reach and access to. And he went to the Jabal, to the Mount of Safa, because that is the symbolic of the highest place where his platform could be addressed everybody. That is the way the public da'wah to societies. You want to speak one-to-one, you go to the mountain? You want to speak one-to-one da'wah, you go to the mountain? No. You go to the mountain, you want to address the whole societies. In a place where everybody can reach, can hear you, can see you, can listen to you. And that public arena nowadays could be in the street, could be in the market, could be on squares, could be at Trafalgar Squares, could be at really area of the open area in Mecca, could be the open area in Denmark, on the open area in Sweden, in the city centers everywhere, could be as well on the national TV. Anything you can reach the masses. Anything can make your da'wah reach the people, touch their own hearts. And the mountains of Safa is symbolic of the highest platform ever. This is why when he was speaking there and he addressing them, he knows that his voice got to reach the masses of the people. At that time, that Mount of Safa is a symbolic of what? Is a symbolic of social and moral and political values. Because here the da'i stands in the front of the entire societies in the area where he is moving and maneuvering. He is the place where he got to address the masses. He is the place where one day he's going to find people to support him and listen to him and embrace what he's saying. And obviously the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he chose that particular platform. He wants us to choose the same platform wherever we are. You work hard to reach that platform. He went to the top of the summit of that mountain. Though between them and mixed with them, looking after their own concerns, addressing their own situation and problems. He never was away, isolated. No, he was living amongst the people, interacting. He never sat away and said, I am the best man. All these people kafir, all these people jahil, all these people bad, and I'm going and sit in my own home and just maybe interact with 2-3 people. No, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He did not isolate himself. Isolation is not part of his da'wah. Da'wah must be always what? Publicly interacting. He never believed in integrations, nor believed in isolations. He believed in interacting to come out and address, expose the corruptions and introduce the goodness. Expose the shirk, introduce tawheed. Expose the munkar and tell them what is the good. Don't ever do like some people said, I'm alim, I'm faqih, so I'm going to sit away. You say, I don't want to come to the low level of the people, the societies. That is not da'i who does that. That the person who is just either coward or foolish, have this takabbur. I don't come and meet the common people. No. You want to interact in the societies, but in the name of Allah, in the da'wah, publicly. The only interaction people know nowadays is to go to the job seeker allowance and sign and go to the housing benefits and fill applications and interacting in the housing benefits departments. That's all. But they don't interact in the societies by the da'wah publicly or openly. And what is beautiful thing, the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was so wise. In what? On persuading the people to come, to divert their own attention. Do you hear what he said? He said, if I told you there is an army with a lot of horses coming behind this mountain now to raid you, are you believe me? Subhanallah. You see the message? The message was so strong. Everybody concerned, and he came out with a message, said to them, the Magnificent 19. Ooh, that is very powerful. Very powerful. Really titles to make everybody attracted and make them come to listen. That's exactly the way you should adopt the project. That is from the seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He did not say, I've come to speak with you. Okay? No. He said, look, if I told you there's army coming, the towering day of history, what do you call them? So you have to use the titles, which is make everybody attracted, provoked, or incited to come and listen. Obviously, what behind the mountain was nobody able to see, because he was in the top of the mountain at that time. See, if I told you, behind that mountain where I stand, there's army you cannot see yourself are coming. Obviously, he made them all come. When he said, Ya Sahibah, Ya Sahibah, Ya Sahibah, he used the warning. Remember, the 8th of September. He always really using the warning. People want to remember the 8th of September in order to see what the message is about. And subhanallah, when we did the project, the 8th of September, do you remember that? The whole world spoke about the da'wah. The whole world spoke about the khilafah. The whole world was speaking about what Islam in the societies. Honestly, I'm sure Abu Luqman, he lived with me all those minutes and seconds on our nerves. The amount of really addressing mass talks everywhere. That is عَمَّا يَتَسَاءَلُونَ عَنِ النَّبَإِ الْعَظِيمِ الَّذِي هُمْ فِيهِ مُخْتَلِفُونَ. People ask, what's going on? What's going on? What's the message? That is exactly what the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ taught us if we understand the da'wah properly. No doubt, to tell people there's attack coming from the enemies is something so horrible. Something is really, shaking them, will make everybody's attentions, and to say, Magnificent 19, where everybody said they are criminals, they are terrorists, and you call them Magnificent 19, they're going to drive everybody crazy. They want to come and see what you want to talk about. Is that true or not? We make everybody, what? Everybody as if they are under attack. Everybody is ready to see what's going on. So the da'i, he is a warner to the people, to the greatest dangerous, to something is greatest dangerous than the enemies who could attack them is what? He wants to warning them from the severe punishment is going to come to you if you don't believe in Allah and obey and go back to their own fitrah, their own natural dispositions. Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us in order to decide it, in order to decide their own destiny before it's too late. Before it is too late. Choose for yourself. Crossroad, the road to salvation or the road off to hellfire. The road to Jannah or the road of hellfire. The road of success and the road of loser, of lost. Therefore, da'wah, it could be one-to-one, individual da'wah, da'wah khasa, da'wah fardiyah, or could be one-to-all, to societies, da'wah am. The da'i naturally start individually, invite non-Muslims to Islam, invite people to Tawheed, one-to-one, and he start by his own closer to him. Then he start to move to others, and he choose the best time and the best really times in order to offer to them to his da'wah and call them to whatever can save them from the hellfire. Call them to Tawheed, call them to Islam. But that's one-to-one. And obviously, when it comes to the issue of the public da'wah, it's completely different now. He calls the entire societies to be really sorted out. What is the society? Society is a transaction between the people. The people themselves in the society, regardless of their own belief, whether they believe in God or believe in cow, they after all they are needed to bring benefit to themselves and prevent harms, to get interest, economically, socially, politically, judiciary. They want systems, organize their own life. Whatever their own belief is irrelevant. What's relevant for them now to have food, clothes, shelters. That's why when you address societies, you're addressing the entire transactions existing, the predominant thought and ideas which shape their own action and transactions. That is where you're addressing them with the Sharia, because the Sharia is the way of life. We sort out all the people way of life. And we know very well the Sharia will sort out even the problems who are mushrik. If they live under the Sharia of Islam, many of his problems, economically, socially, politically, will be sorted out. But he will never sort out his own problems on the hereafters. He will go to hellfire. That is why it is opportunity for them to see Islam, introduce it to them as what? As a solution for their own problems. How Islam deal with the economic problem in the societies. How the Sharia deal with the social problem in the societies and the social trend in the societies. How the Sharia deal with the judicial system, the systems of judiciary, which is really got injustice and got corruptions. How Islam deal with the issue of bribery, with the issue of usury, with the issues of many other problems they face. So that is where the address to the society is different. The way he called them for Tawheed, he called them to watch out, your deed must be based on whatever Allah said. Therefore, it's a duty, you see, the Sharia to the people and the societies, is to study it. To study it because the Sharia is what? The Sharia is at-Tawheed al-Amali. The Sharia is at-Tawheed al-Amali, the practical implementation of the Tawheed. Whereas your belief is Tawheed Nadari. Your inner belief is theoretical Tawheed. But your outer belief, your sayings and your actions and your transactions, that is Al-Iman al-Zahir. That is the outer belief. Therefore, when you are carrying the da'wah, a lot of people have this mistake. They don't have the policies in their own mind about Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah. The political aspect of Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah, it is Ifradullah bil-Ibadah, the oneness of Allah in what? In all of our actions. To be what? Based on His commands, which He legislates, to be called Ibadah. That's why Ifradullah bil-Ibadah, the oneness of Allah in all the, actions. And the Ibadah is what? The Ibadah is the sayings and the actions which Allah has legislated and He is pleased for us to what? To abide with. So, Allah did not really, He's not legislated to us only to pray, even to sell and to buy and to deal and to fight. So where is Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah in your own economic transactions? Where is Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah practically in your own social transactions? Where is Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah practically in your own selling and buying and dealings, wearing, talking, walking? Where is Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah in your own fightings? Where is Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah in your own fulfillment of securities? Where is Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah on the issue of making partnership? Where is Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah with your own relationship with your mother and father and sons and daughters? Where is Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah in the societies? For God's sake, if you don't understand the Sharia is Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah in practical level, you did not know about Islam yet anything. The ABC Islam is not a person just understand that it theoretically thinks. He wants to tell me now, after he studies Tawheed al-Asma' wa Sifat for years, now he can come to power in Egypt and run the affair Hizb al-Nur. You got to run nothing. You got to be just preoccupied, combing your beards and wearing suit and tie and coming out in the screen and saying, we are Salafis. I see. So, they spend all their own life talking only about the theoretical aspect of Tawheed. Make the big issues for them is just to speak about Al-Asma' wa Sifat, though it's very important, but they're neglecting how to apply Al-Asma' wa Sifat, Tawheed Al-Asma' wa Sifat, and Tawheed Al-Rububiyyah, and Tawheed Al-Uluhiyyah, and that is the most important types of Tawheed for us, is how to apply Tawheed Al-Uluhiyyah, the oneness of Allah in all of His commands, is to obey none but Him, and to be every action I do is based on His commands, how to apply it to societies. This is where the Sharia, it is the divine way of life, and the duty about us to study it properly and to carry it to the society. But we should learn the consequences of this type of da'wah to societies. It's going to be a lot of retaliation against us. The hardship, you should be aware about the hardship and difficulties before even you start. Let those people who are working to establish Allah Deen in the societies make sure that those who want to affiliate with them in the Jama'ah as a fard, they should know the consequences of being in the Jama'ah. You could be subject to be labeled, to be attacked, to be defamed. You could be subject to be present. And we saw how many brothers now, they have tribes here and there. You could be subject to be even come under a severe suffering and test from Allah. Therefore, the road to da'wah, which is da'wah to societies, da'wah to individual, between you and him, one-to-one, not going to happen anything. Not going to happen anything. Either Allah guide him to embrace Islam, or he going to turn his back to you and go. That's all. But when you address the entire societies, the societies by default is not only transaction between people, rather is transaction between people managed by regime and authorities. And the moment you say to the people, that transaction between you, it is not allowed, it is really taken to hellfire, it is not the good one, it is not the solution for your problems, the Sharia is the answers, give you all details, you are going to challenge the authorities directly, and you're going to face retaliation from the police and the authorities, because this type of call will change the entire societies, not only the individuals whom you meet one-to-one in daily life. Is a world of difference between invite individual to Tawheed and introduce Tawheed and the Sharia which is the practical implementation of the Tawheed in the societies. Wake up. This type of call is full of suffering, and people will have a message toward you. And don't think as a da'i that everything going to be okay. No. You are going to face a lot of obstacles. You're going to face even people who will start to attack you, who are very close members to your families. They start to oppose you from your own relatives. The way uncle of Rasulullah SAW opposing him. The way his own Bani Hashim opposing him. So the animosities toward the da'wah is going to be manifested. Many Abu Lahab today existing today. There's Abu Lahab of so-called really Muslims, and the Abu Lahab of the so-called really Salafists who are pro-Tawhid of Saudi Arabia. They got to face a lot of people who will stand with the kuffar against you. At that time, Abu Lahab was amongst the big gatherings in that mountains, with nobody opposed the Messenger of Muhammad SAW. They went and they was shocking and listening, except Abu Lahab. So don't be surprised sometimes you make conference, nobody attack you from the government or the people in the societies. Abu Khadija will jump to attack you from Birmingham, or the Mashqiya will jump and attack you itself from here and there, or the other man, what his name in South London, the captain. He will come out to attack you. This is the realities. This is the facts, which is every time in every era we see people who coming out to attacking you and labeling you and lie about you. The Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he looked to the field of Mecca and he wanted to throw the seeds. The seed of his da'wah was what? Was all your deed and transactions must be what? Must be based on the principle of what I'm warning you from. You should believe and take whatever Allah has ordered you, otherwise face consequences. So that is the seed of the da'wah. So the Messenger Muhammad SAW went to the top of the mountains and he threw the seed of his da'wah. And obviously, for every time, its own mountain. For every time, its own platform. For every era, its own environment and a place where the da'i should really move. Even the people in every place, in every area, it really has their own inclination and declinations, their own acceptings and rejections. The da'i should not really worry about the consequences and the reaction of the people, or what he's concerned, that he conveyed the message and he passed all what he have in his own really, if you like, heart and chest, and leave nothing. He does not care if the people disbelieve on what he said. He does not care if the people reject on what he offering. He does not care if the people want to labeling him or arresting him. That's what Rasulullah SAW, Allah ordered him. Just convey it in chapter of Al-Ma'idah verse 67. Just convey it, Ya ayyuhan nabiyyu. بلغ ما أنزل إليك من ربك فإن لم تفعل فما بلغت رسالته. O Prophet, convey what Allah has revealed to you, and if you don't do, you did not convey any of the message. Mean, if you hide one thing in your chest, you are going to be accused that you did not convey anything. Subhanallah. Then you have not conveyed his message if you leave one rule. Today they want to say to you, hide the entire Sharia. Okay, I just tell them, come on and become Muslim. Obviously it's important. But, subhanallah, the practical call of the, you see, Tawheed, is to call people to what? To the Sharia of La ilaha illallah. Whether they believe on it or not, because after all, they are going to be living as citizens, even pay jizya. And they're going to be non-Muslims living under the Islamic State. I don't understand all this ahkam of jizya, what for? All this ahkam of kuffar living among Muslims, what for? If we are saying now the Sharia to introduce to the societies, unless they become muwahid, what are we talking about? That is the greatest lesson we should learn. And what's important from all this, that the da'i nowadays, they need themselves to be shrewd. Know what is the suitable things for his own area. Maybe with the da'wah in the UK, alright, as a style, not the same, not suitable style for the da'wah in Sweden or in Denmark. Maybe the style and the means of the da'wah in Morocco is not suitable as the style and the means for the da'wah in Lebanon. Yes, it could be the style and the means and the way you address the masses is really suitable in Bangladesh but not suitable in Pakistan. So remember that. The da'i should have this experience. But you need to be careful about one thing. Do not change the call for the sake of the people, what? To accept you. A'udhu billah. We said choose the best time, the best place, the best style, but the same call. Be careful. I'm talking about style, and I'm not talking about the call in the Dina in Allah and Islam. So they want you to compromise, don't compromise. And we learn from this public stage of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam on his seerah, we learn something so beautiful. Obviously the standings of As-Safa was the manifestations of the first public confrontations with Quraysh. And that call and that shout in Mecca was so strong, who come from all over, they got to return back to their own what? Tribes and speak what happened. And this is really where creating public awareness or public opinion and make people all go back to their own tribes and tell them what they heard. So the open call was the starting point on this public da'wah now, which is going to take for years. And we know that da'wah was for 23 years. 23 years Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was carrying the da'wah. Even after establishing the Islamic State, the da'wah is continue as a message to the whole mankind. So remember, Allah has ordered the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam before, speak out, addressing the entire societies. Don't bother about the Danish government. Don't bother about the British government. Don't bother about the American government. Don't bother about the Swedish government. Don't bother about the Qurayshi government. The government of Quraysh is not your concern. فَاصْدَعْ بِمَا تُؤْمَرْ وَأَعْرِضْ عَنِ الْمُشْرِكِينَ. Declare publicly. Proclaim publicly what I order you. Publicly. Don't bother about the mushrik. He did not say, no, insist until they become muwahideen, then I'm going to declare publicly. You see from this ayah, he said, declare publicly and don't bother about mushrik. Now we say to you, call them to Tawheed and don't declare publicly. So, and I called him and did not listen. What are you going to do? One to one you called him. إِنَّ كَفَيْنَاكَ الْمُسْتَهْزِئِينَ. This ayah in chapter of Al-Hijr 94, you see, and 93, is giving the Rasulullah start a new type of confrontations. Now, the stage of confrontations, the stage of struggles, the stage of challenging kuffar of Quraysh, the stage when you come out and practicing your da'wah and your own call and your own message and your ibadah publicly, openly, in the middle of the city center of Kaaba, without to be worried about the kuffar of Quraysh. Here, the da'wah is going to bring some fruits. How? Some people embrace Islam. Despite the fact confrontations taking place between him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and his own tribes, because between the Muslims and their own tribes, between those remain Muslims who joined the struggle with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam publicly and with their own family and tribes, because they contradict with the deen of their own mother and fathers, because they're all embracing a new deen, because they're rejecting the systems of Quraysh, rejecting their own idols, attacking their own way of life. Where is the top leaders of Quraysh, the top leaders, and the government was looking to what's going on, surprised the way the British government and the American government and the Swedish and the Danish and the Belgians, all of them, they look to you about this new message. What is people doing? They keep challenging us. They look to each other. They want to have united front and stand against the Muslims. That's why the new law of terrorism, out of fear, the escalation of this da'wah publicly, it could be reached that we may lose the controls of the societies. We may lose the control of the societies because Islam, the fastest growing deen, spread in the east and the west and in the hands of some people, even so weak they are. But they are so strong with their own iman, with their own message, with their own call, which could make a lot of change. And we can see how the people start to embracing Islam. And Islam start to affect on the soul of a lot of people. And on the relationship even between the people. On the basis and the way of life. Remember, brothers and sisters, the majority of the people who embraced Islam was not really via the moderates, chocolates. No, was via the radicals, Muslims, in their own platform. The platforms of those who call for Khilafah. The platforms of those who call it for jihad. The platform of those who say don't obey the law of the land. The platform of those people who are really calling for Sharia. That is where the majority of the people embrace Islam. Really Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala caused the hidayah for them. Did not embrace Islam by listening to somebody who said to them, Islam, it is a message of love and compassionate and peace and democracy. Why they want to embrace Islam? They have democracies. They have their own really systems of love and compassionate. So why they have the welfare systems? So why they want to embrace your system? I don't understand. Why? Because they are, you can't just tell me now, if they are the one who made democracy, you have to tell me now, you're coming to me to say democracy is the best way of life. I know that. I'm living by democracy. So what's the big deal you are coming yourself and say to me, Islam is better? Why Islam is better? You call for democracy? We made it. So you're Islam, take it from us. So, because, see this is why, when you call for the Sharia, and call submission to Almighty God, that's the big challenge for them. The Quraysh decided to fight back and gather together all the tribes. And that's what exactly happened after the new law of terrorism. European communities and American, you see governments and the whole government in Scandinavian countries, they gather together. Even in India subcontinent, in Africa, in Middle East, everywhere they gather together. New law of terrorism. The leaders of Quraysh, they decided and they want to find a way to stop this public call in order not to have any impact amongst the tribes in the Arab Peninsula. That's why they met to Al-Walid bin Mughira, one of the top intellectual thinkers, one of the top poets at that time. He's the head of the Media Information Center. They said to him, advise us what we should do. The call of Al-Islam, the message the Messenger of Muhammad ﷺ came with, the message which Muhammad came with, it is really widespread. Everywhere, a lot of people start to be influenced with it, even they are not Muslims. Al-Walid, he said to them, اجمعوا فيه رأيا واحدا ولا تختلفوا فيكذب بعضكم بعضا. Let us have consensus together about him in one opinion. And let us find the things which all of us, we agreed, and we should not differ, and not to start to be, you see, lying each other's, okay? It's just all of us agreed. Don't say something, other people say something different. Unite your own stands, your own thought, your own fabrications. They said, okay, فأنت فقل وأقم لنا رأيا, and you give us the best say, what to say about him. He said, get us things. But what about if you tell me and I will listen to you? بل أنتم فقولوا أسمع. You tell me what you will accuse him with, so I can tell you if it's going to work or not to work. So they want to find some accusations. They want to send some sentence. Alright? They want to give some accusations. They said, we said Kahin. He's a Kohen. He's the one who is really having certain what's called there's some people, they speak to themselves like this, what's called mesmerizing, okay, words, which is really people cannot understand, and he claimed. So after he read the Quran, Al-Walid bin Mughira, He said, لا والله ما هو بكاهن. He said, no, my God is not a Kohen. He's not the one who's a Pharisee who just saying certain words. He said, لقد رأينا الكهان فما هو بزمزمة الكاهن ولا سجعه. It's not the rhythm and the wordings of the Kohen. He said, فنقول مجنون. We said, he's just lunatic. He said, Al-Walid, ما هو بمجنون. He's not really somebody crazy. Not somebody. وعرفناه وما هو بخنقه ولا تخالجه ولا وسوسته. It's not the way the people who are mentally ill. It's not the way. It's not the whispering. It's not the movement. The man, he is so mature. He's so intellectually fit. They said, فَنَقُولُ الشَّاعِرُ. We said, he's just poet. He gives very nice poetry called Quran. He said, مَا هُوَ بِشَاعِرُ. It's impossible to be poet. What we heard. We know what is the poetry. We know the all types of really rhythm and designings and the wording and the style and the eloquence of poets, the poets of the poetry. That's not poetry. He's not a poet. They said, okay, we say sahir, magician. Al-Walid bin Mughira said, ما هو بساحر. He's not a magician. We saw how the magician people, they really play their own magic. He doesn't have any knot he blow on it. He doesn't have any of those tools or those people who are really magicians are use it. They said, فَمَا نَقُول. What we should say? He said, وَاللَّهِ إِنَّ لِقَوْلِهِ لَحَقٍ. He said, verily, his recitations or the wording of the Quran he bring with is so sweet, so articulate. وَإِنَّ أَصْلَهُ لَغَضَقْ وَإِنَّ فَرْعَهُ لَجَنَاتٍ وَمَا أَنْتُمْ بِقَائِلًا مِنْ هَذَا شَيْئًا إِلَّا عُرِفَ أَنَّهُ بَاطِنٌ. He said, so beautiful, so already its branch, its roots, its bases, so founded. You cannot even say something similar. And whenever you try to say something similar, as people see it, it's falsehood. But I could see from all what you say that the closer things we could use to say it and to labeling him with, that he is sahir, magician. But is different type than the sihr of the others. He's a sahir, but his sihr is sihr al-bayan, the sihr of his wording. He's able to brainwash with his magical word. His sihr is a sihr can divide between mother and fathers, between brothers and sisters, between husband and wife, between man and his tribes. Because look to him, people separated from their own mother and fathers, even man from his wife, even wife from her husbands, even one brother from other brothers. So everybody leaving. So that is his sihr, the sihr of breaking the relationship, the blood relationship. So they left him for a while. They said to him, أَرِنَ رَأْيَكَ الَّذِي لَا غَضَضَ فِيهِ. Tell us about things which is really, you find it is the best. He said, let me think a little bit. He started to go and come back in the room. And there were secretly meetings, the leaders of Quraysh. Al-Walid bin Mughira, go and come back, thinking, contemplating, until he found the best is to say the magical word, using magic. Allah revealed about Al-Walid bin Mughira 16 verses exposing that secret meetings for the leaders of Quraysh who are deciding what they should do in chapter Al-Muddathir from the verse 11 to the verse 26. Allah has described clearly the way Al-Walid bin Mughira was thinking, the way he was plotting. Allah says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ذرني ومن خلقت وحيدا وجعلت له مالا ممدودا وبنين شهودا ومهدت له تمهيدا ثم يطمع أن أزيدا كلا إنه كان لآياتنا عنيدا سأرهقه صعودا إنه فكر وقدر فقتل كيف قدر ثم قتل كيف قدر ثم نظر ثم عبس وبصر ثم أدبر واستكبر فقال إن هذا إلا سحر يؤثر إن هذا إلا قول البشر سأصليه سقر. So the ayah is so beautiful, exposing the entire meetings, addressing Al-Walid ibn Mughira. Leave me alone to deal with. So Allah here said, I'm going to deal with him. The one which is I provide for him. I give him all the means. I granted him all resources. And I give him a lot of children. I make his life so comfortable. And I give him whatever he desires. He asking for more. He's so stubborn, opposing all Allah revelations. Allah says after that, I'm going to make his life so difficult. He's going to climb in the mountains and thrown in the hellfire because of what he plotted. He think and he start to go and come back and think more, and he keep plotting and lying. So he's going to be punished the way he really plotting. Then he look, then he start to turn, then he said with arrogancy that is really magic. That is only a magic. He was so arrogant, proud of himself. In hada illa sihrun yu'sar. There's nothing but magic from that of old. In hada illa qawl al-bashar. That the sayings of man, not saying of human. So he denied the word of Allah. Obviously the majlis came out and they decided to keep everything secret, and they addressed the people in their own seasons. Suddenly, when they came out to go to the seasons, whenever anybody passed by, they warning him from Rasulullah ﷺ, and they discovered the Prophet reciting the ayat. Subhanallah. So the people of Quraysh, shocked. How the news been spread? Rasulullah ﷺ spreading those ayat everywhere. The Prophet, he was going in different platforms, in the public arena, in the platforms and of Uqaz, in the platform of Majannah, in the platform of Dhil Mijaz. Abu Lahab chose race him from place to place. Whenever he speak out publicly, he said, don't listen to him, don't listen to him. He's sabi, he's liars, he's extremist, sabi, extreme. He went away, retract away from his deeds. He's mentally ill, he's a liar. Subhanallah. Whenever you speak the truth, they always come to you and say, he's a liar, he's a liar, he's a liar. Whenever you hear somebody say, so and so man is a liar, watch out, he's sayings of the same sayings of Abu Lahab. And we heard that. People said to you, by Allah he's a liar. Oh my God. To that level, he's willing to lies. That his own uncle. Especially when you have arguments so strong and people want to attack you. The one who swear by Allah against people of Tawheed, against people of the Jihad, that they are liars, he is the one who's lie on behalf of the Taghut he believed in. Allah will expose him. بل نقذف بالحق على الباطل فيدمغه فإذا هو زاهق. Verse 18 will be thrown against the falsehoods and will smash it. Will smash the head of the falsehood. Whenever the people of the falsehood do not find anything to defend what they stand on, when they are failed to convince the people that the Saudi regime is kufr regimes, is as evil as, and because they believe that that system is a system of khilafah. The Saudi regimes is Islamic regimes, and they give bay'ah to the Ulil Amr. Anybody rise against them, anybody speak against them, we should expose him, we should labeling him, we should even belittling him, which we need to do whatever we can to take the people away from him. All this stuff to defend the Saudi. And whenever they fail to have argument, they go to their own corrupted, false distortions, spreading the rumors, spreading the lies, character assassinations, defaming the reputations, warning the people from them, in order they become weak and isolated from the people and become very few. They will say, after that, what the kuffar said, after they turn away people from you, they're going to say what the kuffar said. They said there are very few people, and they are really useless, doesn't have any knowledge. In chapter of Ash-Shu'ara, verse 54 to 55, إِنَّ هَؤُلَاءِ لَشِرْذِمَةٌ قَلِيلُونَ وَإِنَّهُمْ لَنَا لَغَائِظُونَ. So what they want to tell now, that there are very few people, small group, tiny group, they call it, and on the second ayah, they are going to say, all what they want to do, they want to enrage us, anger us, upsetting us, teasing us. So the reason ourselves against them, because we are upset with them, because there are very few people. Really? The haqq is not about how many people really carry it. One prophet is carrying the haqq. One sahabi carrying the haqq. He said, be with Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, mean with the same line of Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, even if you are alone. Be with the Jama'ah, even if you are alone. But that's the way the kuffar, the same style they adopted. And don't forget, they will use all their own media, all their own national curriculums, all their own books, materials, leaflets, booklets, fancy, really website, very nice, beautiful covers of books. They are really do all this for the sake to attack who? For the sake to attack al-Tawheed wal Jihad. The Tawaghit really make armies of medias and authors and books. That's exactly what the kuffar, they do all the time, generation after generations, under the day of judgment. Because that falsehood, that batil, is needy to defend its entity and defend its corrupted names by what? By some false ideas spread by some people who claim to be the preachers and exposing all his opponents. That's why Rasulullah ﷺ, he really used the best season in the Hajj, where people come all together to make tawaf, and all the tribes coming from all over the world to convey the message of Al-Islam, to call them to Tawheed, to call them to give up the idols way of life, to call them to abide by the command of Allah. So he was the one who was warning them as Allah has ordered. He is the one who is even introducing to them the system of Islam, the solution for their own problems, the solution for their own trend and suffering. And that really effort is really bring a lot of fruits. A lot of fruits. But Allah the one who is controlled the result. Allah the one who guide the people. Allah the one who makes the hearts of the people full of hidayah. Because the heart of every man in the hand of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He turned it the way He wish. Whoever Allah destined upon him to be living in kufr, no one can guide him. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. Whoever Allah guide him, no one will misguide him. Whoever Allah destined to be misguided, no one will guide him. And obviously, the way he came out to different platforms publicly, that is an evidence how he addressed societies as a whole, even they are mushrikeen. Obviously the kuffar, they use certain style and means in order to stop you. They're going to use it all the time. They want to make sure that your call will never reach the masses. Your call will be reach people distorted. Or they want to eliminate you and put pressures to make people what? Leave you. If it did not work, the people leave you and left you, they are going to start to stop them one by one and put them in different cases in a court. Court here, court there, court here, court there. Each one different accusations. In order not to give any credit for the whole court, for the whole jama'ah. Look to the case. You can see it. How they are arresting people who call for the Sharia all over Europe and America. For different reasons. They think that this da'wah is going to be stopped as if this da'wah is really has no roots, has no really followers. They are foolish. They forget this da'wah is rooted and linked to Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with the rope of what? With the rope of Al-Quran. So whatever they try to extinguish the nur of this da'wah the nur of Islam, they cannot. Rather, their own attempt will increase that flames of that nur to come out. Whatever they try to put the da'wah under the siege, the da'wah going to be spread more and more and more. But the kuffar are going to use certain means, we know it. Mocking, belittlings, lyings, making rumors. That's why Allah told us what they did with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. For example, when they call him Majnoon, in chapter of Al-Hujr, verse number 6, وَقَالُوا يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِي نُزِّلَ عَلَيْهِ الذِّلَ مَجْنُونَ. You the one who claim Allah sent you the zikr, you are Majnoon. You are mad. Madman. أعوذ بالله. And they call him even liars. That's why always the enemy of the haqq, they will call you. Number 4. وَعَجِبُوا أَنْ جَاءَهُمْ مُنذِرٌ مِّنْهُمْ وَقَالَ الْكَافِرُونَ هَذَا سَاحِرٌ كَذَّابٌ. They call him sahir, magician, and liar. Obviously, all these attributes feel so down. You see, he working day and night, suffering. In the end, he is sorcerer and liars, sha'ir, magicians, until what? Until his hearts become completely, that they cannot even continue. This is psychological warfare. They try it. So this type of style is there. And using all the media, and try to dig on anything they could really. Those are your characters. At some time, Allah will become so tired. We know that your breast is strength on what they say. We know it. You're so stressed. When they're mocking you all the time, lying about you, labeling you fanatic, extremist, lunatic, liars, magicians, extremes, a lot of names. The people, you wish for them the goodness, and you want to show them the way for success and for the truth, they retaliate against you with all this psychological warfare, attack, make obstacles between you and the masses, labeling you with name to make all your effort go down. That's why the duties upon the da'is is always to be equipped with a weapon. They cannot, the kuffar and the people of the falsehood and the munafiqeen, they don't have it. That weapon is the weapon of al-iman, to believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That believe in Allah and in the oneness of Allah, and full trust on Almighty Allah, full confidence and relyings and believing on the promise of Allah that they themselves going to be granted authority in this earth or Jannah on the hereafters. In any way, you in fact, people mocking, people really attacking, people are labeling them. And obviously, even the Anbiya, even the Messenger of the Prophet are needy from Almighty Allah. Some, to show them some directions. You see, to give them some, send them some message to make them feel cool, to make them feel confident, and to put in their own hearts the hope, to rise the hope in their own hearts. You are victorious, and your call is going to be spread, despite the fact of all those arrogancies and all this weed. This is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. This will never be changed, always will happen like this. People before you, many people has been rejected and disbelieved them, and they're mocking them and they're torturing them. Even some of them, they killed some of the prophets, killed their own followers. So be patient and be firm and be on the right path. And then the same message to all of you, brothers and sisters. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, be firm. Don't worry about whatever they lie, whatever they fabricate, whatever they're mocking you. Look, chapter of Al-An'am, verse number 10. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ولقد استهزئ برسل من قبلك فحاق بالذين سخروا منهم ما كانوا به يستهزئون. It was before you, people mocking the messengers before you, and those who mock them, they have been get punishment of what they used to mock. And don't forget chapter of Al-Hujr, verse 95 to 96. إِنَّ كَفَيْنَاكَ الْمُسْتَهْزِئِينَ. الذين يجعلون مع الله إلها آخر فسوف يعلمون. We're going to deal with those who mocking you. We're going to deal with them. Those who take beside Allah another false god, they're going to see what they commit. Nowadays we have the same situations. So we need ourselves to remember from the story of Sallallahu that what happened to us is something really, is a campaign to defame, campaign to attack, campaign itself to mock, campaign itself to put us down, using all the types you see of the corrupted means. Even some people so close to you, they're doing that. All what they want now, just to belittling you, attacking you. The other obstacles we face, that some people will put casting some doubt on some of the concepts, some of the ideas. Like they say to you, we need to call for Tawheed, but now they are clevers. Or some of them, they start to even make the call of Islam the way suit them, the way suit their own security and safeties. Some of them even propagate certain false ideas. And you see lies. Obviously that stage, it is really harder than the one before. It's similar to the one before, which is really disbelieving on you and mocking you. But they're going to cast doubt about you and your personalities. The way they did that with Rasulullah, they accuse his personalities. They accuse it to be ill, okay? Mentally ill, or madman, or the way they said somebody else teach him, and they find somebody else, he's not speak Arabic. They say the one who teaches the Quran is a man. Allah says, إِنَّمَا يُعَلِّمُهُ بَشَرٌ. They said, إِنْ هَذَا إِلَّا إِبْهُكْرَةً وَأَصِيلًا. He said, this is the stories of the people who used to be angels. But the answer from Allah said to them, say it, O Muhammad, قُلْ مَنْ أَنزَلَ الْكِتَابَ الَّذِي جَاءَ بِهِ مُوسَى نُورًا وَهُدًى لِلنَّاسِ. Musa is the human. And tell them more, in chapter of Ibrahim, verse number 10, that all the people said to their own messengers, إِنْ أَنْتُمْ إِلَّا بَشَرٌ مِثْلُنَا. You are human like us. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us that all the people will try all the time to make doubt, casting about the personalities of the da'is. Therefore, all these obstacles we face in the da'wah, it is really a war against Islam and the Muslims. And it is a war against the Quran. That's why they try to ask people not to listen to the truth. The kuffar, they will try to do so. Now you are carrying the Sharia to the people, the societies. And when somebody said to you, do not say it as if it's some of Quran. In chapter Fussilat, verse 26, وَقَالَ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا لَا تَسْمَعُوا لِهَذَا الْقُرْآنِ. Don't listen to this Quran. So it is what? From hearing the ahkam of Al-Quran. So whenever the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ, he used to sit and speak and warning the people and tell them what happened, another used to sit after he leave and give another talks. They said, we are people of Quraysh, speak better than this man. And tell them about what happened with the kings of the Persian and the stories of the Shah and others. He said, by what Muhammad is better speech than me. Even they go to challenge you now with having different speakers everywhere. Subhanallah. The kuffar, they try their own best to distort your image and to distort your stand and even to accuse you, then to put you in prisons. All this to turn you away from your deen. Challenge all this by what? By carrying the message to societies. Unless we continue carrying that message, I'm afraid we are not doing our duties and we are just claiming that we are really engaging the duties. But with the patient man and the effort of those sincere brothers and sisters in the da'wah, inshallah the message will be spread. وآخر دعوانا الحمد لله رب العالمين.
أطر في راية التوحيد رغم أمر الشرك والتنديد. أطر في خفاقة في شمم واصلحي في الكون بالتوحيد. أطر في راية التوحيد رغم أمر الشرك والتنديد. أطر في خفاقة في شمم واصلحي في الكون بالتوحيد.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونستهديه ونتوب إليه ونتوكل عليه ونعوذ بالله تعالى من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا كثيرا. Tonight, inshallah, we're going to continue studying the seerah from the special angle and getting lesson and apply it to our realities. I'm going to speak about the style of persuasions and terrifying. Quraysh, they are adopting that styles, terrifying the Muslims, torturing them, or try to persuade them and give them some benefit. First of all, after Quraysh has failed, after the pagans and the leaders of Quraysh failed, those you see, to stop the da'wah and its influence on the people by just labeling the da'wah, mocking the da'wah, distorting the da'wah, distorting the name of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his personality, his characters, his call. But they found all their own laws they adopted to stop the da'wah did not work. All their own measurements which they adopt in order to make the da'wah of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam really stopped or to be de-effective, not effective. They found there's more people embrace the deen of Tawheed, more people follow it, the numbers of the believers increase and increase and increase, and that the new call in the societies start to affect their own interests, their own benefits, their own relationship with the other superpower in the regions between the Roman Empire and the Persian Empire. They start to threaten their own national security. Therefore, leaders of Quraysh decided to go to new style. New style. It is really the style of torturing and harming the Muslims. The style of punishing the Muslims. And they started with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions in order to stop that huge wave of what? Of the Islamic call. In order to stop that continuities of the message. In order to stop the people from embracing that deen. They are adopting the style of torturing, harming, arresting, prisoning, to save their own face from the humiliation. Otherwise, their own way of life, their own deen is going to be completely vanished. People start to desert their own deen and start to embrace Islam. Leaders of Quraysh realize that this matter is so dangerous. The realities is so dangerous, they must adopt new policies to seal the mouths of the people, to cut their own tongue. They have to adopt a policies to make the call of Islam completely disappear. And the only way they can do so is by attacking the Muslims. So they may achieve some of their objectives. One of them is to silence the voice of the truth and make the people go back to their own life of falsehood. And you should remember, that is, whatever happened to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it happened to his companions, and vice versa. They should remember, on that particular policies, the policy of punishing and torturing and harming is really reached all Muslims at that time. No exception, starting with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the greatest Sahaba, even those who are so strong, even those who are so influential, even those who have some strength, is affect them some way and others, is reach them some way and others. So they was able, because they have some strength, some power, maybe to protect themselves, but they did really put on trial and get some punishment and some harm, in order to know that the sunnah of ibtila, Almighty Allah traditions, will be always test and trial, and that harms will never differentiate between the believers who are strong or those who are weak, or those who are rich or those who are poor, those who are free or those who are slave. It's going to reach them all, but each one going to pay the fees of his membership in the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in accordance to his own iman. That is the fees of the haqq. We must pay it. That tax we must pay it in order the aqidah to be rooted in our heart and mind and conscience. And to be the aqidah is really the valuable things, the precious things. Is nothing highest than the aqidah. And that will make people stand firm more, sacrifice more for the sake of the deen, and do not compromise not even little bit of it. Abu Jahl, he used to adopt policy. If he hears somebody embrace Islam, immediately make investigations about him. If he's noble, from the noble people, from the people who have some strength, some mana'ah, some power, he used to complain to him. He used to expose him, and he used to promise him that we are not going to deal with you, so your business was going to suffer. But if he was a weak person who opposed Islam, he used to hit him and send people after him to beat him up. So even businessmen, even those strong in terms of influential financially, they're going to be suffered according to Abu Jahl. And those who are weak, they're going to be beaten up badly. The uncle of Osman ibn Affan, radiallahu ta'ala anhu, his own uncle, he used to put Osman ibn Affan on a maid made from, you see what called maid, this is the mattress, the one which is really, you pray on it, what do you call it? Carpet, if you like, alright, but it's called name, not mattress, mat, yeah. You see, they put him in a mat, where is from the leaf of the tree, of the date trees. Then he make under him fire and make the smoke go through his body's hot from under him. You can see Suhaib al-Rumi, Suhaib ibn Sinan, he used to be tortured until he loses his own conscience and start to say something he doesn't know what he's saying. Bilal Mawla Umayyah, he used to be the slave of Umayyah ibn Khalaf, Bilal bin Rabah. Umayyah used to put chain with a rope on his neck. Then he give the rope to the children to keep pulling. And you see, pulling or pushing. He keep really pulling all the time from his neck and go around with him to different places between the Mount of Mecca. They keep pulling him all the time until the rope is leave sign on his neck, and he used to say Ahad. At the same time, when they are pulling Umayyah, he used to pull his neck harshly and beat him with the stick, very big stick. Then he forced him to be sit on his back on the middle of the day in the heated time in the summer, and put over his chest very big rock and leave it there, and he repeating Ahadun Ahad, Ahadun Ahad. He used to force him to become hungry by not feeding him, and thirsty, and put him during the middle of the day and leave him without waters. Then he bring the children to stone him. He adopt all means. He used to say it, Ahadun Ahad. And Umayyah used to say, I'm not going to leave you until you die or you declare kufr in Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, until you worship Allah wal Uzza. He keeps saying Ahadun Ahad, Ahadun Ahad, Ahadun Ahad. Bilal said, if I know there's any other word, it could be really make you angry more, I will say it. And once Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu ta'ala anhu, he passed by, and he saw them what they are doing with him. Every day Bilal was being tortured. So he decided to buy him and to free him. That is the way they suffer. And if we look to Mus'ab ibn Umayr radiallahu ta'ala anhu, where his own mother deprived him from having food or drink and leave him without food, he said to his mom, said, "Oh my mother, by Allah, if I have 100 ruh, 100 soul, if each one came out from my body one after one, I mean if I die 100 times, I'm not going to give up the deen of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam." When she realized that he's not going to retract back to her deen, she threw him out from her home. And he used to be a rich man, living very simple, very rich life, very healthy, very wealthy. And suddenly he faced hardship, and his skin started to be harsh after it was soft and become like the skin of the snake. He used to eat one day and keep without food for a few days, all this for the sake of his deen. Ammar bin Yasir radiallahu ta'ala anhu, he used to be from the Mawla of Bani Makhzum. He embraced himself, he embraced Islam, and his father and mother embraced Islam. The Mushrikeen, led by Abu Jahl, they used to take out all Al Yasir, all the family of Al Yasir, to the area of the main city center, if you like, the main city, the town, the downtown, if you call it, it's called the downtown or town down, anyway. So they used to go take him there and torturing him. Downtown, okay, to the main downtown in Mecca and torture him there. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he passed by Al Yasir, they was tortured, and he said, "Sabran ala Yasir, fa inna maw'idakum al-jannah. Sabran ala Yasir, fa inna maw'idakum al-jannah." Be firm and patient, oh family of Yasir. Jannah is being, you see, is for you. You've been promised Jannah. So Yasir died during torturing. Abu Jahl as well, he stabbed Sumayya, the mother of Ammar, in her heart with his own spear, and she died. And she was the first woman as a martyr in Islam. She used to be very old, very weak. Then they start to really tight more Ammar bin Yasir, torture him more, put him in the heat on the middle of the day, and put the red stone, which is really the warmest or very hot. Usually the red stone in the desert on the summer is really save all the heat, the hottest one over his chest. And they adopt even another policy with him. They used to put his head in the water until he lose his conscience. And they used to say to him, "We will not going to leave you. We continue to torture you until you swear against Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, or to say something good about Allah wal Uzza." So obviously, under duress, he denounced Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he was crying. And he went to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and he told him, and he asked him he apologized to Rasulullah. Allah has said ayah, "Man kafara billahi min ba'di imanihi illa man ukriha wa qalbuhu mutma'innun bil iman." In the chapter of An-Nahl, verse 106, Allah said, whoever declared kufr, but his heart after iman, you see, but his heart was full of iman and tranquilities, he has what? Exceptions. So that duress counts as what? As a divine permit for him to say the word of kufr as long as his heart full of iman. So the Sahaba did suffer badly. There's one Sahabi is called Abu Fukayha. His name is Aflah. From the people of Bani Abd-Dar, and he was Azdi from Azd. They used to drive him out on the middle of the day in very hot weather, and they put chain from a metal on his feet, took off all his clothes, then they throw him over flat hot rock, and they put the big rock over him, the reddish one, in order not to be moved. He used to say there, heated rock, so hot on his chest, and he is on his back. You see, his skin start to be cooked, and he stay like this until he lose his own. He start to say something. It's called not known what he said, because he lose completely his conscience. And they continue to torture him until he make hijrah to Abyssinia on the second hijrah. Abu Fukayha once, they tied his legs, his feet with a rope. Then they put it on the neck of the camel, and they make the camel move, driving him over different rock, and they leave him there, and they're strangling him once until they thought that he's dead, and they throw him. Suddenly Abu Bakr Siddiq, he passed by, and he said, can I buy that slave and free him? He said, he's dead anyway. He said, I don't mind, I will take him as he is. He paid him money, and he took him, and Allah saved him. Khabbab ibn al-Arat, he used to be the servant of Ammar, daughter of Sibaa al-Khuza'iyah. He used to be a person who's working with the iron, what he called the blacksmith. He called blacksmith, the one who is really dealing, making everything. He used to be himself having that professions. You don't call him that? I don't know, the one who using metals and make them doors, making windows from it. Okay, from a metal one. Anyway, so he used to be Haddad, we call him in Arabic. So when he embraced Islam, Ammar, he used to be her servant. She used to torture him with a fire. She used to bring the iron hot, really, which is come from over the fire, with its own hot, heated, so red, and she used to put it on his head, on his chest, to declare kufr on Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. But he used to be unconscious and being thrown, but that increased his iman, and he reject to give up. The mushrikeen, they go further with Khabbab ibn al-Arad. They decided to torture him until they break his own neck, and they put a rope in his neck and pulling him everywhere. Then they pulling his hair, and then they throw him in the fire. Obviously when he starts his hair to be burned in the fires, they drag him again. He start to extinguish himself. Try to stop the fire. They drag him again over it, and then they hit his back. See that the Sahaba, they suffer a lot. There's one Sahabiya. She used to be known as Zinnayratu. She used to be Ama Romiya, and she had been tortured, and she lost her sight until become blind. They said to her, Allat wal-Uzza who make you blind. She said, La wallahi ma asatni, wa hada min indillah. Wa in sha'a kashafahu. She said, by Allah, Allat wal-Uzza, she did not really hurt me. This blindness come from Allah, and if Allah He wish, I will see again. Next day in the morning, she wake up early, and suddenly Allah said to her back, her sight. Quraysh said, that is some of the magic of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The Sahaba suffer a lot. Ubays, she embraced Islam. She used to be servant for the people, the tribes of Zahra. They used to torture her, and her master who's in charge over her, Al-Aswad ibn Abd Yaghuth, Al-Aswad ibn Abd Yaghuth, he was so harsh with her. And he used to be the main enemy to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and from those he used to mocking Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Jariya, as she used to be servant, the Jariya and the servant of Omar ibn Mu'mil from Bani Uday. Umar al-Khattab himself before Islam used to torture her. At that time she used to be mushrika. He used to be mushrik. And she embraced Islam. He used to hit her until he become tired. Then he leave her. And he come again and he said, I'm not going to leave you except you are dead. She said, if you do so, Allah will do the same thing for you. She terrified him. She never compromised. And that's Al-Faruq, Omar al-Khattab in the time of Jahiliyyah. She shake him. There's a lot of women has suffered. Among them, it was women known and Nahdiyya and her daughters. And both of them, they used to be from the tribes of Banu Abdiddar. They embraced Islam. And they have been tortured badly. They used to hold them from their own hairs. Tied them from their own hairs. Pulling their own hairs, you see. And even, if we look, Amir ibn Fuhayra, he used to be from the slaves. They have been tortured until lose his own conscience and start to say something he does not, has no meaning. Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu ta'ala anhu. All those slaves, man and woman, he freed them. He spent all his money freeing Muslims. Even his own father, Abu Quhafa, he complained to him. He used to be blind. He said, I see you freeing everybody's. And all of them you free them are weak. Are even not able to do anything. If you free strong people, they will help you. If you free strong man, they will stand with you. He said, I'm seeking to please Allah. Then he said to him, you give all the money to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You give all the money to Muhammad. You left nothing for us. This man has just come to take your own money. He really hit him hard. He hit Abu Bakr Siddiq, his father, hard. And when he told to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said, I was going to kill him. He said, take it easy, Abu Bakr, and do not harm your fathers. He said, how dare this man? He could comment anything against you, that before his father even thinks about Islam. Allah has revealed in Quran praising Abu Bakr Siddiq and dispraising the enemies. فَأَنذَرْتُكُمْ نَارًا تَلَظَّى لَا يَصْلَاهَا إِلَّا الْأَشْقَى الَّذِي كَذَّبَ وَتَوَلَّى. That chapter of Al-Layl from the verse 14 to 16. I warning you from a fire. The one who going to enter on that fire is the one who is so corrupt and arrogant, the one who disbelieves. Umayyah ibn Khalaf. But then the ayah said, وَسَيُجَنَّبُهَا الْأَتْقَى. The one who going to be saved from hellfire is the best taqi. Al-Atqa. الَّذِي يُؤْتِي مَالَهُ يَتَزَكَّى. The one who gives all his wealth for the sake to help people. وَمَا لِأَحَدٍ عِنْدَهُ مِنْ نِعْمَةٍ تُجْزَى إِلَّا ابْتِغَاءَ وَجْهِ رَبِّهِ الْأَعْلَى وَلَسَوْفَ يَرْضَى. He is not seeking anything in return from those people he freed him, except the face of Allah, the highest, and he is going to be pleased. And that Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu ta'ala anhu, as has been really mentioned in the chapter of Al-Layl as well, from the verse 17 to the verse 21. And Abu Bakr Siddiq himself has been suffered, because Nawfal ibn Khuwaylid al-Adawi, once he saw him, and he take him, and take with him Talha bin Ubaydillah, and he was old man, Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu ta'ala anhu. So he tied them both, Abu Bakr and Talha bin Ubaydillah, in one rope, so they cannot move, to prevent them from praying and to make them change their own deen. They did not respond. They did not accept. And then they start to run both while they was tied together. And what's beautiful, they pray together when they are tied. That's why they have been called Al-Qarinain. Al-Qarinain, those who pray together and run away together. And people apply that even to Usman ibn Ubaidillah, the brothers of Talha ibn Ubaidillah. So Quraysh did not save any of the Muslimin. And you can go on and on with all the Sahaba being tortured. You see that the da'wah you are doing nowadays compared to the Sahaba, it is really what you suffer and what you've been punished and what you've been put behind the bars or what you have been arrested, never reach even little bit of the torturing the Muslims has taken at that time. They left nobody, they saved nobody, all of them has been suffered. And not to mention Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the way they treat him, the way they used to bring the tummy of the camel and throw it over his head when he praying, the way they stone him, the way they used to send after him the children's to call him fool, all fool names, and to attack him. In general, was easy for Quraysh to attack the weak Muslims as a soft target, especially those who are slave men and women, and those who no one will stand to support them. But those nobles and leaders whom they embrace Islam from among them, the way they torture them is different ways. Either they get somebody from Abyssinia, those who big slaves, to beat them, or they used to find a way to make him suffer financially. Nobody buy from him, nobody trade with him. So we can learn from that a lot of lesson. We can learn from that. That is Sunnah al-Ibtila, the Sunnah of testing, put people on trial and test. Manifest it, that will reflect harm on you physically, morally. That will continue as almighty traditions throughout different time, different era. Whenever people carry the same da'wah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they will be face attack and torturing and imprisonings, and that is the sign you are on the right path. And those who could live among the kuffar, and no one harmed them, no one even point their fingers toward them, no one arresting them. Have a nice day. You are on the wrong way. You are not on the path of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his companions. You are not on the same path. No way to live under the kufr law with the kafir societies as a Muslims carry da'wah, except you will face torturing. If not, you are just fumbling around. وَلَمْ تَرْضَى عَنْكَ الْيَهُودُ وَلَا النَّصَارَى حَتَّى تَتَّبِعَ مِلَّتَهُمْ. They will never please with you, the Jews and the Christians, unless you follow them. Allah says they will continue to fight you until you attract away from the deen. So don't tell me now, suddenly, everything changed. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He told us, وَلَا يَزَالُونَ يُقَاتِلُونَكُمْ حَتَّى يَرُدُّكُمْ عَنْ دِينِكُمْ إِنِ اسْتَطَاعُوا. They will continue to fight you. They will continue fighting you in order to make you retract away from the deen. If they could do so, and whoever retract away from the deen from you, وَمَنْ يَرْتَدْ مِنْكُمْ عَنْ دِينِهِ وَمَنْ يَرْتَدَّ مِنْكُمْ عَنْ دِينِهِ فَيَمُتْ وَهُوَ كَافِرٌ فَأُولَئِكَ حَبِطَتْ أَعْمَالُهُم في الدنيا والآخرة وأولئك أصحاب النار هم فيها خالدون. And whoever retract away from the deen and die kafir, he is the one who is all their own deed vanished in this life and the hereafter, and they are the people of hellfire forever. Not to be there, they got to be burned forever in the hellfire. So this is the sunnah, and no one could claim something opposite to that, to say the reason my da'wah never suffer because he's clever, that he is shrewd. Really? So you want to tell me now your shrewdness, it is really, and the cleverness was even more than the shrewdness and the cleverness of Rasulullah and his companions, of the messenger and his companions? No. That particular torturing and punishment and suffering is a sign of the people on the right path on the da'wah. It is unique things. Honor those people. This is an honor for those people who have been saved, face all these harms because of the da'wah on the hand of their own enemy, the enemy of Islam and the Muslims. That is an evidence that those people carry the da'wah, they are truthful da'is, and their own da'wah, it is away from any doubt, away from any accusations, is far away from people to doubt their own sincerity and honesty, because the kuffar, whenever they attack the sincere Muslims, is a sign those Muslims on the right path, because Allah says they will continue fight you until take you away from the deen. So why did not fight the others? I leave it to you to answer these questions. I leave it to you to see how much you suffer because of your deen. But if you compromise, obviously nobody going to harm you. If you come out said, we love the Queen Elizabeth, we are abide British citizen, we calling for democracy, we calling for freedom, we calling for participating in the elections, we love you and we love your fish and chips. Obviously they're going to be happy with you. There's no problem, nobody's going to attack you. But if somebody condemns their own democracy and their own secularism and condemning their own way of life and eat the fish and chips because it's halal, so he's going to be upset with him. This man, he come and live in our societies, get all the benefit, and condemning our way of life. Indeed that's going to happen. So the sign of your own and the evidence that you are go astray, away from the right manhaj, that when the kuffar or the people of the batil enjoying or happy to be your safe presence and give you facilities, give you everything, without to come under the attack. Because now with the haq and batil to reconcile and meet together. The sunnah to tadafa, Almighty Allah make traditions, there will be always confrontations between those both. And obviously in the beginnings, usually people of the haqq will get a lot of harms and they will put on trial, okay, under the kuffar. Then after that, the Muslims will continue patient and stand firm, never compromise, until Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He will grant them victories and grant them authorities in this earth, and that will become the fruity bed of all that suffering, that natural, you see, fruits which Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has granted to you because of all the suffering and sacrifice. That's why Imam Shafi'i rahimahullah, when they ask him, أَيُبْتَلَ الْمَرْءُ أَوَّلًا أَمْ يُمَكَّنْ, when a person, he say, is a man will be put on test first, or when he get authorities, so when he start to be put on test, on trial? Imam Shafi'i said, لا يمكن المرء حتى يبتلى. No one will get authorities until he will be put on test and trial. So they ask him, the trial first or the authorities? He said, no one will get authorities unless he been suffer. This is very comprehensive word. So the issues of ibtila and test and trial is sunnah rabbaniyah. The issues of to be tortured, to be labeled, to be attacked, all the suffering the believers they face is going to be before even the deen to become prevail. Moreover, we should get lesson that the kuffar and the enemy of this deen, they do not differentiate between strong or weak, between free man or slave, between rich or poor, between black or white. as long as he contradicts with their own aqidah, as long as he disbelieves in their own deen and their own way of life, even if it's so close related to them, from their own indigenous people, if he embraces Islam as a convert, he will be suffer. We see what happened. We see what happened in the lessons from the seerah. Fathers torture his own son, and the brother torture his own brothers, and the mother tortures her own son, and the tribes torture their own people, because they give up the deen of their own mother and fathers and following the deen of Islam, the deen which is contradictory to their own systems. Whereas those who obey them, those who follow their own millah, they used to make him so pleased, even if it was not related to them. This is Almighty Allah traditions. It continue like this until the day of judgment. And the Muslims and Ahl Tawheed, wherever they are, in any era, in any time, in any city, and we are, inshallah, will be from among them, is obliged upon us to remember that. That is a matter of time. We could be suffer all. Some of us already suffered. Some of us being killed, some of us being tortured, some of us being deported, some of us being put on trial, some of us even could get more than that. Therefore, that is so apparent on the seerah, and we should deal with that properly. And we should remember that trial and that test should make you stronger, should be the sign and the evidence that we are really holding to our identity, our aqidah, our Islamic identity. We do not bother about the blood relationship, because we have the bond of the deen, the bond of al-Iman, the bond of the Islamic brotherhood. And we studied all of the Sahaba offering and suffering. May Allah please with all of them. They become the good example for us, the good reference for us, the good lesson, so we could always put it on the middle of our eye throughout our way and struggles to stood firm and never compromise our deen. We are not going to be better than the Sahaba and the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. We are not going to be better than them, whom Allah has choosing them to be the Ansar of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam and the Ansar of his deen, the Ansar of Al-Islam. Remember as well, a lot of lessons we can learn from the seerah, when we study it with open minds, when we study it with sincerity, to study the footstep of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, to follow him, and that is what al-amal al-salih, ikhlas and ittiba', ikhlas and ittiba', sincerity and following the example of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That is the practical implementations of the Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah. That is the practical implementations of the Sharia. That is Islam, not in theory, in actions. During that period, which is going to be a lot of torturings, a lot of sufferings, no one will embrace that deen except the sincere and the trustworthy. No one will go down on that road of da'wah, even after they hear what happened to many brothers and sisters now, and they join now. No, that is sign of sincere people, sign of people who knows the consequences of entering the struggles, and they know what happened to many of those sincere brothers. And we know very well that is no one from his deen and go back to deen of Quraysh, despite the fact of all these torturings on that period. No single one. We did not come across any single case where somebody retract away from the deen in the time where the torturing starts, in the time where the torturings, despite the fact they were so weak, because at that time the phenomena of hypocrisy was not existing yet. If we study the seerah, we found the hypocrisy and the nifaq and the hypocrites never was existing yet at that time. It was really very strong points, very pure environments of the gatherings of the Muslims. There was unique environment both to put them together in the house of Al-Arqam ibn Abi Al-Arqam. There was unique group and Jama'ah and Hizb whom free the disease of hypocrisies, those who fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and united together, living under the shade of Al-Islam, receiving the message and the teachings of Al-Islam in environments, in the middle of environment of really torturing and the sufferings and the shirk was everywhere. To grow up those people in very strong and solid base, to be the seed of the strongest Islamic state, which is going to be soon. So the coming Islamic state has a seed, the seed of those people who've been tortured and suffered and sacrificed. Therefore we should look to the phenomena of torturings and trials and sufferings and the pain effect upon the Jama'ah as very healthy phenomena in environment which is really suitable to recruiting new soldiers, new converts, new people capable to carry this deen, capable to take the consequences of it, people who will never compromise the ahkam, even if they take all form of precautions, even if they suffer all form of suffering, they will always have this strong iman, solid, rooted with certainty, and that's what makes them firm on the deen. Preserve it, protect it, defend it. And the more you sacrifice for the sake of any issues, whenever you sacrifice for any issue, you will always going to appreciate its value. So the one who sacrifices for the deen of Islam, the more you sacrifice, you are really going, but Islam will be risen very high. And the more you sacrifice for things, will be very expensive, very valuable, very precious, and you will never leave it. Even if people give you the gold of the earth, you will never leave it. It's a duty upon us to be patient and to be firm regardless of whatever we could face as a matter of trial, whether physical torturings or mocking or losing some wealth or some money or some safety or some nationalities or some really food or clothes or even some member of the families for the sake to support the deen of Allah. And we cannot complain about our communities if did not really stand with us and support us. Why? Because we do it for the sake of Allah. If people want to help us, Allah will give them reward. If not, oh Allah, be the witness, we follow the footstep of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and sincerely for your sake. So the individual Muslims, the muwahhid, he should really take the full responsibilities for whatever he could face, whatever he could suffer for the sake to be hold firm to his deen. And don't ever think that what happened to him is because of the bad management from the Amir of the Jama'ah or from the Jama'ah. Maybe you'll be arrested and the Jama'ah cannot do anything for you. You're going to be complaining, did anything for me. You should not complain. That's not good. The people will help you as much as they can. But if they failed to help you, don't complain. You should remember that harm is going to be inevitable happen to you as a what? As a sunnatul ibtila. That is as Almighty Allah tradition to put people on trial, to testing you. Don't ever complain and say the reason we have been arrested in Crawley or in Stoke-on-Trent or in Derby's or in Birmingham or in London is because of bad management from the leaders, because of the style and the means. No, that will be exactly what the people of the descendants of Bani Israel said to Musa alayhi salam when they faced harm and hardship from Pharaoh and his soldiers. Allah told us what they said to Musa in Surah of Al-A'raf verse 129. قالوا أوذينا من قبل أن تأتينا ومن بعد ما جئتنا. We have been harmed and suffered from the moment you come to us and even after you come to us. So before you come to us and after you come to us, we are suffering because of that call. قال عسى ربكم أن يهلك عدوكم عسى ربكم أن يهلك عدوكم ويستخلفكم في الأرض فينظر كيف تعملون. He said, may Allah destroy your enemies and give you authority in this earth, and we see what you got to do when you get authorities. So this is all style of the harm and torturing, style of terrifying, style of shaking you. But they adopt another style, and that style is very dangerous because those weak Muslims will like it. It's called the style of persuasion. Give you a lot of things, make you what? Make you feel happy, maybe feel comfortable, give you some benefits, some interest, some money, some wealth, some job. Oh yeah, but in return you should give up the deen. There they torture you to give up the deen. Here is, they want to make targhib, not tarhib. Tarhib is terrifying you, to torturing you, to make you run away. But here they persuade you to come, run away from the deen. Alright, but come on, you see, to give the reward so you could run away. So they want to bribe you. It happened between the kuffar. It happened that between the kuffar of Quraysh and Abu Talib, when they called Abu Talib the uncle of Rasulullah SAW, and they told him about the son of his brothers. What do you call him? Nephew. And the dangerous Quraysh facings from this new deen, and against the deen of their own fathers, and against the repetitions. Their own repetitions is going to be completely under attack. That's why Ibn Ishaq has been reported, a group of people from the leaders of Quraysh, they went to Abu Talib and said, Ya Abu Talib, your nephew has insulting our gods, dispraising our religion, and fooling our dreams, or really condemning our plans and dreams and policies. And he said our mother and father are misguided. You stop him, or you let us ourselves deal with him. You are on the same deen what we are really believe. Let us deal with him. Abu Talib said to them, take it easy, leave me, I will deal with it. And he went to Rasulullah SAW, and he said to him, your people asked me to stop you, but I'm not going to stop you. But if you could find no longer able to carry it, so I'm ready to support you, but I'm not going to change the deen of my fathers and mothers, the deen of Abdul Muttalib. Rasulullah SAW continued after that, carry da'wah. The deen of Islam has prevailed. Quraysh cannot take it anymore. Once they saw Rasulullah SAW, he's going in his own da'wah, publicly, they decide to kill him. But then they decide to go back to Abu Talib and speak with him harder than before. And now they say to him, look Abu Talib, we come to you again. We was able to kill him today. You are older person amongst us, elder persons, and we appreciate your positions on Bani Hashims, and we ask you to stop your nephew before you did not stop him, and we cannot take it anymore. We are not going to stand against any person who swear against our mother and fathers, or he displays him, or he attacking our policies and our way of life, or he condemning our gods. You stop him, or we are going to attack him, and we're going to attack you with him. So one of us is going to die. Obviously the situation become harder now. Abu Talib now, they take from them wa'id and threatening, and really they threatening him harshly. He said to Rasulullah SAW, and he said to him, Ya ibn akhi, oh my nephew, you people come to me today, and they said so and so, save me and save your life, don't let me carry things I am not able to carry it. Obviously Rasulullah SAW, he thought that his uncle is let him down and now become weak and no longer going to support him. So he said to him, I am not going to compromise, my uncle not going to compromise my deen, I'm not going to compromise it, even if they want to kill me. Then here Abu Talib he saw Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam crying. I am continue to carry the da'wah until they kill me. All Allah deen will be prevailed. And the Prophet cried. Abu Talib called him. He said, اذهب يا ابن أخي فقل ما أحببت والله لا أسلمك لشيء أبدا. Said, oh my nephew, go and say whatever you like. By God, I'm not going to give up you. Subhanallah. You see, the fruit of being firm and strict to the deen. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He will designate people to help you, to support you, to stand with you, enough for you only to be what? To be trustworthy with Allah, sincere, firm on the deen, willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of Allah, to please Allah. Then Allah will support you, and He will send to you soldiers you never see them, soldiers you never even realize who they are, and He make them serve you and serve the deen and support you, even if there was not mu'min. And we know there's one hadith so beautiful. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, Yansurullah has a deen bi rajulin laysa min ahli. Allah may support this deen with a man not from his people. Will be support this deen even from somebody not from the same deen. In one riwayah said, Allah will support this deen bi aqwamin la khalaqa lahum. Allah will support this deen with people has no deen, even kuffar. Though Allah called them soldiers of Allah, Allah destined that these people will support the believers. And one hadith said, Inna Allah la yansur hada ad-din bi rajul fajir. Allah will support this deen even with a fajir man. And if we study the seerah, we will find a lot of men and women who support this deen. Even they used to be kafir at that time. And there was their own help, contribute for the da'wah to pick up and continue. Even though there was not Muslims, the deen is deen of Allah. Allah will guarantee who will support it. Allah will designate for it people who stand for it. Whether with us or without us, it's Almighty Allah traditions. And if we go and study the situation of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam with the request of people of Quraysh from his uncle Abu Talib and their own threats to Bani Hashim, because they're looking after and they're defending and protecting Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, was so clear. The situation was so clear that we are not going to give up. He said, I am not going to give up the message of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam on some of what I'm calling for. I will continue speak the haqq and expose the falsehood even if they want to kill me. The answer was so clear. I will continue fully attacking their own policies and dreams and traditions, condemning and exposing their own false gods. The Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has been ordered from Allah to convey the message and not to bother what the mushrikeen. They said, oh, they compare plot. There's no place for fear, no place of ijtihad to say, okay, I'll stop the da'wah because of some threat or some promise to put you behind the bars. No, do not say we stop the da'wah for the sake to have new members of the families of the da'wah, new members of the jama'ah, new members of Muslims. Don't make the issues for the sake to make new people embrace Islam, to stop the da'wah, stop combining good for evil in the society the way many people nowadays they do. They think that is good. No, what they are doing is wrong. It's a mirage. They are not going to reach it, that everybody embrace Islam. And instead, to please Allah, they're going to be all the time working to please the kuffar and the murtaddeen and the weak people. People got weak hearts from those who are chamshi, those who are betraying Allah and the messengers, and those who are munafiqeen, to get some safety, to take some protections. So what you're looking for? You're looking for the safety of your body from any attack, but not the safety of the manhaj from any deviations. That's very bad. So you want, that's your safety, but not the safety of the manhaj. So it's a lot different between the manhaj of being safe from any attack, or the safety of the manhaj from any deviations. It's a word of difference between both. The real stance of the man who carry da'wah and the amirs of the jama'ah, all of them to stood firm on the deen and to continue proclaiming publicly with the haqq between the people, regardless of the threat, regardless of the persuasions. There is nothing there for you to compromise. He said to his uncle, I am not going to compromise. And one saying said, even if the sun and the moon in my hands, they put it. If they put it in my hands. So if they differ with him to the level, they want to give him whatever, he's not going to give up the deen. Not going to stop it until Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make the deen prevail or they kill him. So no one will stop the da'wah. Did not work. Quraysh decided to go for the third time. When they saw Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he is really continuing his own da'wah. They lost Abu Talib that did not really do anything. And he decided to support the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he decided to stand against their own gatherings. So they sent to him Omar ibn al-Walid ibn al-Mughira, and they said to him, Ya Abu Talib, this is Omar ibn al-Walid ibn al-Mughira. This is the best man of Quraysh, the build one, so fit, so strong, so beautiful. Look to him. Take him and replace him with your nephew. Take him and make him your own son. He's yours. Give up your nephew. The one who differ with your own deen. Deen of your mother and fathers. The one who attacking our policies. So we could kill him. So man for man. He said, you asked me to call to trade with you. You want me to give you my son for you to kill him. You want to give me your son to me to feed him and give you my son to kill him? That's not going to happen. Al-Mut'am ibn Adi ibn Nawfal, he said, by God, O Abu Talib, your people was fair with you, and they do not want to do anything which you dislike. So I see, you should accept what they offer to you, or face the consequences. He said, by God, you did not be fair with me. You gathered together to let me down. You gathered together to attack me. And you want to attack my nephew. Go away and do whatever you want. When Quraysh failed even to negotiate with Abu Talib, even they knew Abu Talib is not a believer, is a mushrik, and they wasn't able to persuade him just to stop Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to stop his nephew from carrying the da'wah to societies, from exporting their own way of life, from condemning their own systems. Remember, they said he keep attacking our policies, our way of life, our traditions, our what, even aliyah. So, what do you want more than that to prove that he addressing society? For God's sake, what do you want more than that? Quraysh decided to choose a new way. She was avoiding that from the beginning, because they don't want to see the consequences of it. They don't know what's going to lead is to attack Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam directly, physically this time. This new law of terrorism has been released in Quraysh. How much Quraysh start to be losing the control. They become reactionaries. They start to adopting certain policies haphazard. That like the new law of terrorism and the issues of the second new law of terrorism, as if people lost their own minds. Because they offer everything to his uncle, and even they choose to give him one of their own son. And obviously Quraysh, they know, reach to the block road, and they got to deal with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and this is where the confrontation become life and death issues. It is a war of being exist or not exist. It is a war for the sovereignty to be belong to whom? To Quraysh or to Allah. So no one could claim that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam never been suffer, rather he's been suffer. And this really onslaught and this campaign and this attack against the Muslims is not only the Sahaba who really suffer. It was even Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, especially when the certain situation really reached level that the enemies before that debate with his cousins or with his uncle, but now they decide to attack him physically. Beside of the mocking, beside of the torturing, beside of the bad name they give him. And naturally, if you want to attack him physically, who's going to be the first one to raise his hand? Who's the one going to lead that campaign of attack physically? Is going to be one of the heads of the people of Bani Hashim, Abu Lahab. He was real enemy to Islam and the Muslims. Whoever doubt Abu Lahab is kafir, he become kafir. And the one who doubts that Abu Lahab is kafir and do not make takfir on the one who doubt really Abu Lahab is kafir, or those who doubt the takfir of the one who is Abu Lahab, that is only from Brother Huzaifa. That is where the shame of takfir will come. So they decide to attack him. Abu Lahab has two sons, Utbah and Utaybah. They was married to the two daughters of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Ruqayya and Kulthum, before Bi'tha, before he became prophet. When the prophethood started, Abu Lahab ordered his two sons, Utbah and Utaybah, to divorce them and be using the force with them. Obviously, when they dragged his own daughters, they dragged the first one in front of everybody from her hair, and he went to the house of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and they throw his daughters. And the other one, he gave her black eyes and hit her badly, go and throw it. So when Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his son Abdullah, was the second son to Rasulullah, has died after Ibrahim, Abu Lahab was so happy. And he said to them, to the people of Quraysh, good news, glad tidings news, Muhammad is Abtar, is the one who has no sons. And he used to go everywhere and condemn him, everywhere, and lies, he asked people not to believe on him. We said that. He used to even throw stones on him, and they stone him whenever he passed him and his wife, until his feet become completely bleeding. Abu Lahab, wife Jamil, Arwa bint Harb ibn Umayyah, the sister of Abu Sufyan, she wasn't less animosity against Rasulullah ﷺ than her husbands. She used to carry all their throne and put it in the way of the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ outside his own door in the night time. So whenever he come out, he could burn, he could really hurt his foot and make him bleeding. Not to mention that she used to be a woman with a very bad tongue. She used to lie about him, make fitna, attacking him, insulting him. And she used to make war between the people and declaring war against Rasulullah ﷺ. When she heard what Allah has revealed about her husband, Tabbat yada Abi Lahabin wa tab, she went to Rasulullah sitting there in the masjid in the Kaaba and got with him Abu Bakr Siddiq, and she got in her hands stones, full of her hands. When she saw most of them, she wasn't able to see Rasulullah ﷺ. Allah make her see Abu Bakr. And she said to Abu Bakr, where is your companions? Where is your sahib? Where's Rasulullah? I know that he is condemning me. He dispraised me. If I see him, I'm going to hit him with that fahr, with a fist of stone. Then she left. Abu Bakr Siddiq said, Ya Rasulullah, you don't see her? That she did not see you? He said, yes. ما رأتني لقد أخذ الله ببصرها عني. She did not see me. Allah took her sight away from me. Obviously, Abu Lahab used to do the same thing. But Abu Lahab is uncle of Rasulullah ﷺ and his own neighbor. His home was door to door, like many other neighbors. They used to harm him in his own home. Ibn Ishaq has reported that the people of Quraysh, they go far on harming Rasulullah ﷺ in his own home, especially Abu Lahab, والحكم ibn Abi al-As ibn Umayyah, عقبة ibn Mu'ayt, Uday ibn Hamra al-Thaqafi, وابن الأصداء الهزلي, even his own close neighbor. No one of them saved at all the Prophet. All of them, they attack him, they insulting him, they labeling him, and they use to throw on him the placenta, the placenta of the newborn camel over his head when he's praying. They used to take even the tummy of the camels and throw it over his head. Rasulullah used to take stone to hide behind it in order to be able, like rock, in order to pray. So whenever they cause harm upon him, and come out and say to them, whenever they attack him, he said to them, Ya Bani Abdul Manaf, Ayyu Jawarin Hada? Oh, people of Abdul Manaf, what type of neighborhood you are? What type of neighbors? Uqba ibn Mu'ayt, he used to really be so bad, so khabith, reported by Bukhari, from Abdullah ibn Mas'ud radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, that the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam used to pray in the Kaaba, and Abu Jahl and his friends are sitting there. They say to each other, when they saw the Prophet are praying there, Abu Jahl said, any one of them can bring me the tummy of any camels who been slaughtered today. He used to take it and open it over the head of the Messenger sallallahu alayhi wasallam when he's making, and obviously was so so corrupted. And Uqbat ibn Abi Mu'ayt, he used to go there and he saw the Prophet, he was sitting, and he makes sure to put it over his head between his own shoulders, and the Prophet, no one is there beside him. They used to laugh, make joke, and they go out and dance around him, and the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ is making sujood, not raise his head, until his own daughter Fatima come, and she start to move the stuff over his head, over his back. And the Prophet was able to stand after that, and he made dua 3 times. Allahumma alayka bi Quraysh. Allahumma alayka bi Quraysh. Allahumma alayka bi Quraysh. Oh Allah, destroyed Quraysh. Oh Allah, deal with Quraysh. Obviously they heard that dua, they were shocked. And they used to say that the da'wah in Mecca is always will be responded. Then he said, Allahumma alayka bi Abi Jahl. Allahumma alayka bi Utbah ibn Rabi'a. اللهم عليك بشيبة بن ربيعة اللهم عليك بالوليد بن ربيع بن عتبة اللهم عليك بأمية بن خلف اللهم عليك بعقبة بن أبي معيط. Subhanallah, those by names is being reported. After that is they saw those who Rasulullah mentioned them by names, all of them killed on the battlefield, on the heart of the battlefield of the Battle of Badr. And Umayyah ibn Khalaf, whenever he saw Rasulullah, he used to hamiz and lamiz. وَيْلٌ لِكُلِّ هُمَزَةٍ لُمَزَةٍ. So Allah declared that they have fire for the one who mocking, for the one who is using certain words to sarcastic against Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So al-hamiz, when he swear at person publicly, okay. Al-lamiz is where he speak about his problems secretly. But remember, Ibn Abi Khalaf, him and Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt, they used to be very close friends. And once Uqba, he said, and Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he heard from him, he saying certain things. So Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt, he was complaining about his brothers, Ubay ibn Khalaf. And he said to him, go and spit on the face of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And he did it. And Ubay ibn Khalaf himself, he used to take the bones, ashes of the bone, then he blow it on the wind toward the eyes of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Al-Aqnas ibn Shurayk al-Thaqafi has sayings that those whom they used to attack Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Allah described them in the Quran with 9 attributes, indicate who they are. Those people, an enemy of da'wah, they're going to be as followings, and mentioned in the chapter of Al-Qalam from the verse 10 to 13. وَلَا تُطِعْ كُلَّ حَلَّافٍ مَهِينٍ. These 2 attributes, Hallaf and Mahin. Hammazin, Masha'in, Binamin. Another 3 attributes. مناع للخير معتد أثيم عتل بعد ذلك ذنيم. Don't listen to anyone who keeps swearing and I say I swear by God and he is really humiliated. The one who lies, the one who fabricates, the one who go in namima, get word from here to there, the one who prevent the goodness, the one who is aggressors, the one who is sinner, and the one who is deviant, overall son of adultery. Obviously that was very tough, the last one. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you used to sit and read the Quran in Mecca and make his own store there. Abu Jahl once came to him and he was reading the Quran. And then he leave him, never believed, never obeyed, never even was polite. And he used to harm Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam by his words. And he used to go and come back showing off. Allah says, فَلَا صَدَّقَ وَلَا صَلَّى وَلَكِنْ كَذَّبَ وَتَوَلَّى ثُمَّ ذَهَبَ إِلَى أَهْلِهِ يَتَمَطَّى. In chapter of Al-Qiyamah from the verse 31 to 33. Allah told us how Abu Jahl used to prevent Rasulullah from praying. From the first day, he saw him to pray in the Haram. And then once he saw him praying near the maqam of Ibrahim, and said to him, Ya Muhammad, Alam anhika an hadha? Didn't I told you not to do so? And he used to threatening the Prophet going to get severe punishment, and be harsh with him, and shaking him. He said, Oh Muhammad, by what you threatening me? I am the best in this valley of Mecca in terms of supporters. I got a lot of supporters. In Surah Al-Araf, verse 17 and 18, Allah says, فَلْيَدْعُ نَادِيَهُ سَنَدْعُ الزَّبَانِيَةَ. Let him call all his people who are with him. We're going to call the Zabaniya, the soldiers of hellfire. And that is from the angels. The ayah said, أَوْلَى لَكَ فَأَوْلَى ثُمَّ أَوْلَى لَكَ فَأَوْلَى. This is why Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he attacked Quraysh day and night. Never compromise his stand. Enemy of Allah, he said to him that we are going to eliminate you and your brothers or your own companions from the societies. The messenger never bothered about what this man said. And Abu Jahl, he never stopped his foolish and his kufr. Reported by Muslim from Abu Hurairah that Abu Jahl, he was throwing the face of the messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam by the sand. So Abu Hurairah said that Abu Jahl he used to do so. He asked, he said, yes, by the Lat and the Uzza, I saw him. He put his feet over the neck of the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ and pushing his face on the sand. And the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, he used to pray, despite the fact that somebody put his feet on the back of his neck. So brothers and sisters, this is just some lesson from the seerah, and how much these issues of persuasions or terrifyings the kuffar they adopt. So are we going to be accepting the briberies, or we are going to be stood firms on what we believe regardless of what happened? I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, make us firm on his deen and not to make us compromise. Wa akhir da'wana أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. جزاكم الله خير.
أطري في راية التوحيد رغم أمس الحلم والتنديد. أطري في خفاقة في شمم واصلحي في الكون بالتوحيد. أطري في راية التوحيد رغم أمس الحلم والتنديد. أطري في خفاقة في شمم واصلحي في الكون بالتوحيد.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونستهديه ونتوب إليه ونتوكل عليه ونعوذ بالله تعالى من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا كثيرا. We continue studying from the seerah of the Messenger Muhammad صلى الله عليه وسلم, and getting some political lesson and apply it in our life nowadays. There is one thing in the seerah I would like to highlight tonight with you. The issues of the Muslims who make and migrated to Abyssinia, the hijrah to Abyssinia, to Al-Habasha. Because Muslims, when they come under the attack, the kuffar targeting in order to make them retract away from their own deen, they targeting to reflect upon them all types of difficulties and all types of pain, to the level either they run away or to be present or to be killed, mean to drive them out. And that's what happened when the Sahaba has been forced after the kuffar of Quraysh tortured them badly and harmed them to the maximum level on the middle of the year 5 from the mission of the prophethood. At that time, Muslims, especially those who have been face attack and face all different types of punishment or torturing, and they stood firm on their own deen despite the fact about all the harm they reflect upon them, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed in the chapter of Az-Zumar, in that particular circumstances, giving permission to Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam and to those Muslims who was facing all this type of torturing. On the verse number 10, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم قل يا عبادي الذين آمنوا اتقوا ربكم للذين أحسنوا في هذه الدنيا حسنة وأرض الله واسعة. Say, O my servant, those who believe, اتقوا ربكم, fear your Lord, للذين أحسنوا في هذه الدنيا حسنة وأرض الله واسعة. They're going to get, for those who obey in this dunya, they're going to get Jannah. Those who stood firm. So fear Allah despite all the punishment you face and obey Him. And those who obey in this dunya, they're going to get Jannah. وَأَرْضُ اللَّهِ وَاسِعَةً. And the land of Allah is wide enough for you to make hijrah. إِنَّمَا يُوَفَّى الصَّابِرُونَ أَجْرَهُمْ بِغَيْرِ حِسَابٍ. Verily, those who be firm and be patient despite the fact of all what they face, they will get reward without even to count how much we're going to reward them. On that particular verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has granted the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Muslims to make hijrah as the best solutions for what they suffer from punishment, from harms, from torturing, from boycotting, from hardship. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala land, it is wide enough, spacious, so it's not only Mecca. Therefore, there's a lot of land outside Mecca. You can go and travel. Obviously, the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he told his companions, those who are so weak, you have a permission to make hijrah from Mecca and go to land. You may find some of the security, some of the tranquilities, enable you to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, enable you to obey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala without to face any fitna or any torturing. And that is a beautiful permit is being granted to those Muslims. The Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he chose for them the lands
which he got information about it. That is the land of Abyssinia, Ardu Habasha. Because there is a man called Asmaha al-Najashi, and people call him Asma'atul Najashi. He is a king. He was a just king. In the human level of justice, he was amongst the best. No one will be oppressed in front of him. So he ordered the Muslims to make hijrah to save their own deen from being under the attack of the kuffar. Here, from that we can learn something. When we speak about the hijrah, about how and what is the ahkam of the hijrah, and how the hijrah could be really done, and what the consequences of the hijrah, and is the hijrah aim or it is just a means, and what is really, what is going the people to get from the hijrah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has revealed this deen upon his servant to establish it wherever they are, and to be for them a source for the guidance and even happiness for the whole mankind. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. We send you but a mercy for the whole mankind, for the whole world. Therefore the mu'min, wherever he embraces Islam, wherever there's a Muslims, he must manifest clearly, practically, the manhaj of Islam as a complete way of life. He must replace all existing customs and traditions based on Jahiliyyah. He replaces it with the Islamic values and the Islamic principle. So he should carry the da'wah and implement Islam, or call for Islam to be implemented wherever he go. It's not allowed for him to keep himself present, holding only for some of his past, or he's on hold between some of his past and some of his present. He cannot really live that contradictions between what he believes in and what he is living by, because that is contradictions. That's why in Islam Allah ordered us to live in cohering understandings of the deen and how to apply it to the reality where we are. Even ask us to search and find the best place, the best field in this world to enable us to implement the teaching of this deen as a matter of obedience to Allah, as a matter of following the footstep of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Therefore, whenever you feel you are restricted to carry your da'wah, to do your duties, to perform your obligations in an area, whenever you see that area so blocked, so really restricted you, therefore Islam order you to go and find another area, another environment, another where you could move there in order to fulfill the command of Allah. So it is important, in order to fulfill the command of Allah, you are not going to somewhere else just to have safety. No. You are going and making hijrah in order to make da'wah. A lot of people, they want to make hijrah, but really they don't know what the purpose of it. Some people, they want to make hijrah to jihad, mean to go to fight. Yes, but there's not everybody. He's making hijrah because of that. Because the hijrah, for those who are capable to go to the fight, if they reach there, that will be good for them. But those who cannot reach there, those men, old man and woman, and those people who doesn't have the capability to go to the battlefield, so they have to make hijrah to the place where they will be able to practice their own deen, and amongst that practicing is to call for it. It's not to go and find some place, they call it safe haven, and they sit there and just dance and just read and eat and drink and enjoying life. No, no, no. The hijrah is not because of that. A lot of people misunderstood the term hijrah. The term hijrah is mean you are going to go to place where you are able to fulfill your duties, fulfill your obligations, to carry da'wah, to command good, forbid evil, to pray, to fast, to practice your deen, to show the kuffar, the animosity, the hatred toward their own deen. So this is what you want to do. So you are going to make hijrah to fulfill the commands of Allah. Especially when you're leaving environment full of fitan and has a lot of obstacles in the way to fulfill the fara'id, in the way to fulfill your own duties as a Muslim subservient to Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Therefore the hijrah is to migrate from whatever is Allah has forbid, to migrate from the area of jahiliyyah, from the area of kufr, from the area of fitan, and going to place where it's secure for your deen, for your life, for your wealth, for your honor. That's why the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam make it clear. من كانت هجرته إلى الله ورسوله فهجرته إلى الله ورسوله. Whoever his hijrah was to Allah and his messengers, his hijrah to Allah and his messengers. ومن كانت هجرته إلى الدنيا يصيبها أو امرأة ينكحها فهجرته إلى ما هاجر إليه. But the one whose hijrah was for a dunya, to get some dunya, some safe haven, and get down and eat and drink and sell and buy and have business, or to get married. The hadith said, or a woman to marry her. So his hijrah to what he target. His hijrah really will be targeting what he target. From that we know the hijrah in Islam which be acceptable in Sharia. It is the hijrah will be for the sake of Allah and his messengers. The hijrah from a place which is the kufr and the shirk is surrounding you and not able you to do anything, to a place where you can fulfill your obligations. Especially if he really think he reached this least amount of doubt that he is no longer capable to call for Islam, no longer capable to call society for Islam, no longer capable to command good, forbid evil in societies because of the attack of the kuffar, or because he is really completely facing a lot of obstacles, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has instructing him in Shatub al-Zumar. There is a spacious places in the earth to go there and find environment where you can fulfill your obligation and duties and worship Allah properly. Therefore the hijrah is a means to find a place which is you are able to convey the message of Islam. You are able to command the good, forbid evil. You are able to fulfill your obligation as a Muslims. So this is the duties. This is where the hijrah would go. You are able to fulfill the fara'id and establishing Allah deen in the earth completely. Therefore, in the beginning, a lot of people was making hijrah, run away with their own deen from the attack of the kuffar and the mushrikeen, looking for a place secure and safe for them. But whenever they have been settled and become safe, then they should themselves start to rise and command good and forbid evil and speak haqq. But now you find people, whenever they go there and they settle themselves, they start to enjoy the dunya and start to walk. You see, from 8 till 5 every day, 7 days a week, and start to engaging on what? Having businesses. Moreover, some people, they go further than that, they start to even participate in the political process on that kufr society. Slowly, they will lose their own identities. No longer themselves really, they will support the deen. No longer even they will think further than that. Therefore the hijrah, in this case, become a set in their own neck. And the hijrah become aim by itself. Become the only aim in their own life. Will make them restricted from doing their own deen. It's completely opposite.
They left their own homelands to go to a place where they can fulfill their own deen. And they found themselves in the hijrah, a very nice safe haven, very nice, really comfortable life, make them what? Make them neglecting the duty toward the deen. So the reason they left their own homeland for the sake of the deen not able to be implemented, they went hijrah to place where they found themselves in safe place, which is preoccupied in its all this worldly really enjoyment, until they forget to fulfill their own deen. And obviously the shaitan will work really very smart, will work very smart to make the person who migrated think that he's doing effort to establish himself, until become what? Until really he leave his own duty sometime in his own homelands, going hijrah abroad for the sake of what? For the sake of the deen. And he found himself, he left his own homelands, those who never left because of problems in their own aqidah or their own deen, or suffering from any governments. They come just to enjoy themselves, and suddenly they start to follow the footsteps of the shaitan. So left their own lands and families and wealth, run away for the sake of his deen. That is exactly what the Muslims, he should really think about the hijrah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in chapter of An-Nisa, he told us on the verse number 100, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ومن يهاجر في سبيل الله يجد في الأرض مراغما كثيرا وسعة ومن يخرج من بيته مهاجرا إلى الله ورسوله ثم يدركه الموت فقد وقع أجره على الله وكان الله غفورا رحيما. This ayah told us, he who immigrates from his own homelands for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will find on the earth many places, plenty of places where he could live and enjoy. And whoever leave his home as an immigrant into Allah and His messengers, and death overtakes him, his reward is then has been registered. He will get the reward. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will make you not to lose anything. So that is the real hijrah. So those people whom they always speak about the hijrah, they always speak about the hijrah, but yet his hijrah shouldn't be because he loves certain homelands, or he enjoyed to go to live in area where he himself is familiar to, or because he make hijrah for the sake to be amongst some families. No. The hijrah, in fact, you're going for the sake of your deen, for the sake of the deen of Allah, for the sake to carry the da'wah, for the sake to do good, forbid evil. That's why the hijrah to jihad is a correct hijrah. Hijrah from leaving the haram to doing the fard. Hijrah where you can do the duties and the obligations. Otherwise, if you stick to the piece of land where you cannot do your duties, you cannot fulfill your fara'ids, just enjoying living in your own homelands because you used to live there, because you live there, that is really one of the satanic ideas, and that's one of the hidden shirk in the human really, if you like, heart, especially when we remember what the ayah says. The ayah has mentioned, قُلْ يَا عِبَادِ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا اتَّقُوا رَبَّكُمْ لِلَّذِينَ أَحْسَنُوا فِي هَذِهِ الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا حَسَنَةٌ وَأَرْضُ اللَّهِ وَاسِعَةٌ إِنَّمَا يُوَفَّى الصَّابِرُونَ أَجْرَهُمْ بِغَيْرِ حِسَابٍ. So this is what the hijrah is about. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He knows that those people who make hijrah for the sake of His deen, for the sake to fulfill the fard, Allah called them, they are the one who are going to be rewarded, and they are the one who make all this taklif for the sake to fulfill the fara'id. Allah will replace your missing of your own homeland and families
and tribes, Allah replace you a lot of reward, providing you make hijrah for His deen, for His sake. That inshallah, when the Muslim reach Abyssinia, we're going to get lesson from them what they did. Because now you reach Europe yourself, you reach Denmark, you left your own homelands and you come to Europe and Denmark. You never thought about it. You're going there because hijrah is for the sake of the deen. You went there just because to have better life. A lot of people left their own homeland not because their own deen is suffer, not because somebody arrested them because of their own deen, not because they have been listed as a wanted people because of their own da'wah in their own homelands. They left and make hijrah for the sake to have better life. Economic reason. Maybe he could make hijrah to get job, to buy house back in his home. But the hijrah to Abyssinia is take 2 stages. It was 2 hijrah happened to Abyssinia. A lot of people do not speak about the first hijrah to Abyssinia. People all the time speak about the second hijrah to Abyssinia. Despite the fact the first hijrah to Abyssinia is more important. Is more important, historically speaking, when you study the seerah, because it has its own values of iman. The first one was so difficult. Why? Usually, when you leave your own homeland, the first trip is so difficult. Whereas the second one you use for it now. You see, the third one, it's become like habit. Go and come back, go and come back. It's become picnic. But the first trip always in the hijrah is so difficult, harder for the person. And those people who left behind them everything for the sake of the deen, they are really respected more, and it's honor for them more. Because the first one is going to have the honor to start the farida of the hijrah. To start the farida of the hijrah, it is to carry the da'wah where they reach. That is honor for them. And this is what's supposed to be the mentality of the people who make hijrah. al-Mu'mineen, Salama, the wife of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, she was amongst the people who make hijrah. She said, when Mecca becomes so tight on us, and the companions of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam has been harmed and been put under the torturing, and they see all type of trial and test, all type of fitna in their own deen, reach really very high zone, if you like. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he wasn't able to defend them, to do anything for them, whereas him sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was protected by his own uncle. He does not have as much as suffering his own companions at that time they have. So the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, merciful, he said to them, go to the land of Abyssinia. There's a king there. No one will be done injustice to him. So go to his land. الحقوا ببلاده. Go to his homeland. حتى يجعل الله لكم فرجا ومخرجا. Until Allah will show you way out from what you're suffering. Salama, she said, we went there until we gathered all together, and we landing in very good place, a very good home, with very good neighbor. We felt secure in our deen, and we did not fear, we did not really see any injustice. So that is the first hijrah from, you see, from Mecca to Abyssinia. And those first people was 12 men and 4 women. Led by whom? Led by Uthman ibn Affan radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, and he got with him his wife Ruqayyah, daughter of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And they left Mecca secretly after midnight, in order no one from the people of the pagan worshippers, from the people of Quraysh, to be aware about them. And they went all the way from Mecca via the Sea of Jeddah, and they found there 2 boats, 2 ships. In the time
So they take it and they went by the sea to Abyssinia. When Quraysh heard about them, that they left, they chased them. But when they reached the beach of Jeddah or the port of Jeddah at that time, they was already left to Abyssinia, where they discovered, where they found the securities there. And they receive with respect. And the king of Abyssinia, whom the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ described him, that he is a just king, as Allah has informed the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ about him. He received him and he welcomed him. So the kuffar of Quraysh, they tried to stop that hijrah despite the fact very few people who migrated. Therefore the kuffar and the tawaghit, throughout the history, that is the lesson of the Abyssinian hijrah. The kuffar, they will never ever let the believers to find a place where they can themselves really grow and get some authorities out of fear from the own deen to be spread, and they will revenge for all the punishments of all the torturing they have been faced from the kuffar and the mushrikeen. They are not going to leave them to go there and proclaim their own aqidah. They don't want them even to practice their own religious duties. Rather, they are keen to suppress the aqidah and to kill it and to arrest the believers and put them in prison in order the own aqidah not to be spread all over and will be disasters in the future for them. In Ramadan, after the second half of the year 5 from the Ba'tha, from the mission of the prophethood, the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam went to Al-Kaaba for doing tawaf. And obviously that was the khuruj regularly by the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. But there's something happened on that night. We need to remember it. Something very strange happened. He went to At-Tawaf. It was a lot of mushrikeen sitting there. Among the leaders of mushrikeen, the sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he stand in front of them and he recite upon them Surah Al-Najm. وَالنَّجْمِ إِذَا هَوَى مَا ضَلَّ صَاحِبُكُمْ وَمَا غَوَى وَمَا يَنْطِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَى إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَى. He started to recite Surah Al-Najm. The people was so impressed. The mushrikeen of Quraysh was so impressed because the sound and the tune of those ayat, bayinat, was all of them stand still. They are not able to move, as if they, we have these Arabic impressions, as if they have bird over their own head. They are worried to move, to shake their own head so the bird will be fly. So when the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam reached on the tilawa, the ayah of the sajda, and that ayah of the sajda said in the chapter of An-Najm, verse 62, فَاسْجُدُوا لِلَّهِ وَاعْبُدُوا. Make sujood to the one who created you. وَاعْبُدُوا. And Abudullah. And do not make sujood to the asnam. So, this ayah in particular, when he said the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, everybody was there, has make sujood. The Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam make sujood. Everybody was present from the mushrikeen, unconsciously, without even to know, all of them make sujood. And when they wake up, stand up, and recognize what happened, they regret. And they was surprised how that could happen. The man, he was recite upon us, Surah Al-Najm, until one ayah, and he said, make sujood, and everybody make sujood. فَاسْجُدُوا لِلَّهِ وَاعْبُدُوا. The Messenger Muhammad ﷺ came down immediately for sajda of the tilawa. All the people of Quraysh and the old leaders was present. A lot of people was present and make sujood. They start to complain to each other. They start to account each others. They start to be worried about what other people going to say about us. Especially top leaders of Quraysh was there. And in order for them to run away from their own crisis, from their own embarrassment, they lie about the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and they claim that the messengers has praised their own false gods, their own idols, and they claim that he said وَتِلْكَ الْغَرَانِيقُ الْعُلَى وَإِنَّ شَفَاعَتَهُنَّ تُرْتَجَى, and they quote something they fabricated, and those highest idols, to intercede to them, to intercede by them to Allah, is something everybody seek it. And obviously that's completely lies and fabrications. That completely lies and fabrications about the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this is where the Quraysh want to come out from their own embarrassment. We learn from that a lot of lessons. The kuffar, they will try to find a way to mislead everybody, and they bring the ayatul al-gharaniq, I mean the idols on the asnam, and they fabricate it to be in addition to all of their own fabrications against this deen and against the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this rumors spread everywhere in Mecca and outside Mecca until people believe on it, until even the people of the Muhajirin, the immigrant Abyssinia, reach them with complete distortions and exaggerations. Claim the rumors reach them, of his Chinese whispering now, reaching them that is the mushrikeen of Quraysh, all of them embrace Islam. So they make effort and return back to Mecca, thinking the animosity between the Muslims and the mushrik is over, and there's no need after that for the hijrah, no need to leave your homelands, as long as your own people, all of them become believers. And when they return back to Mecca, they discover everything is false, and they know that the news was complete lies and fabrications. And Quraysh start to go after them, to arresting them. And some of them return back to Abyssinia. Some of them is really hide himself in Mecca. Some of them start to seek some of the mushrikeen of Quraysh to give him some refugee status. Quraysh did not really stop hurting the Muslims, especially after the first attempt to migrate to Abyssinia. They are not going to let anybody to do it again, and they start to torture them and they start to arresting them. But this time a lot of Muslims, they decide to leave, and another attempt for the hijrah, another attempt for migrations to immigrants to Abyssinia. But this time it was more 83 men and 18 women from different tribes. In the beginning was only 12 men and 4 women. Now no, 83 men and 18 women. They went out group until they reached, you see, the port of Jeddah on the beach, and there they was able to disappear until they find a way to leave from the port and sailing. So the kuffar, they tried to stop them, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala facilitated for them to run. So the Muslims went again on the second hijrah, but this time a lot of people, and they found it the place of Abyssinia, the place of securities, as the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam described it. And that second hijrah was like a hammer on the head of the kuffar of Quraysh. Why? Because the Abyssinians have political alliance with Quraysh. So the foreign policy of the Qurayshi system is going to be affected. Why? When the people make hijrah from Saudi Arabia to Britain and start to speak about the corruptions of Al-Salul and Al-Saud, or the corruptions really if they leave from Egypt or from Iraq or from Pakistan, so they're going to speak out about the suffering they face, and that will make their relationship with the governments of Abyssinia affected. Especially Quraysh is really very important geographical area. Quraysh living in Mecca and has very good economic relationship with the people around the world, among them the Abyssinian. So therefore, if the Muslims start to go out there and speak about their own deen and speak about their own issues and how Quraysh is really is torturing them and violating their own sanctity as a human, that will make will make the relationship between Quraysh and those governments is really suffer, and will show the real ugly face of Quraysh amongst the public opinions, among the general public opinion in Abyssinia, and amongst the kings of Abyssinia who hate oppressions. And that's exactly nowadays what happened with a lot of Muslims. You know that. A lot of Muslims nowadays who run away from those Tawaghit, apostate regimes in the Muslim world, and they go to the West, despite the fact the kuffar and kufr regimes in the West is there, but they will find some justice which they may invest in those believers in order what? In order to be secured and practice their own deen, and to be saved from the evilness of those Tawaghit who left behind them. And that's exactly what nowadays people call it, political refugees. So those who go there and call themselves political refugees is two types. One reach there and he start to practice his deen, and he seek what? He seek to come out openly, publicly, within the framework of the covenant of securities. Others, he take political refugees, he tell all his story to the securities about why he is running away from his own homeland, and then after that he hide himself and be living secretly in the West. He's just looking for all the benefits he could gain and do no da'wah and just sit down, and sometimes just for the sake to say people are doing something, he may give some talks here and there, but nothing in the public arena at all. However, that is a permit for the Muslims to make hijrah for the sake of what? For the sake of the deen, for the sake to be saved from the persecutions. But he make hijrah for the purpose is what? For the purpose to be able to practice the deen, and for the purpose to carry da'wah, command good, forbid evil, for the purpose to make the people aware about this final deen. Therefore this is Sunnah Rabbaniyah. It is Almighty Allah traditions. It is the Sunnah, the traditions of me having hijrah, okay, and find a place secure, in order what? In order those people who carry the final message to carry it everywhere. That's the way Islam starts something strange and will return back something strange. So paradise for those immigrants who are the strangers, those who hold firm for their own deens. Quraysh has really felt the dangers of those hijrah, the dangers of this people who leaving, and they was keen to receiving back all the immigrants, and asked the government of Abyssinia to send them back to their own homeland, and they want to take them back by any means. That's why she sent immediately Amr ibn al-As wa Abdullah ibn Abi Rabi'ah before they embraced Islam. At that time they sent them two messengers, two ambassadors of Quraysh in the foreign departments to the Abyssinian king, and they sent with them a lot of gift, and that gift was involved everything you can imagine: gold, diamonds, silvers, clothes, women. And they went there, and obviously they gave it gift to all the priests, and the monks around the Abyssinian king, and they start to put their own cases to convince the government to handle back those people who ran away from Mecca. And they agreed with the priest to give advice for the king of Abyssinia, to Al-Najashi, to throw them out and to deport them. And when Al-Najashi arrived to the majlis, to the meetings, and they give him all the gifts, then they told him, they said, "O king, we know some of our listed people, corrupted people, who turn away from the deen of their own mother and fathers, and they enter in your own deen, and they make a new deen, they fabricate it. أيها المنه قد ضوى إلى بيتك غلمان سفهاء فارقوا دين قومهم ولم يدخلوا في دينك وجاءوا بدين ابتدعوه لا نعرفه نحن ولا أنت." Look what beautiful message. They say to him, There are people, young, deviant, turn away from the deen of their own mother and fathers. No, they embrace your deen, and they came and they innovated new deen. We don't know it, neither you know it. وَقَدْ بَعَثَنَا إِلَيْكَ فِيهِمْ أَشْرَافُ قَوْمِهِمْ مِنْ آبَائِهِمْ وَأَعْمَامِهِمْ وَعَشَائِرِهِمْ. And those who sent us is one of the most noble people, their own tribes, their own fathers and mothers and uncles and tribes. Ask us to send them, ask you to send them back. لِتَرُدُّهُمْ إِلَيْهِمْ فَهُمْ أَعْلَى بِهِمْ عَيْنًا وَأَعْلَمْ بِمَا عَابُوا عَلَيْهِمْ وَعَاتَبُوهُمْ فِيهِ. He said they know them better than anybody else, and they know about their own defections, and they told them about it. Obviously, all the priests were sitting there. They said, those two ambassadors speaking the truth. صَدَقَا أَيُّهَا الْمَلِكِ صَدَقَا فَأَسْلِمْهُمْ إِلَيْهِمَا. Let all those people who are there, Muslims, send them back. Let them send back to their own people, to their own really tribes. Obviously, the priests at that time, ministers, and the one who is expert and consultants for the king, they consider to be the bad consultant. That exactly the government preachers, the Taghut preachers, the Abyssinian preachers, spell doctors, okay, the corrupted people. So they try to influence the decision of the king or the rulers. They don't care about anything else except their own personal interests. Even if that really means to deport people innocent, the way they try with Abu Qatada 2 days ago, the way they try with all of us, send them back. And the government of Jordan keeps saying send them back. And they try to put their own cases all the time. And everybody said, yes, do so. They do not care about the consequences and what could suffer those people if they have been deported on homelands. Obviously, those Tawaghit preachers and those government preachers, they hold the biggest responsibilities of what we see nowadays from that mischief and corruption in the earth. Obviously, for Abyssinian king, he decided he want to verify the whole case. He want to study it. He want to hear everybody's, and that is the attribute of a just ruler. He must listen to all the people distributed in these issues. He cannot give the right and correct and fair verdict until he hears from the Muslims as much as he heard from the ambassadors of Quraysh. And all of them gathered together there. And all of them agreed to speak the truth, the whole truth. The Muslims agreed, we are going to stand and tell what we believe, regardless of the consequences, from whoever he is. Obviously, the kuffar, what the evidence they bring in their own case, the evidence they bring, they said what? They are just few غُلْمَانٌ سُفَهَاء. You see, they said these people, غُلْمَانٌ سُفَهَاء. So they are nothing, they are just young people, foolish, deviant, extremist. This is why Allah told us about that from before. And there is, chapter Al-Baqarah, Allah told us, وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ آمِنُوا كَمَا آمَنَ النَّاسُ قَالُوا أَنُؤْمِنُ كَمَا آمَنَ السُّفَهَاء. In chapter Al-Baqarah, verse 13. If we say to them, believe the way the people has believed, mean the way the companions of Rasulullah believe, they said, are we going to believe the way those jahil, deviant, believe? And all what they said they are young people. And they are not the people respected. It's not the first time. It happened with Nuh alayhi salam as well. That is where the people start to say, there are only few people who follow you. And they called him, مَا نَرَاكَ اتَّبَعَكَ إِلَّا الَّذِينَ هُمْ أَرَازِلُنَا بَادِيَ الرَّأْيِ. We see those who follow you, they are just the small people unemployed, who are not important. They try a lot, the kuffar, to do so. In chapter Hud, verse 27, they make it clear, وَمَا نَرَاكَ اتَّبَعَكَ إِلَّا الَّذِينَ هُمْ أَرَازِلَنَا بَادِيَ الرَّأْيِ. So the kuffar, they said, you are just a human like us, And what we see people who follow you are just those who are unemployed, who are not fit, who are not really strong. Obviously, this is not an evidence. Or what they said, extremist people come to you. There are very few of them. So they want to put the believer down, to put them, to make their own image sound like they are really unimportant. And they try to affect as well, to have some impact on what? On the person himself who's a da'i. When you put him down, he says, oh, you just look these people. Young man, doesn't know what talking about, left their own mother and fathers. Obviously, they said they left the deen of their own mother and fathers. Another area, they put it in front of the king. When they said they ran away from the deen of their own mother and fathers and their own tribes, meant what? Meant they ran away from their own jahiliyyah habits and their own kufr and hawa, because that's what they call it deen. So it's another argument. And the third one, they make case, they did not enter your deen. So here, to incite the Abyssinian king and turn him against the immigrant, against the muhajirun, that they did not follow your own deen. If they follow our deen, to follow your own deen would be good. That's what they want to say. As if the deen of the king, in any way the Quraysh used to like it, they used always to condemn his deen. This particular stance, they said they left the deen of their own mother and fathers and did not follow your own deen. Because all what they want now, to put in the heart of the Najashi hatred toward the Muslims. So obviously, if they run away because our deen is bad, why did not embrace your deen, whom you protect them, whom you support them? Why did not integrate it with you? If those people is good, if those Muslims who run away and come to you in Britain is good, why did not integrate with your own system? Why did not say obey the law of the land? Why they keep condemning the law of the land? Why they call for the Sharia and your own laws instead to follow your own law? So don't trust them, don't believe them. So that's exactly what the message they are passing to the Abyssinian king. They want to incite him against the Muslim. So why you give them protections? Why you give them safe haven? They are your enemy and our enemy and your enemy. Subhanallah. The kuffar, they things, and those tawaghit, that Muslim, when they go all the way from the east to the west, they go to integrate with the British governments or British societies and British law. They don't understand. They think you're going to Germany to enjoy honey, or you go to Denmark to have really the Danish cheese. No. They don't understand. The purpose of our hijrah is to save our deen from being what? From being distorted. It's for the sake to carry our da'wah, command good, forbid evil. We are not going there for the sake of dunya. We left the dunya behind us. We sacrifice things for the sake to protect this deen. We come to the Abyssinian king not to embrace his deen. No. They come there in order to carry the deen to him and to the people in his societies. Obviously Quraysh, they hit on the nail this one. And they said to him, they came with a new deen, they innovated exactly what the enemy of the da'wah nowadays they do. They said, these people Ahlul Bid'ah, they call for the Sharia in the societies. They are Ahlul Bid'ah because they command good, forbid evils in the societies. They are the people of the Bid'ah, innovators, because they support the jihad and the mujahideen. Subhanallah. Enemy of the da'wah everywhere. The kuffar nowadays, even the secular people from the Middle East and the Far East and India subcontinent, the secular people, what they say always about the Islamists, about those who practice Muslims, they say no, it's not the deen of Islam. That false deen is the deen of Tahir Qadiri. Okay, the deen of Mr. Haddad. Until the haqq become batil and the batil become haqq and the bid'ah become sunnah and the sunnah become bid'ah. That's the way they turn everything upside down. They said to him, they came with the deen they fabricated. And then when you accuse your opponent that he is a man of bid'ah, you put him in very difficult corners. You put him in very embarrassment, positions. You put him in defensive positions. State him to be in offensive positions. You already put him in defensive position. That defensive position, it really will make everybody turn against him. You try to isolate him away. And that's exactly what the Tawaghid, they do all the time. In every place. Pharaoh, he say it. Pharaoh, he say it, and he wants to do actions against what? Against the Lord, against Allah, against, the Lord of Musa. وَقَالَ فِرْعَوْنَ. In chapter Ghafir, verse 26, Allah says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم, وَقَالَ فِرْعَوْنُ ذَرُونِي أَقْتُلْ مُوسَى وَلِيَدْعُ رَبَّهُ إِنِّي أَخَافُ أَنْ يُبَدِّلَ دِينَكُمْ أَوْ أَنْ يُظْهِرَ فِي الْأَرْضِ الْفَسَادِ. Pharaoh, he said, leave me, let me go to kill Musa, and let him call his Lord to save him from me. I'm afraid this man, he could replace your deen and elevate a new deen for you, or he could really show some mischief in the earth. He should kill, he may be killed, he may be this, he may be that, he may do some corruptions. Subhanallah. Look who's speaking. Pharaoh, the one who killed children from their childhood out of fear for his own kingdom. The one who is do all the mischief and take all the women and cause damage for a lot of people pregnant and did all the corruption in the earth. Pharaoh, he said, leave me to kill Musa and let him call his Lord. I fear that he may change your religion, or he may cause mischief to appear in the land. Can you believe it, the way that Tawaghid speak? And this is really accusation against Musa. And obviously those accusations will threaten even the future of the da'wah, or will make people run away from the call, or will put you in very defensive positions to say, no, I'm not going to deceive myself, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that. Obviously, if you think about it, Abyssinia already has in his mind all those accusations. Now, he needs to ask the Muslims. So what the Muslims going to put, what their own case in front of that particular accusations. The case is so straight. Ja'far bin Abi Talib has been introduced by the Muslims, our spokesman, because he was the clear tongue, the strongest in his argument, and the best who is capable to find a way out whenever any moment of embarrassment, despite the fact he was young in terms of his age. And that is lesson for all of us, for all the brothers and the sisters. Put it in your mind. That is always choose the right person and the suitable person for a suitable place to make the da'wah secure and safe, and not to bother about the satanic ideas who say to you, I'm better than him. You always look to the best of the da'wah, to the best of the interview, for the best for the talk, for the best for everything you do. Do not look to the brothers, how long have been, how long he this or that. No. If I'm really honest about this deen to prevail, I will make sure the best person will come out to speak, especially when the issues is a big challenge for the Muslim communities. The most articulate person with the strongest argument, with the loose tongue and the good even wording. So they choose Ja'far despite the fact he is youngest among them. He was very young. And Ja'far face to face now, he's going to meet who? Amr ibn al-As, who was shrewd, but he was before Islam at that time, before he embraced Islam. Therefore, that standings is going to be big debate. And in any debate, in any arguments, in any stands, in any even place where you're going to defend Islam and the Muslims, you make sure to choose the best amongst really all the speaker you have. That's why when Musa alayhi salam, he went to meet Pharaoh,
he asked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in a very polite way in chapter Al-Qasas verse 34, وأخي هارون هو أفصح مني لسانا فأرسله معي رد أن يصدقني إني أخاف أن يكذبون. He said, oh Allah, my brother Harun is more eloquent in his speech than me. Send him with me as a helper for me, as a helper to confirm me. Verily I fear that they will belie me. See, you always choose the best of the best of the best. Don't at that time bring your own stupid argument against your Muslim brother just because you are not happy that he's in charge of the authority or he is outspoken in the media more than anybody else. It does not matter. What does matter is to make sure that the deen got to be represented properly. That is Musa alayhi salam. He asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, let my brother Harun, huwa afsahu minni, is more eloquent, articulate in his words, so good in his argument. This is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent the youngest brother of Musa, Harun. So Ja'far, he went there, and the Abyssinian king said to him, the first accusation, ما هذا الدين الذي فارقتم فيه قومكم? What that the new deen which you left your own people with it? ولم تدخلوا به في ديني ولا دين أحد من هذه الملل. Nor you enter, nor you praise my deen, nor the deen of all those really sects. So the argument of Amr ibn al-As, it was already affected the Abyssinian king, and he questioned them, what the deen which you left your own people for? Why did not embrace my deen? Why did not embrace the deen of any other sect? Ja'far ibn Abi Talib, the spokesman of the Muslims at that time in Abyssinia, obviously he need to put his case. It's not enough to be a good Muslim, you need to be as well able to defend the deen. He said, أيها الملك نحن قوما أهل جاهلية نحن قوم كنا أهل جاهلية. O king, we used to be a people of جاهلية نعبد الأصنام ونأكل الميتة ونأتي الفواحش ونقطع الأرحام ونسيء الجوار. We used to be people of جاهلية, worship the idols, eating dead meat, doing all the unlawful sexual acts, cutting the blood relationship, be nasty with our neighbors. وَيَأْكُلُ مِنَّا الْقَوِيَّ الضَّعِيفِ. And the strongest amongst us used to eat, the strongest to eat the weak. We was like this until Allah, He sent to us a messenger from amongst ourselves. We know his lineage, we know his trustworthiness, we know his honesty, and he called us to submit to only God, to Allah, and to worship God, and to leave all what our mother and fathers used to worship before, from the stone and the idols, instead of Him. He ordered us to speak the truth, fulfill the amana, join or establish the blood relationship, and be nice with our neighbors, and to stop violating the sanctities of the people's life and honor. And He forbade us from committing any unlawful sexual act, and forbid us to speak the false, to give false testimony, or to eat the money of the orphan, or to accuse the innocent people with any bad things, accuse them falsely. And He ordered us to worship and to submit to none but Allah, and not to associate with Him anything. He ordered us to pray zakat, to fast. He started to count all this. He said, the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ ordered us all this. We believe on Him, we follow Him, we follow what He came to us from the deen of Allah. We worship Allah exclusively. We do not associate with Him anybody. We forbid upon ourselves what Allah has forbidden, and we permit upon ourselves what Allah has permit. Mean the Prophet forbid upon us what Allah has forbid upon us, and He make to us lawful what Allah make it lawful. So we went back to our people, and we tell them what the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ said. They torture us. They start to
attacking us. They turn us away from our deen. They want us to go back to worship the idols instead to worship God. And they want us to do whatever Allah, you see, has forbid. So when they oppress us and torture us and make life difficult for us and they prevent us from practicing our deen, we went back. We left and we come to your country. We choose you beside all others and we want to become your neighbors because the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ said to us, you are a fair king. No one will face injustice in your own kingdom. Here, the Abyssinian king, he looked to them so beautiful ways. That is real lawyer who's standing to defending the Muslims community. He did not compromise anything. He did not change anything. He did not say anything except the truth, the whole truth. Abyssinian king said, do you have some of what your prophet came from Allah to you? Ja'far said, yes, we have. Abyssinian king recited for me, and he recited, Kaf ha ya ayn sad. Obviously, chapter Maryam. He recited to him. Obviously, few verses from it. Abyssinian king, he started to cry. And his tears was full, or his beard was full of tears. And all the priests cry. Even when they heard that beautiful recitations, Abyssinian king said, إن هذا والذي جاء به عيسى ليخرج من مشكاة واحدة. He said, this what you recite and what Isa came with, what Jesus came with, come out from the same source. He went to the two kings, to the two ambassadors. He said, leave my city. By Allah, I'm not going to hand them back to you. Amr ibn al-As and his friends went out. Amr ibn al-As said to Abdullah ibn Abi Rabi'ah, he said, look, I am going to him tomorrow. I'm going to appeal. But this time I'm going to uproot them all because I found a way I could make the king throw them out. Abdullah ibn Abi Rabi'ah said, don't do that. Don't do that. Because if you said something could cause harm for them, those people have some blood relationship to us. But Umar ibn al-As said, no, I'm going to go tomorrow and say something to the king, he may kill them. So, appealing. Next day, he went all the way to the kings. He said, Ayyuha al-Malik, one thing did not tell you those people. They said something about Jesus, son of Mary, so dangerous. And I would like you to call them, to ask them what they think about Jesus. So obviously the Abyssinian king said, okay, I will listen to what they said about Jesus. Obviously the Muslims always speak the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. They don't compromise, they don't stand for the sake of any benefit. They're on deen. When they are free at large, they speak only the haqq. So they gathered together and they introduced Ja'far to be the spokesman. Ja'far said, when the question addressed to him by the king, he said, we will say about Jesus what exactly the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ came from Allah to us and tell us about him. He said, what? He said, هو عبد الله ورسوله وروحه وكلمته ألقاها إلى مريم العذراء البتول. He is the servant of Allah and his messengers. And the ruh and the word which Allah has reflect upon Mary, the Virgin Mary. Obviously, Abyssinian king, he looked at Ja'far, then he carried one stick and he put line and he said, by Allah, beside Isa son of Mary, what you said is different between us, that stick. So obviously the people of the priests, they start to shout, oh, what this man talking, how you can say is Abdullah. He said to them, اذهبوا فأنتم شيوم بأرضي. And that word in Abyssinia mean, he said, go, You are Shiyomun in my lands. The Shiyomun mean the secured people who got covered of securities by the Abyssinian tongue. He said, Man sabbakum gharim. Whoever insults you, he will pay fine. Man sabbakum gharim. Man sabbakum gharim. Man sabbakum gharim. Whoever insults you, he will pay fine 3 times. ما أحب إلي دبرا من ذهب وإني آذيت رجلا منكم. He said, it's not dearest to me even to have Dabran mean mountain, a mountain of gold, and any one of you to be harmed. You see, he speak with them in his own language, and they translated to them. The man, he said, the covenant of securities is being granted to you. Whoever insults you, I will make him pay fine, or to be punished. I don't like even to have a mountain of gold, and any one of you to be harmed. Mean, I am not going to do so. Then he said to all the priests, and to all his servants, he said, collect all the gifts. The 2 ambassadors came from Mecca with it. We don't need it for them. Give them back all the old gods, all the old women they brings, and everything. فوالله ما أخذ الله مني الرشوة حين رد علي ملكي. By Allah did not take from me, God did not take from me bribery when He gave me back my kingdom. فأخذ رشوة فيه وما أطاع الناس في فأطيعوهم فيه. He said, I'm not going to take bribery from anybody. What people obey me, you should really obey them. Mean, fear Allah on me the way and fear Allah on them. Salama tell that story, the wife of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and she said they went out with their own ugly faces. They have been kicked out, and we was enjoying to live with good neighbors. Ibn Ishaq reported that at that time Amr ibn al-As and was at that time thinking that Abyssinian king, he could break him through. He's still insisting to find a place where he could really incite him again. So he did not give up. But yet Abyssinian king, when he appeared again for him, he said, let him leave my country. Obviously, this is one of the confrontations. It happened for the Muslim in Abyssinia. They did not participate in the political process of Abyssinian king, did not share power with him, did not even stand with him and defend him, even though after that uprisings has put in place by the opposition parties against the presence of the Muslim communities in Abyssinia. Especially they start to ask him for some welfare. He give them, you see, houses, housing benefit. He give them even for every day 8 dirham. They asked, he give them 6, they said not enough, he give them 8. So they asked even for their own income support. They claim all the rights which anybody else claim it in Abyssinia, yet did not stand with him when the uprising start against him and the opposition start to fight against him. Did not say it as join with you for our interest and our benefit. No, rather he said to them, you go and set port in that ship. If I was defeated, you run away and save your life, these people after you. If I was victorious, you will steal in my own securities and protection for you in my own lands. So that Abyssinian king, and he was not a Muslim. He did not embrace Islam. So we learn from that the Muslims in Abyssinia, they preserved their own deen, did not really change it, did not really compromise it. So the purpose of the hijrah was not only to have safe haven, rather is to have what? To have the deen to be practiced. And Abyssinian, in the whole Abyssinia, become Darul Islam without Muslims to conquer it. Why? Because they engaging in the da'wah, called society to Islam. No single army raid Abyssinia. When the Muslims army reached Abyssinia, was already the Muslims established it, make it Darul Islam, like Indonesia. Today people are living 80 million Muslims in the West. if they don't have mentality to call Sharia to the society where they live, shame upon them, living there just to have ice cream and fish and chips and get returned back to their own homes. That's silly. All what you got is to have some kebab and to have some food, and you said, we are Muslims, believe in Islam as a complete way of life, but you are not really called for it, nor practice it. What are you talking about? So from that really conversations, we learn a lot. From that really hijrah, we learn a lot. A lot of people, when they look to what Ja'far radiallahu ta'ala anhu said, they take it without to think and contemplate. What Ja'far he did, very clever, in very wise way. He offered first the Jahiliyyah, which he wanted to expose, which was before Islam, which was away from the fitrah of the human, and for the human values. He knows what he put. He put the case, that's what we used to be before, which you want us to return back to. Obviously, he went after that to describe what is the message of Islam. Destroyed and build. Expose, and then it said really, replace, expose the corruptions, and replace it with what? With the goodness. Then he started to describe the attributes and the lineage and the characters of the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ before prophethood. And he tell you what is the Tawheed and how to give up the shirk and leave up all the munkarat. You see, he did not say, we are just went there to tell you about only one God. No, he told him about all ahkam shar'iyyah. For example, he said, the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ ordered us to submit to Almighty God and leave all the Jahiliyyah and not to join our blood relationship and to have good neighborhood with our neighbors and to establish the salat and pay the zakat. Alright? And not only that, he started to go more and give up all the bad habit and the Jahiliyyah and to call people to the deen. So the descriptions about economic and social and politicals. However, I believe Ja'far radiallahu ta'ala anhu was impressive, make Abyssinian king listen to him. That's why he asked him, tell me more about what he said. You can decide to me some of what he said. And then he focusing on one thing, how the reactions of people of Quraysh against the new deen, which is he impressed with it, the Abyssinian king. Then he said, that's what they did with us. They want us to return back to the idea, they start to attack us, start to torture us, start to oppress us, and he keeps saying oppressing us, make life difficult for us, torturing us. Why? People's information that that king, the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ, informed by Allah, he is a fair and just king. If he hear oppression, he will reject it. You see? That was really another key point. That exactly when he started to speak about what happened, he reminded him about what happened with the disciples of Jesus. What happened to Isa alayhi salam on the hand of those pagan worshippers and the Jews before. Obviously, that means what? That means Ja'far, he was really opening the wound. Opening really the old wound, which is really in the heart of the Abyssinian as a Christians who have been suffered badly in the time of the Jews, and he make him remember what happened with the disciple of Isa alayhi salam. In other words, he said to him certain things make him really sympathize, be sympathetic, and start to have a grudge in his heart against Quraysh. He wanted him to have this grudge against Quraysh. He put the Qurayshis on the same positions with those who tortured Isa alayhi salam and his followers before. Obviously, then Ja'far, he praised the king. You are the just man. You the one who hate oppressions. You are the one who always be fair with the oppressed. That is what the Messenger Muhammad ﷺ said about you. Obviously, that word as well has a great impact in the heart of the Abyssinian king. Remind him about the best attribute he has in order not to forget his talent of being just person. In front of all these false accusations and rumors, with Amr ibn al-As, he spread here, left, right, center, extremist, fanatic, lunatic, this and that. And in order as well in order to make him remember who you are. Don't let all this gift, don't let all those people who speak and give you money and wealth affect you. Don't let your own priest affecting you, because the noble person, he will never forget his origin. He will never change his characters under any pressures. And not to forget the ayat which is Ja'far radiallahu ta'ala anhu recited from chapter of Maryam. This ayat got great impact on the soul and the heart of anybody. This ayat is those ayat, whenever you read them, you will cry, because it reminds us about Isa alayhi salam and his story with his mom, what happened to Maryam alayhi salam. Obviously, by recite that verses, he make everybody, include the priests and the consultants, they discover, oh my God, how these people know the details life about Zakaria and Yahya alayhim salam. Could that be mentioned in the beginning of what? Of the verses. How these people, they know about the detailed life of Mary. And more than that, about the miracles of carrying and delivering Isa alayhi salam. And more than that, that he spoke when he was on his cradle. This is issues for them in new informations. They never heard it before. All this fact, historical fact, and all the matter which he talked about the deen of the king, make him himself feel he's closer to them than those people of Quraysh. And the Quran has confirmed what's been said in the Injil before. Has confirmed all the Anbiya before, Zakaria and Yahya and Isa. And when he put them all and mentioned the final message of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he invited him to confess for everybody that what the message of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam came with from Allah, it came out from the same sources as a Messiah king said. Both came out from the same sources. He means the Quran and the Bible, both the word of Allah. Though we know that the distortions, really, Bible they have, still there. What is beautiful, when the Abyssinian king said, I am not going to replace them even with a mountain of gold. Should be, this is how should be the value of the mu'min, and how much he really should stand firm, regardless of whatever the kuffar they may say, that Muslims is always worth more than any of what the people said. Amr ibn al-As never ever give up, and he tried, but he failed. Therefore, whenever the Muslims he face any problem, he should stick to the Sharia and say the truth and do whatever Ja'far radiallahu ta'ala anhu he did, and not to compromise, regardless if the interests of his Muslim community could be affected, because to say he's Abdullah, that's for the Christians, they rejected, and he's a messenger as well, messenger of Allah and the slave of Allah, that will make them rebellious against you. But Ja'far and the Muslims say it all the haqq. Today, a lot of people, when they try to speak about Isa alayhi salam, they try to elevate him as near what the Christian elevates him. And this is where the mistake. I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make us firm on the haqq. Whenever we make us firm on the haqq, Allah will make the heart of the people turn to listen to the truth we carry. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
أطرفي راية التوحيد رغم أمس الذل والتنديد، أطرفي خفاقة في شمم واصلحي في الكون بالتحريد. أطرفي راية التوحيد رغم أمس الذل والتنديد، أطرفي خفاقة في شمم واصلحي في الكون بالتحريد.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونستهديه ونعوذ بالله تعالى من شرور أنفسنا وسيئات أعمالنا، من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له، وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له،
وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا كثيرا. One of the most important stages of the seerah, after Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ordered the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam to proclaim publicly فاصدع بما تؤمر وأعرض عن المشركين, to proclaim publicly whatever Allah has ordered him to call people for. That stage of da'wah was confrontations between the haqq and the batil, and that is the stage of the da'wah to society, commanding good for engaging in political struggle in the societies, in ideological struggle, the struggle of the haqq against the batil. And the other really stages of the seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was the stages of taking the pledge of fightings, the bay'atul aqaba thaniya, the second pledge of fighting. That where the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has met some of the tribes, was coming from their own countries all the way to perform Hajj. And he was at that time, all the Muslims boycotted on the new law of terrorism, and they put them outside Mecca in the heat of Mecca. Nobody allowed to speak with them, nobody allowed to deal with them, nobody allowed to sell, providing them food or clothes or shelter or anything. They face very difficult obstacles and problems, stagnations. People are completely stand still and no one able to help. So the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in that days, he was trying to catch any people who are coming from outside Mecca to enter Mecca in order to give him the support. Alhamdulillah, the support come to him on the second pledge of Al-Aqaba, the pledge of fighting. And is that really stage, is the stage where he sallallahu alayhi wasallam has declared the stages of entering the zone of the Sharia zone, the stages of the Islamic State. And no doubt, dealing throughout the stages of da'wah was a lot of obstacles, a lot of heavy burden and responsibilities, and the war between the two camps, the camps of haqq and the camps of batil, was very hot. This is why anybody study deeply the issues of pledge, of the second pledge, Bay'at al-Aqaba Thaniya, is called the pledge of war, the pledge of fightings. We are needy, all of us, those who are engaging in the da'wah nowadays, to make comparison between the two situations, the situations of the Muslim Ummah nowadays, and measure it on the situation of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions. Nowadays we could see all da'is of the haqq and all the mujahids, or those who support them, they are under the attack from the kufr forces, with the help of those tawaghit and hypocrites and those who are apostates. Obviously, da'wah become very difficult in Mecca. Da'wah has become something strange in the environment where she exists. However, very strong base of Muslims with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam has carried the da'wah. Those people whom the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has told them that they're going to be one day, where is my brothers, they find no one to support them. And that is famous hadith when he speak about the coming in the futures of a group of people whom they will never found anyone to stand with them in the camp of haqq. He says, سَتَجِدُونَ عَلَى الْحَقِّ أَعْوَانًا
وَلَا يَجِدُونَ عَلَى الْحَقِّ أَعْوَانًا. When they asked him, when he said, my brothers, they said, are we your brothers? They said, no, you are my companions. My companions will come after me and they believe on me without to see me. And you will find on the truth supporter. But they found no one for the truth to support them. Therefore we need to study that really part of the history of Islam, part of the Islamic heritage. Study the questions of the pledge. As we said yesterday, we are the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Our grandfathers and mothers from us has given the pledge to Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam to rule over the whole world. Therefore that share, the share of the ruling over the whole world, it is for nobody but for the greater leader with the greatest leadership. It is for the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And when he passed away, that responsibility has been passed to the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam in order to struggle and rise with the truth and restore Islam in power. That is the consequences of the second pledge of Al-Aqaba, which we must all of us study and be aware about it and see what is the prerequisite conditions for that pledge. And if we learn from the seerah, study the seerah, we may find certain points about the pledge and focus on it and try to link it with the realities of the various jihadists who are working to establish Allah Deen under different type of leadership. The first Muslim community under the leadership of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam has told them certain points in the pledge of Al-Aqaba. He said, to give me bay'ah ala al-sam'i wa al-ta'a fil manshiti wal makri, to let's bait on ease or hardship, on what you like or what you dislike. Reported by Musnad Imam Ahmad from Jabir radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, that Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam was resident in Mecca for 10 years from the day of revelation, and he used to go to different seasons and different markets, calling them, speaking to them, addressing them, saying, من يؤويني من ينصرني حتى أبلغ رسالة ربي وله الجنة. Who could support me? Who could protect me in order to convey the message of Allah, and he will get in return paradise? He found nobody to support him. He found nobody to help him. He found nobody to give him any shelter. Even the man at that time would come out from his own home, from Yemen or from Mudar, but his own people who are mushrikeen, but their own hearts with their own tribes and relatives. So always there was a situation where the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam was giving the da'wah and called people to support him, and whenever he left his uncle Abu Lahab, he warned the people from him, and he used to say, do not believe on what he said, he is mentally ill. And that's exactly what they are using nowadays. They try to find certain excuses in order to separate the Ummah from its leadership. However, let us go through those points of the pledge. The first one was clear: to listen and obey on ease and hardship, to obey and be disciplined. That manifested on the way the bay'ah has taken place. They went all the way, the Muslims, to the mountain of Mecca in the hill of Al-Aqaba, 70 men and even 2 women. They gathered together, all of them, and they came to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and they said, Ya Rasulullah,
على ما نبايعك, on what we are give you pledge for. He said, you give me the pledge تبايعوني على السمع والطاعة في النشاط والكسل والنفقة في العسر واليسر وعلى الأمر بالمعروف والنهي عن المنكر وأن تقولوا في الله ولا تخافوا في الله لومة لائم وعلى أن تنصروني فتمنعوني إذا قدمت عليكم مما تمنعون أنفسكم وأزواجكم وأبناءكم ولكم الجنة. That is really the points of the Holy Pledge. The Muslims used to visit those tribes and differentiate them to Al-Islam. And those points, which is we are really subject to study them. The good da'iyah, he must exhaust utmost effort on conveying the da'wah, and he may adopt stand and means which Islam is permit, which make him closer to the heart of the believers and to the heart of the people, and don't ever feel bored or dispersed. Islam has forbid that. The good da'i, the one who does not target worldly gain, nor he promises people something which is not allowed or even not exist. The good da'i does not compromise his da'wah, rather he makes sure that everything he do is for the sake of Allah, and the way the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he asks him, support me and help me, command good and forbid evil, and you will get Jannah. So that's why the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he told them certain point which is clearly what is the pledge is about, and we are all committed for that pledge, and our grandfathers from the companions on behalf of us has given that pledge to the greatest man on earth. Therefore no one it is allowed for him to grant that positions of leadership over the whole Muslims, because that positions and that post is only to Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and those successors of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam in the positions of leading, they are leading on behalf of the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And if they declare any kufr, Islam orders us to rise against them and strike their own neck. He said to them, listen and obey on ease and hardship. And this is one of the most important attributes for any group who are organized under imara or leadership, is to listen and to obey. Otherwise there is no meaning for imara and for leadership. There is no meaning for imara or authorities over any amir, over people. They do not want to listen to him, they do not want to obey him. The true imara is where the people listen and obey. The true leadership, when the people gather together, they listen and they obey. Unless this two element is available, the element to obey, unless he ordered them something forbidden, no obedience to anybody if it means disobedience to God. But I'm speaking about the group, they must believe, that is, we must listen and obey on ease and hardship, whether in the time where you feel that it is really suitable for you or is not good for you. And any obedience is not completed, will never get the fruit, will never earn from it any fruit. That was one saying of hadith mawquf by Omar ibn al-Khattab radiyallahu ta'ala anhu on Musnad al-Sahabi. He said, لا إسلام بدون جماعة ولا جماعة بدون إمارة ولا إمارة بدون طاعة. There's no Islam without a group, and there's no group without Amir, and there's no Amir without people to obey him. ولا أمير إلا بطاعة. That's why we have parables said لا رأي لمن لا يطاع. There's no opinion for anybody. People do not obey. So listen and obey are very important pillars, which is the entire groups and organizations and parties and jama'ah is based on. Otherwise that gatherings will have no foundations, and will have no foundations, will never be able to achieve anything in realities, except just pillars of people here and there, exhausting their own time and effort on something is not really get anything. Neither remove buildings from the sin in the neck of the delaying the establishment of the Khilafah, neither even will be able to fulfill the obligations. That's why many ayat, many ahadith speak about listen and obey, listen and obey. يا أيها الذين آمنوا أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول وأولي الأمر منكم. O believers, obey Allah and obey the messengers and those in authority amongst you. The ayah clearly said obey Allah and obey the messenger, but when he speak about the others who are successors, Ulil Amr, the ayah did not say and obey Ulil Amr, said and Ulil Amr minkum, people in authorities amongst you. So we obey, we listen and we obey within the framework of what? Within the boundaries of the command of Allah and the command of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And that's exactly what the messenger said. لا طاعة لمخلوق في معصية الخالق إنما الطاعة في المعروف. There's no obedience to any creation if it means disobedience to the creators. Verily the obedience only related to whatever is good. That is what distinguishes the terms obedience in the atmosphere of groups or in the Islamic groups. That is all, everybody must obey and listen. And that's what's going to be for the soldiers, for the army, for the ministers. Must all of them obey and listen. And it's not subject to be questioned. Not subject to be questioned unless you see any kufr bawah. Therefore listen and obey cannot be separated. They are twins, and as well they have talazum بين السمع والطاعة. Listen and obey have talazum between both of them. So they are two faces for the same coin. Because we know very well just to listen and to accept what people said does not mean really you fulfill the ta'ah. Because if you sit down and just listen and accepting the commands does not really fulfill the obedience. Rather, that form of obedience will be transferred to some type of point subject to be implemented. Nowadays what we see is going on to the Muslim Ummah, and how the kuffar take upper hands in our lands, in our properties. That because the Muslims are far away from their own deen, far away from the obedience to Allah and to His messengers. They give up all the commands of Allah, and they indulging themselves in shahawat, in pain. That is on the level of the whole ummah, let alone on the level of the Islamic groups and movement. Because one of the main causes of the failure of any groups, absence of what? Absence of people to listen and obey. Otherwise all those groups become nowadays is artificial piece of paper called groups. So this is the story of the pledge. But when the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he take it from the people, the bay'ah, the pledge, he take it from people who are really up to the own word and promise. And no doubt that groups to be exist with that quality, the quality of the excellent leadership with the excellent basis of the population. So alhamdulillah that the Sahaba, they listen and they obey. And this ummah is the ummah of jihad, and as well ummah has unique situation. It is really willing to listen and obey. And even the quality of leadership in Islam is the quality leaders who make sure to look after the citizen or the subjects of the states and provide for them the complete welfaring system. So listen and obey is very important element on the issue of the pledge. And we know what type of leaders like Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiallahu ta'ala anhu and Omar ibn Khattab radiallahu ta'ala anhu, they used to ask their own soldiers to do what they requested from their own followers. They requested from them to be a Muslim, trustworthy, and to be shrewd. A man who is really maintain his time properly, organize his time properly. So they are asking the good leader is the one who asks from his own followers to be up to the level and the standard to those great companions. If that quality of leadership is available amongst the followers and amongst those who are involving themselves in the jihads, no doubt will make from them have certain power, certain vitalities, certain energy able to serve the objective of the entire societies. And that is where the transformations of the group from a small motion in the body of the ummah until that group becomes the party of the ummah. So either become a small group, the parties, become small groups which is really existing inside the ummah, whereas the other, it is the group of the ummah, manifested itself on what? On listening and obeying. And that is both the listen and obey Allah and His messengers on the level of leadership or the level of what? Of all the masses. Sallallahu alayhi wasallam has did that in Mecca when he gathered together the Sahaba in the beginning of the da'wah on the buildings which is really known to be the first base for the Islamic State. And nowadays we hear a lot of commands from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and His messengers, but we don't see people they fulfill it. The second attribute or the second lesson we can learn from the bay'ah is mentioning clearly to them that He wants from them certain things. A lot of people said they did not ask anything. No, He did ask certain things. He asked them to support. He asked him to stand beside him. So He did ask the kuffar, the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, He did ask them to listen and to obey. That's what make the matter is very important. I'll see to one thing, which is a lot of people they miss, that the second element, the element of spending, the element of nafaqah, the element of sacrifice your wealth, not to listen and to obey, rather you are willing as well to give all what you have for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we state clearly that is the stages which moving the groups from being a small group in the societies to become transferred to the stage of the Islamic State to become the main people in charge for the entire societies. And we know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if He wish matter, He will say be and will be. إنما أمره إذا أراد شيئا أن يقول له كن فيكون. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He could say be and that will happen. But He wants from His creations to be the tools to fulfill that destiny. So this pledge, the second pledge of Al-Aqaba, was part of that destiny which Allah has destined, was part of the Qadr. And Allah has destined that those soldiers, Al-Ansar, to be the soldiers and the tools to fulfill the promise of Allah when He said هو الذي أيدك بنصره وبالمؤمنين. He is the one who supports you with the victories, with the nusrah, and with the believers. That's why it's called the pledge of fightings. The pledge of fightings, Bay'atul Qital, for the second pledge, named like this because it has certain elements, certain condition on it, certain commitment. It makes it really binding upon those people who was listening to be part of that contract, listening to the burden, listening to the responsibilities, reach to the level even to fight on behalf of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions, to defend him and defend his companions from the Muhajirun. Therefore the pledge, the second pledge of Al-Aqaba, it is that
that really role models with everybody he should look up to on the day of judgment. That is the seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Why this second bridge of Al-Aqaba shouldn't be less than the criteria for all the groups, for all the Muslim Ummah? That is must be, whenever people gather together, they pledge to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to fulfill His deen. And should be every time, whenever there's a group or jama'ah, they must be really pledged to follow the manhaj of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, committed themselves for it. Therefore the Muslim for that commitment and willing to spend as the second point, spending an-nafaqa in ease and hardship. Fil usri wal yusr. This is very important. This is so beautiful, comprehensive understandings for spending. It is not about only in a time where is really you have ease. No. Even in the time of hardship. A lot of people, they think that is only to spend whenever you have extra money to give. That is wrong understanding. Rather, it must be committed to spend all what you have for the sake of Allah. The ayah in Surah Al-Baqarah verse 254 make it clear. يا أيها الذين آمنوا أنفقوا مما رزقناكم من قبل أن يأتي يوم لا بيع فيه ولا خلة ولا شفاعة والكافرون هم الظالمون. O believers, spend from what we provided to you. Al-Baqarah 254. O believers, spend from what we provide to you. Before the coming day, there will be no trades, no friends, no one can intercede. So, the nafaqah, the spending for the sake of Allah, is really save the person who spent from being falling on what? On tahluka. وَأَنْفِقُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ وَلَا تُلْقُوا بِأَيْدِيكُمْ إِلَى التَّهْلُكِ, in the way of Allah. And don't put yourself on the tahluka. Tahluka is what? On make you loser. Reported by Ibn Abbas and by Ikrimah and Sa'id ibn Jubair and Aslam Abi Imran, that is one man from the Muhajirin. He stands in Constantinople in the face of one huge line of the enemy until he was able to break through. And he said, it was with us at that time Abu Ayyub al-Ansari. And the people start to say, look, he put himself in trouble. He put himself in tahluka. Tahluka is when you do things, people, they think you are wasting yourself, harming yourself. So they said, ألقى بيده إلى التهلكة. Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, he said, look, we knows about this ayah more than any one of you. This ayah revealed on us, mean the companions of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We accompany the Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we witness with him many sites, many places, and we support him when Islam has widespread, and we support him when Islam has prevailed. And we gathered together at that time the Ansar, and we said Allah has honored us to accompany His Messenger and to support him until Islam is spread and become big number. We did favoring him over our mothers and fathers and wife and children, and we did give him everything we have, and the war has settled, and we return back to our family and our children, and we said there, the ayah has revealed, not enough. وَأَنْفِقُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ وَلَا تُلْقُوا بِأَيْدِيكُمْ إِلَى التَّهْلُكَةِ. Spend in the way of Allah. Spend all your wealth in the way of Allah, for the sake of Allah. So if you do not spend in jihad, if you do not spend in the da'wah by the word or by the sword, all your wealth, and you decide to stay and live with your families, that is the tahluka, that is the loser. Allah has dispraised those people whom they did establish the Islamic State by their own wealth and their own life, yet they favor after that to go and sit with their own families
And they think, khalas, that is the wajib. Though Islamic State has been established, he said, no, it's not enough. You must continue to support it until what? Until Allah Deen has prevailed all others. What about our ummah nowadays, which give up completely the Deen? In the time all enemies are gathered together against us, in the time the Sharia of Islam is not in power, and the Sharia of Kufr and Shirk and Ridda is there, Islam is not to exhaust utmost effort and to spending all the time. Nowadays the da'wah are needy for da'is who is willing to sacrifice his life, his time, his wealth, everything for the sake of Allah. The da'wah must be his main concern. The da'wah of really inciting the Muslims to rise against the man-made laws, against the kufr laws, inciting them for jihad and to support the mujahideen. This is his main concern. Must be occupied his heart and mind for the sake to establish the caliphate, the Islamic State. He will never rest. He will never sit back. He will never just do little and then after that engage in the dunya. No. All his life must be da'wah. All his life must be jihad. All his life is looking for supporters and for new people to join the wagon, to join the struggles, to increase the numbers of the da'is of the haqq, to increase the number of the mujahideen. All the time you see him, he carried the sword of the hujjah and bayan to fight against innovators, against kufr, against shirk, intellectually, verbally, and as well preparing himself to carry the sword of the fightings in order to take the authorities and establish Allah Deen. That is really where is the da'wah and the jihad walk, side by sides. That is the true da'i. That's the one which we are looking for. That is the one like the raining, whenever it comes, he will benefit. Whenever the raining is really rich, will be benefiting the whole. That is the da'i. Is a lifestyle. Whenever he go, he produce. He walk secretly or publicly. He does not showing off, nor he accepting to be amongst those people who are corrupted. The ayah said, لَن تَنَالُوا الْبِرَّ حَتَّى تُنْفِقُوا مِمَّا تُحِبُّونَ. You will never earn the Jannah until you spend from what you love. Because the birr, it is the way to Jannah. إِنَّ الْبِرَّ يَهْدِي إِلَى الْجَنَّةِ. The birr will guide always to Jannah. You will never get the birr until you spend what you like. You spend it for the sake of Allah. So in the bay'ah, second pledge of Al-Aqaba, it was the issue of spending on ease and hardship. And obviously that is very important. Some people, they may be capable to spend times for the sake of Allah, but they will be stingy when it comes to spend wealth. Allah has reminded those people in most of the ayat of jihad has been mentioned, that is, spend your wealth and your life. All the ayat of jihad, you see, mentioned to exhaust and spending, you see, your wealth, then your life. Sacrifice your wealth, then your life. Ayah is the ayah of the pledge, ayatul bay'ah, which mentioned the life before the wealth. إِنَّ اللَّهَ اشْتَرَى مِنَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ أَنفُسَهُمْ وَأَمْوَالَهُمْ بِأَنَّ لَهُمُ الْجَنَّةِ. The one who is not able to spend his wealth for the sake of Allah, for a greater reason, he is not able to sacrifice his life for the sake of Allah. Therefore, a good believer, he should train himself to be generous by all his wealth to reach that generosity with him, to elevate him to the level he is able to sacrifice his life. And we know nowadays the jihad become fard upon every Muslim. Is the fard of the time. The ummah need to take the authority back in order to establish the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And nowadays there's a lot of gatherings of the enemy against muwahideen and the mujahideen. Therefore become compulsory upon those people who understand their own duties is to sacrifice more and more from their own time, from their own wealth, from their own health, from their own positions, for the sake to have plenty of time, more time,
to engage in the jihad and not to leave it to anything else. So for a Muslim nowadays, he must understand, he must be full-time engaging in the da'wah of incitement and on the jihad fi sabilillah. Directly, indirectly, he must transfer all his life to become real soldiers of Allah, ready in all positions, in all places, wherever he will be. He's ready to engage against the enemy of Allah. But he must remember all the time to be under the leadership and the imara in order to be organized properly his responsibility and fulfill his duty properly. And every soldier, he must defend Islam and the Muslims, and don't let the enemies come from that particular front where he is. Sacrifice everything. We know the issue of spending and nafaqah is very important element. If the mujahid sacrifice his wealth in jihad, and the da'i sacrifice his wealth in the da'wah to incite people for the jihad, for the sake of Allah, definitely that will make them able to fund, and that fund is the nerve for the main struggle, because that is the nerve of the jihad activities. Without it, we will never be able to achieve many of the objectives, even though we rely on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and we do as much as we can. But that is part of the preparations. The true da'i, the true mujahid, the true Muslim, he will find difficulties or embarrassment when he was not able to find what he could make him able to spend for the sake of Allah. He always feels from sitting and not doing any efforts, otherwise he will be among those who are sitting back. Therefore the nafaqah, exhausting what he can, spending, could be spending time of his families in the jihad and in the da'wah, could be spending the wealth in the jihad and the da'wah, could be spending the effort in the jihad and the da'wah. Remember, when I must speak about da'wah here to invite no Muslim to Islam, I'm speaking here a da'wah which is related to change societies, related to incite people against tawagheed, related to incite people to go to jihad and support mujahideen. That is the form of da'wah, da'wah tahririyah. And that is the first Muslim communities used to do. Subhanallah, in the past, whenever being given a personal choice between leaving the jihad or sacrifice your families and your children, they used to say it, you see, Allah will look after the family and the children, but I have my duty to look after the deen. He never really accepting any other choice but to continue the jihad and sacrifice even his own families for the sake of Allah. And this is exactly what is the true, sincere da'i or mujahid, is either to sacrifice everything by martyrdom or even by being imprisoned or being deported, but he will never compromise his stance. That's the first Muslim community from the Sahaba, the way they live. Look to the hijrah. They make hijrah from Mecca to Medina. The mushrikeen at that time hold some of the people, families, wives and children back in Mecca, did not let them leave and separate between them. They put too much pressure on them. Those muhajirun who went all the way to Medina, they have no families, no wife, no children, everything left behind. They sacrifice all this for the sake to establish Allah deen. Sacrifice their own positions, their own job, their own friends, their own families, besides their own wealth. This is where we need to be people understand the meaning of spend everything for the sake Allah deen to prevail. For the sake the tools to make Allah deen prevail is still really moving. Those who go to jihad, they maybe lose a lot of dunya benefit and interest. He maybe lose a lot of positions between the people. People start to look to him as extremist, terrorist. He will find himself really have choice between two things. To maintain his positions and positions as just
teachers and people praise him, or to sacrifice even that praise of the people and go for the sake of Allah, engaging in the da'wah and the jihad, and people start to dispraise him and label him. This type of sacrifice, the last one, will lead, when somebody doesn't bother what people talk about him, here he will reach level he is willing to even spending and sacrifice his life. And that is the greatest contract between a Muslim and his Lord. From the day we committed ourselves to this deen and we testifying the kalima, there's ayah said, إِنَّ اللَّهَ اشْتَرَى مِنَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ أَنفُسَهُمْ وَأَمْوَالَهُم بِأَنَّ لَهُمُ الْجَنَّةِ يُقَاتِلُونَ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ فَيَقْتُلُونَ وَيُقْتَلُونَ. Allah trade with the believers their own life, their own wealth in return to get Jannah. For the sake of Allah, they kill and will be killed. And in one qira'ah, they will be killed and then, you see, and they kill. And no doubt, to reach that level is the highest level and the highest type of spending. Therefore, the one who is stingy with his time, he is not going to be generous in his wealth. And the one who is stingy with his wealth, he is not going to be generous with his positions and his, safety. And the one who is not willing to sacrifice his positions and safety, he is not willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of Allah. Therefore, we must train ourselves in order to sacrifice and to spend, even with the little. Whatever it is really easier for you, then you go to harder and harder and harder, and the hardest one is your nafs, your life. And that is the highest level of the birr. And remember, this is very important element on the bridge of the Aqaba. Very important element for our da'wah and for our jihad. Maybe that's the most important weapon which the enemy feel from it. That's why we'll make all the time they try to stop any form of fund to reach Ahl al-Tawheed wal Jihad. They want to make sure. They say it's funding for terrorism, and they make law against that. But they know that is very powerful tools which make the continuity of the jihad and the struggle. The second bridge of Al-Aqaba has been mentioned clearly. Has been mentioned clearly those points on the second pledge, and was clearly in the evidences how the sacrifice was. Look, the sacrifice in the seerah, what happened. The Ansar, they are the one who signed the contract with Rasulullah, give the pledge. When the Muhajirun went all the way from Mecca, the Messenger Muhammad ordered that Muhajirun and the Ansar to become brotherhood, every two together. They respond to that. He said, share all your wealth with your partner. Share with your Muslim brothers your wealth, your houses. More than that, if your brothers from the Muhajirun choosing, you see, he want to get married, the Ansari, he choose to divorce one of his wives to his Muslim brothers. That's what happened with Sa'd ibn Rabi' ma Abdurrahman ibn Auf radiyallahu ta'ala anhuma. And that is so unique. So unique. They sacrifice everything. More than that, there's something so unique as well. If you want to read it, the Sahabi used to come for the jihad, and he found nothing he has to spend for the sake of Allah, and he returned back crying, feeling so sad that he is not able to go out with the army. In Surah At-Tawbah verse 92, Allah says, وَلَا عَلَى الَّذِينَ إِذَا مَا أَتُوكَ لِتَحْمِلَهُمْ قُلْتَ لَا أَجِدُ مَا أَحْمِلُكُمْ عَلَيْهِ تَوَلَّوْا وَأَعْيُنُهُمْ تَفِيضُ مِنَ الدَّمْعِ حَزَنًا أَلَّا يَجِدُوا مَا يُنْفِقُونَ. Those who come, Allah pleased with those who come to you to take them with you to jihad, and you said, look, I have nothing I could carry you. There is nothing available for me to carry you. And they leave back, and their own eyes full of tears, sad that they don't have enough money, they don't have wealth or money to give.
And if we need to look to the Islamic movement nowadays, we found some people, they follow those points of the pledge of Aqaba properly, especially the issue of obedience and the issue of spending. And those people always go forward, and they will continue their struggling with the kuffar and with the tawaghit until the objective inshallah fulfilled. But the second people who did not fulfill that really element of the bay'ah, so they are not going to sacrifice anything. They don't listen, they don't obey, they don't spend anything. All what they want is to make some money. So the enemy has realized that some people, their just image is to be grouped. So he decides to utilize them and use them for the sake of what? For the sake to make them obstacles in the way of the true, sincere group and movement. And those people start, and they forget even the objective they have been created for. And the shaitan has dazzling for them their own bad deeds. They have no objective. They favor their own wealth and tribes and money instead of Allah and the messengers. That's why it's been described that. The third element of the second pledge of Al-Aqaba, the element of commanding good, forbidding evil. So listen and obey, obedience. Spending, sacrifice, give everything you got, wealth, health, families, life. Third is the hisbah, command good, forbid evil. And obviously people do not understand that is the biggest pledge of the Aqaba. It is really Bay'at al-Aqaba al-Thaniya. It is really has certain elements so beautiful. One of them is commanding good, forbidding evil. Subhanallah. A pledge of fighting. The pledge is a pledge of fighting. It's a pledge saying, you see, that he wants to take the authorities. He wants them to listen and to obey and to sacrifice and spend and to command good and forbid evil in ease and hardship. And this is where the third element of the Bay'ah al-Aqaba al-Thaniya, and came clearly after listen and obey and after sacrifice become the first actions for you. If you are really truthfully, you command good and forbid evil, because that is including the da'wah and the jihad, because commanding good, forbidding evil, composing the entire da'wah and the jihad. It is the duties which combine all other duties in order to support the deen. That's why Shaykh Islam Ibn Taymiyyah said commanding good, forbidding evil, it is the essence of the jihad fi sabilillah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has described this ummah and chose for this ummah the choosing name with the choosing what? Important duties upon this ummah. He said, كنتم خير أمة أخرجت للناس تأمرون بالمعروف وتنهون عن المنكر وتؤمنون بالله. You was the best ummah sent to the whole mankind, and he chose for this ummah to be the best attribute for you. You commanding good and you forbidding evil and believing in Allah. This is really the attribute of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, as has been mentioned in the Torah and in the Bible. في التوراة والإنجيل. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala described, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم، الذين يتبعون الرسول النبي الأمي الذي يجدونه مكتوبا عندهم في التوراة والإنجيل يأمرهم بالمعروف وينهاهم عن المنكر ويحل لهم الطيبات ويحرم عليهم الخبائث ويضع عنهم إصرهم والأغلال التي كانت عليهم. They follow the illiterate prophets, the messengers whom they found him, his attribute recorded in their own Torah and their own Bible. He commanding them good, he forbidding them evil, and he permit for them what is lawful, forbid upon them what is unlawful, and he saved them from all this chains was in their own neck. That's why the fard of the hisbah, the fard of commanding good, forbidding evil, it is the main cause of taking leadership. What make the Bani Israel leadership taken away from them and give it to the Muslim Ummah when they give up that particular fard. لعن الذين كفروا من بني إسرائيل على لسان داود وعيسى ابن مريم ذلك بما عصوا وكانوا يعتدون. كانوا لا يتناهون عن منكر فعلوه. Allah cursed the kuffar and the people of the sent on the tongue of Dawood and Isa son of Mary, that because they disobey